The track is very nice.
Welcome one and all to round 2 of the FIA Karting European Championship. It's KZ and KZ2, and we are here in the beautiful part of the world of southern Italy, right next to the beautiful city of Naples. It is a vibrant and historical city that captivates visitors with its beautiful colours of culture, stunning architecture and exquisite cuisine. It is one of the oldest continuously inhabited cities in the world, with a fascinating history dating back over 2,800 years. The circuit, though, a beautiful facility, the Circuit International Napoli, also known as the Naples International Circuit or the Circuito Internazionale di Napoli, and it's a renowned circuit amongst kart drivers across the world. 1,500 metres, 14 turns. It is certainly a cathedral of speed that will determine the championship in 2023, with the top 5 drivers in both KZ and KZ2 going into this weekend separated with just a handful of points. This will certainly be a test of endurance, determination and pure skill. Myself, Anthony Jordan and Andrew Mather in the commentary box, bringing you your commentary over the course of this weekend. Andrew, yesterday, very interesting day. Penalties, jump starts and pure heat were the main subjects, weren't they?
It had all the ingredients of a championship finale. Good morning, everybody. I extend my welcomes to all of you watching around the world here to Sarno. Stay with us the full day. It's going to be a very dramatic day of racing, a big day of racing in the story of this 2023 championship. And you're absolutely right, Anthony. Yesterday, we only saw one round of heats, but plenty of drama. Particularly in KZ. We'll get onto that story in a bit. But here's your circuit for today. Just over 1.5 kilometres in length, 14 turns around this clockwise circuit. It's here where we will see the FIA Karting European Championship titles for KZ and KZ2 decided for 2023. Palpitations is building up here at the circuit. I think this is what I always call moving day. In a day where it's heat after heat after heat after heat. This is the day that makes the difference. It's not going to be decided here today, but you can lose an opportunity to be in the mix for winning those titles when we get to the finals tomorrow. On a day like today, there's one of our drivers straight away who's definitely in the mix for this title. Maxime Rem, who's been on fantastic form so far this weekend for Leclerc by Lennox Racing. He will be on pole position for the first race. Order of the day will look like this. KZ2 will go for 3 heats. And actually, let's have a quick chat with Maxime Rem from yesterday.
Well, we're here with our fastest driver from the first series of qualifying in KZ2. Maxime Rem, provisional pole position. It's the fastest time on the board at the moment. You must be delighted.
Yeah, it's a very nice feeling. I just tried to get the best lap together. We knew we had the speed from yesterday and this morning, and we were very confident that this is possible. And yeah, I just gave it all, and I could do my best time, so that was worth it.
They're not long sessions, these qualifying practices, but it's hard work out there. I can see the sweat down your face. It's 33 degrees at the moment. How hard is that as a driver?
In my opinion, is the most physically demanding track in the whole calendar. Like it's never been this hard, and yeah, you have to be very fit to drive this, like it's on the limit now.
Focus changes now, the first round of heats coming up for you. How are you feeling about those?
Very good, yeah, the speed will be there for sure. I just have to look for the tires now, saving them a lot because we have a lot of heats in front of us, so that will be the main objective, to save the tires.
Great stuff, Maxime. Great to see you up there at the top of the standings. Best of luck for the next race.
Thank you very much. See you.
Great there to chat to Maxime Rem, like you say, starting this one on pole position. Yesterday, he finished his first qualifying heat, second overall. A brilliant result for him. He started second. It was Group A and B, so he was out there with Freddie Stage, who put it on overall pole over the course of the weekend. Certainly a good result for him and a great way to start the race weekend. There you can see the back of our race director this weekend, Nigel Edwards, who is going to be looking after all the proceedings over the course of the day with his deputy race director, Pasquale Lopole, who'll be joining us alongside. The karts fire up, and the first qualifying heat of the day gets fired up and ready to go out onto the track. Let's have a look then at the starting lineup. Maxime Rem and Maxim Orlov, they go on the front row. Alex Powell and Artem Savrukin go from row 2. Andrea Dale and Lucas Amelisto, they round out the top 6 on row 3 from Brandon Nilsson, and Moritz Ebner on row 4. Gabriel Luelli and Edgar Nozov go from row 5, rounding out the top 10. Marcus Kajak and Mateusz Morgato, question mark over him, spotted working on the grid, should start on the 6th row.
Continuing then in the midfield, row 7, Tim Licati and Fabio Bifulco. Row 8 is an all-CRG affair with Andrea Bassotto and Nicola Empato on that one. Jay Cool from Australia goes from row 8. Joining him is Giorgio Carrara. Eduardo D'Alessandro and Jesper Sjöberg had a tough weekend so far this week. They start on the 10th row of the grid. Karol Pasovic and Alessandro Zucco start on row 11. Luigi Di Lorenzo and Fabrizio Rizzati are on row 12. Anthony, it is a 24 karts grid. A very high quality 24 karts grid for the first race of the day here in KZ2. Groups B and D going for what for them is their second race heat of the weekend.
The intermediate classification then at the end of yesterday. Obviously, we had our 3 different race winners, Freddie Slater, Maxim Orlov and Christian Batuka, all 3 of them taking a race win. The championship, though, going into this one, remember 3-point scoring opportunities available at the end of the qualifying heats, the super heats and the finals. Slater leads it by just a handful of points from Alex Powell, Daniel Vaselli and Kian Nakamura-Berta, but both Powell and Nakamura-Berta yesterday both had drama. The Prema karts not getting off the line in the qualifying heats. They bogged down, and unfortunately for Powell, he had to retire. Nakamura-Berta kept going, but he was all the way back down in the order. I think he finished that race in like P21, P22. So certainly not a good start to the weekend for the team. Hopefully, over the course of the evening and the night, they got that sorted out.
I definitely hope so. I think otherwise the Premas are definitely on the back foot. We'll see them later on, of course, at least with the way that the grids work and the qualifying groups. They will get another opportunity from towards the front of the grid. And in this race in particular, Alex Powell sat there on the 2nd row. What must his heart rate be doing at the moment? The grid forming up then for this first race of the day. 24 of Europe's best drivers about to tackle this Sarno circuit. Anthony, over to you for the start.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Yes, indeed, the revs rise. The temperature here rising now 29 degrees here in the morning at Sarno. It is the finale of the championship, but before the finals, we've got the qualifying heats. Here we go. Lights go out and down in towards turn 1. Great start and great reactions from Rem across the line, and he dives into the lead and holds onto it as they sweep down now in towards turn number 2 and 3. It's a better start from Powell this time around. It looks like the Prema team have got that kart sorted out over the course of the evening, and he is there in 3rd place as they now whiz their way through turns 4, 5, down in towards turn 6 of the hairpin as they now stretch on to the back straight now. Maximum speed through here as the drivers have to nurse their tyres. Remember, it's the one set of tyres really that they have over the course of the weekend, with 1.5 overall, 3 fronts and 3 rears as they go into the braking zone out to the final corner and down into it. 2 of the Birolak karts going absolutely side by side there. I think that was Fabrizio Rizzati trying to get moves in the field, but crucially at the front of this one, Maxim Rennes with the Leclerc by Lennox team leads the way as they go into the final corner, but hot on his heels, Maxim Orlov is right there in that slipstream.
Yeah, really clean start from all of the guys on the first 2 rows. That's particularly good news, as we say, for Alex Powell. That'll give some confidence to the Prema team. It's a good time to do a race start. It's cool here at the circuit. We have seen some very, very high temperatures in excess of 30 degrees Celsius here this weekend, and we are going to see that again, but it's 9:30 in the morning here at the circuit. Good ambient temperatures, good racing conditions. Maxim Rem in control of this race, though, as we've seen so far this weekend. He really has come to Italy this week as a tour de force, leading this race. But Maxim Orlov in a good position there. They're working together quite nicely at the front of the field. It's handing that challenge over to Alex Powell, who needs a good race in this one. What can he do? As I think he's being slightly challenged there for P3, but holds on to it. What can he do now in this middle phase of the race to close in to the front 2 drivers?
That will be the question, won't it? Of course, these are reserve drivers. They're best in the business in KZ2 from around the world, and certainly will be giving us a good show over the course of this weekend. 18 qualifying heats in total. 4 were yesterday, 14 remain today for the drivers in both KZ2 and KZ. But at the moment, drivers certainly seem to be doing what they need to be doing. Look at the control there by Maxim Rem down into the braking zone of the hairpin of turn 9. again, just seeing everyone now just trying to find their piece of track that is available to them. Of course, across this weekend, the rubber has been going down to the circuit. I saw some fabulous pictures yesterday of the rubber that's just been planted down on the circuit. Certainly, if you walked out there with some white shoes, they certainly wouldn't be white when you finish walking around the lap. Here's a look then at the replay of the race start. And like I said, great getaway from Maxim Rem. Reaction skills on point there, darting into the lead and covering off any attack from Maxim Orlov. Crucially as well, it was a better start from Powell. Like I was saying, the Jamaican driver from Miami, certainly working hard out there. Still there in P3 as well. There was the overtake. Now that was Fabrizio Rosati who was making the move, because he's already up 5 positions from the back of the field in this one, so he's certainly done a good job as Maxim Rem now sets the fastest lap of the race, 53.194. Qualifying time yesterday, 53.5, was it not?
Yeah, 53, so again, that's showing the pace, the ambient is good, the track temperature isn't too high at the moment. The drivers will be quite happy with this at the moment. And one driver that's not going to be happy, though, Luca Samalisto, the Finnish driver for SP Motorsport, has lost, I think in the last lap or so, 3 positions, down to 9th place. Andrea Dale is through, the wild card, Moritz Ebner, so that's a driver who won't be in the order for championship permutations when we get to tomorrow. One of the local drivers, Italian driver for Drago Corsa Racing, up to 6th place, 2 places from where Moritz Ebner started. I'm just looking further down. I think Jesper Sjöberg, who needs a good race in this one, has also made good progress. The Swede is up 5 places. New fastest lap there, Anthony, for Alex Powell.
I was going to say, yeah, Powell's found some pace here and has closed the gap in on Maxim Orlov. Orlov running a little bit wide there at the exit of turn number 9. So Powell, taking full advantage of this situation, has latched on to the back. But again, they do not want to be using those tyres too much. These drivers know that it's a long weekend. Endurance is key here, especially with those tyres. Remember, only the 1.5 sets. They get a brand new set for the final. So really, it's just a case of who can look after it over the course of the 14 race heats in total across the day. Obviously, each driver in this class receiving a handful of heats, but Powell here certainly looking very strong in the halfway point of this first race of the day. Keeping a very close eye over him. So Vruken's still there in 4th place. The top 5 haven't changed for the time being. Brandon Nilsson's made some moves. He's up into P6 now. He's just got past Moritz Ebner, the first of the wild cards, who's there in P7 at the moment. Ezgor Nozov is there in 8th place from Samalisto. Morgato, who, like we say, had the question mark, was spotted by the judge, in fact, on the W grid mechanic working on the kart. I think they got away with it. I'm not too sure now that Gavin Llewellyn there in 11th place. Bassetto there in 12th, gaining 3 positions as well. But eyes on the battles here. Certainly a very interesting race. There, just behind, is Sevrukin, who is closing in. He's there a bit of a no man's land. There's Dale, Nilsson, and then this little battle here. We've got Ebner, Nozov, and Samalisto. Samalisto, the last of these 3 on your screen. But you've got the IPK driver there, the Drago Course driver, and the SP Motorsport driver of Samalisto. As Orlov now sets the fastest lap of the race in 2nd place. So they're swapping positions here. But this is a fabulous little tussle we've got going on here, Andrew.
It is indeed. I've been impressed with how Samalisto has got everything back together now after that difficult start. Just needs to play the odds here. No need to go for a big move at this stage of the race. But this could be still opportunities here to gain a few points. And of course, points will be a big part of today across the course of these heats. All of them scoring intermediate classification points, which will decide the grids for the super heats, which we will see tomorrow. But we shouldn't forget, 25 points is the battle here between the 2 CRGs over the line. And is that the 353 going through? Yes, it is. So Brandon Nilsson up to 5th place there. Nice move into turn 1. We don't see many moves into turn 1. But that was well dealt with by Nilsson as Rem takes the pace up again. 53.056, new fastest lap of the race for the race leader. Holds the lead by 0.7 of a second.
Yeah, still looking pretty good out there. Yeah, we were saying at the start of the weekend that we're not expecting to see many overtakes going in towards turn 1, but I think that move was pretty much signed, sealed and done before they even got to the apex. So yeah, it was just a case of just a little bit later on the brakes, round the corner, no dramas there whatsoever. And like you say, yeah, Nilsson up into P5 now. 3 or so laps to go. Back with your race leader there, Rem, Orlov, Powell, still 1, 2, 3. Sevrukin still there in 4th place from Nilsson, Dale, Ebner, Nozov, Morgato, Samalisto, Llewellyn and Bassetto, the top 12. Maxim Rem, though, on your screen, certainly a fabulous start to the race. Yesterday, of course, second in his heat. This would put him to the top of the intermediate classifications, joint on points with Maxim Orlov, who sits there in second place. Obviously, both of them having a first and a second result if the positions stay like this. But Pal, once again, fastest lap of the race. His gap now between himself and Orlov is around 0.4 of a second. So still a bit of breathing space there that he has. There you can just see he's whizzing past in the background. But certainly Maxim Rem here, doing what he needs to do. Rem at the moment in the championship, it does not sit anywhere near the top. He's 16th in the point standing, 6 points to his name. So certainly will have a lot of work this weekend if he wants to gain any sort of positions.
In a way, though, I think that's almost a good thing because the pressure's off him. You know, we're all looking at the likes of Alex Powell, Freddie Slater, Nakamura Berta. They're the drivers at the top of the standings who, on form, you would expect to still be there at the end of the weekend. But Maxim Rem, he's just full out attack at the moment. He's doing very well out there. But this driver as well, this will be, if he can hold on to this result on the final lap, this is what Kramer needed. This is what the Mercedes-AMG junior driver Alex Powell needed. That's 52.995. That's one of the fastest laps of the weekend so far. But for Maxim Rem, full control in this race, and he's going to take the full complement of 50 points.
He will indeed. Out of the final corner he will go then, and he will see the checker flag for the first race of the Saturday's race proceedings. Maxim Rem takes it, and like you say, takes those 50 intermediate classification points to determine where he will start for the pre-final, but crucially, who will get the 25 championship points at the end of the qualifying heats. That is the big question. Maxim Orlov then will take second place from Alex Powell. Artem Savrukin and Brandon Nilsson will finish in P5 from Andrea Dale, Edgar Nuzov. Moritz Ebner finishing in P8 from Matthias Morgato after gaining 3 positions, finishes within the top 10 from Lucas Amalisto, who just manages to hold on to a top 10 finish after losing 4 positions. The Finnish driver will not be too best pleased with that result, but hopefully he comes back a little bit stronger later on in the day. Gavin Llewellyn finishes then in 11th place from Andrea Bossetto. Marcus Kayak finishing in 13th place from Jesper Schorberg, who gained 6 positions in that race. He finishes P14. Karel Pasovic also gaining 6 positions, finishes in P15. Giorgio Carrera then rounds out the top 16. I believe he had a retirement yesterday as well, so certainly a good result for him. 2 places gained from Licati, Cool, Di Lorenzo, Rosati, Bifaluco, and Imparato. Di Alessandro then rounds out the 23 finishers. Only 23 karts out there. Alessandro Zucco not starting the race. Italian driver not making the grid by the looks of it, but certainly an excellent and controlled way to start the day, Andrew.
Very professional job done by those, well, pretty much everyone in the field, I would say. But for Rem, Orlov, Powell, they all move forward. They'll be focusing on their next racing appearance later on in the day, and they've got some good points on the board, but I do think for Alex Powell, that's a big result. He needed it after last night. It wasn't a happy day for the Prema team, and they're in the game now. They're in the game for the rest of the day.
Yeah, 100%. That is a nice result that he will see, and certainly give him a little bit more of a confidence booster in himself. And I think with the team going in for the rest of this one, potentially coming away with that championship. Remember, just a handful of points between the top drivers in this one, and well, we were talking about the driver who was in second in the championship. We'll be talking who was first in the championship in the next race. Here's a look then at some of the highlights from that race. The start, like we say, great start from Rem, gets away well. The top 5 then wouldn't separate really or overtake or get any positions done. They stayed the same over the course of that race, again showing a very professional drive. There was the not great start from one of the drivers at the back of the grid. I think that was Di Lorenzo, who struggled. Then the moves started coming through the field as Fabrizio Rosati making moves. That was the overtake between the 2 CRGs. Brandon Nilsson getting past Andrea Dale, moving up into P5. Checker flag will come out though. Solid result for Maxim Rem, who would take the 50 intermediate classification points, and he would now lead the intermediate classifications going into his next round of heats later on in that one. We turn our attention, though, now to the next qualifying heat A and E. And Freddie Slater, yesterday, well, he didn't surprise a lot of us. I mean, 14 years of age, leading the championship his first year in the KZ category in KZ2. And, well, he puts it on pole by an impressive time. We spoke to him yesterday.
Back in Parc Fermé, we've just seen the completion of group number 3 of the KZ2 qualifying, and Freddie Slater, pole position not just in the group but also the fastest time of anyone so far this afternoon. That is a big moment in your weekend.
Yeah, you know, we've pushed so hard and everyone's worked so hard behind me, and we've been prepping so many months before this to get to where we are now. So this really does pay off, and we knew what we had coming into quali, and we just put it all together, and I got the gap and I just put the lap together when I needed on the peak of the tyre and just hooked up a lap and just kind of sent it. And I just realised that I knew that we had the speed. I think sometimes in the practice sessions before I was confident, but then you don't know because other karts are going faster, you're trying things, and then all the people come out to play in quali and we come out on top, so it's always a great feeling.
It was a stacked group in the draw. How important was getting the right track position in terms of relative to the rest of the field in making sure that you got the fast lap in? How big was that?
Yeah, massively. Track position is an awful lot, especially when behind drivers everything gets hotter a lot quicker, so it's a lot harder to keep doing the lap. I think the group was definitely very hard overall. There was a lot of good drivers, so a lot of smart drivers, not like they had all good track positions, so you had to manage them and just watch where everyone was going. So I was just kind of managing that a little bit and then just look forward, got on with it, and that was it.
I've got to mention, you're the championship leader. We're going into racing now. How does that weigh on your mind, or do you just put it to the back of your mind and go, it's another race weekend?
There's nothing about the championship in my mind. I know what I can do, and I just bring the best possible result with what I've got and what I can do, and then just see what happens at the end.
Best of luck, mate. I know you push all the way. Best of luck for the set of races coming up.
Thank you.
Great there to chat to our driver who will be starting this one on pole position. Starting alongside him, though, representing Latvia, Tomas Stolčimanis. You can see him getting himself suited and booted, ready to get going. And as you can imagine, a tense time for him as well, because he sits 6th in the points championship standings. So he is within a scratching distance of the race. It is certainly going to be a challenge for him, though. But he's in a good position to certainly get within the top 3.
I really fancy Tomas Stolčimanis' chances this weekend. There's been a good energy. That's no pun intended for the energy course drive. But you know, when I've been seeing him in the paddock, he's a driver I've watched a lot of over the years. He's in form, and I think he's a danger this weekend to Freddie Slater and anyone hoping to take this title at the end of the weekend. So. Cool and confident as always is the Latvian. There's Tim Gerhards. We'll start this race on the 2nd row of the grid, P3. It's a bit of a strange one here at Sarno because pole's on the right, which makes sense because the first corner is a right-hander, but it's off the racing line. Now, we haven't seen that come into play too much so far this weekend. We have had drivers laying down a bit of rubber on some practice starts in the warm-up, but as the weekend goes on, is that going to start becoming more of a challenge for anyone starting on the pole side of the grid?
That will be a question, won't it? We'll have to see as the weekend goes on. There, Esteban Sivko, who starts this one on that 2nd row of the grid. P4, the Spanish driver, certainly had an interesting day yesterday in Group E. Yesterday, the Spaniard finishing P4, only losing 1 position to Nicholas Roos, the wild card from South Africa, who came through to finish in P3. And yeah, as you can imagine, a lot of action between the drivers over the course of this weekend. But certainly a beautiful place to do it there. A look at Mount Vesuvius, who thankfully has been dormant for many, many 1,000 years.
No action from there this weekend.
No
please.
action
Just
from there,
stay
please.
as
Yeah,
you are.
you stay nice and relaxed where you are, please. Yes, but certainly a very dramatic course of events over the course of the weekend, because yesterday Freddie Slater as well, he took his race win. He had a fabulous start off the line.
Yeah.
I'm sure hopefully he would like a repeat of what happened yesterday, of just getting a 10-kart lead before they even got to turn 2.
What's impressed me so much with Slater this weekend is just how chill he is. It's like I know we keep saying it. He's 14 years of age. I wasn't that chill when I was 14 years of age.
Oh no,
I was also not as quick. But it's, you know, he's championship leader. Everyone in this paddock, in the KZ2 paddock, have got their eyes on him. And I think what's key so far, we saw it yesterday, is that continuation of the form in these heats, the consistency, aiming for those 25 points that are available if you finish top of the intermediate classification at the end of stage 1, which we will see at the end of today. He's continuing that consistency that we saw. If it's not first, it's second place.
Yep.
Can he do it again here in this race?
Let's find out. Let's have a look then at the starting grid for qualifying Heat A and E. Freddie Slater then starts this one on pole position with Thomas Stoltemanis alongside. Tim Gerhardt and Jenis Shivko go from row 2. Jean Nimblo and Nicolas Roux go from row 3. Samuel Luelli and Samuele Leopardi go from row 4. Matthias Bergel and Thomas Imburg go from row 5. Jorge Pescador and David Levinsky round out row number 6.
Moving into row number 7 then, Norton Andreasen and Alex Maragliano on that one. Vladimir Verkalantsev and Vincent Vanek on row number 8. And Vanek had a good race yesterday. Look for the Frenchman coming through again potentially. Vyacheslav Putyatsin is on row number 9 alongside Mark Negrutza. Michael Paparo and Jaime Cortez are next up on row 10. Alessio Lamattina and Federico Diana start on row 11. Just the one driver we expect on row number 12, which is Gabriel Cowell. We were hoping to have Tom Adams on the grid as well, but we spoke to Tom yesterday. The Briton sadly out of this event with a rib injury.
Yeah, very unfortunate. Did it in Friday's warm-up sessions, or I think Thursday's warm-up sessions, and then started the day yesterday, tried to go out, went out, instant pain, came back in. No, not going to happen. Big shame for the Maranello factory driver, who unfortunately will not be seen out on track this weekend. Turn our attention, though, to the heat that's about to go off. Obviously, we were saying yesterday how good the start was from Slater. Stoltemanis, though, also a driver who can get these carts off the line very well. Be the first time that these two will have raced against each other this weekend. I'm curious to see who's actually going to get the jump in towards turn number 1. I'm thinking, well, you just don't know. You're just going to have to wait.
This could be our first flashpoint of the weekend anyway. When I was looking through the grids this morning of like which battles am I personally looking forward to here this morning, this was right up there. Slater versus Stoltemanis for, well, at first, what will be competing for 50 points in the intermediate classification, but it could mean a lot more than that. Grid forming up there. Freddie Slater, karts number 317, racing for Birrell Arts. On the left-hand side of your screen, the 361 of Thomas Stoltemanis Energy Corsa on the right.
I just want to point out that the front two got to the front of that grid very quickly. The rest of the field, however, certainly did take their time, as the right at the back, Gabriel Cowell just putting it into position. Green flag will go up then at the back of the grid, and we'll get going for this one. Remember, we saw multiple jump starts yesterday as into gear, and in gear they go, and down in towards turn 1, and it is side by side between the two of them, but Slater just gets the whole shot in towards turn number 1. Stoltemanis has to tuck into second place, instantly on the attack though as he looks to the inside but can't quite go for the move. Has to concede and holds on to that position. The rest of the field squabbling for position in the background. Looks like the rest of the field all got away relatively well as well. Tim Gerhardt's there holding on to third place as he's right there behind Stoltemanis as they go in towards now the back straight and down in towards turn number 9. Through they go. Very close here between these drivers for third place, but certainly a very good start then from the entire field. Looks like everyone got away relatively well.
Yeah, no incidents to report at this moment, which is what we want to hear, and it was a competitive start between Slater and Stoltemanis. The Latvian gave that a really good go, but just pulled it back. I think from a sensibility point of view, that was the right thing to do. No point trying to go for a big one round the outside in a heat here on lap 1. Retain second place, let the race come to him now. End of lap 1 then. Slater leads, Stoltemanis in second place, Gerhardt's third. Good start for Jean Nomblot, is up to 4th place, and Jenis Civico there in 5th place. Look out for Nicolas Roux as well, the South African racing for CRG Holland this weekend. He's a wild card, very quick driver there in the 596, and I expect him to do quite well. Oh, attempt there down the inside, going through there was one of the parallels. Is that the 318? That's
Maragliano.
Yeah, going for a move there.
Maragliano going for the move. He's moving up now into, I believe, P11. Change as well further down, actually, as Sivko gets past, or Gerhardt gets past Sivko as well. So now that's a change for third place. So Tim Gerhardt certainly on the move here. as the rest of the field slots over the line. Remember, at the moment, the entire grid separated by 7 seconds. Very competitive out there at the start of this one, but eyes are going to be on the top few drivers for the majority of this race. Biggest movers at the start of this one, Jorge Pescador, who's gained 4 places. He's up into P7 now. Certainly has made a good run. Mark Negrusta also 3 positions gained. He is up into P15, so certainly some opportunistic moves there. Here's a look at the race start, and again it was a side-by-side lunge in towards turn 1 between the top 2. Look how close they were. Stolchamano having to switch it in the middle there. Very difficult to do that. You know, you've got to be so aware of your surroundings. There was the overtake a little further back in the field and the move and change for P4. And there it is on your screens as they go past us. And a very close little battle. Sivko there in front of Gerhards.
Yeah, that's a change for 3rd place now. Apologies, it was the 310, not the 318 going through. Fastest lap of the race then. Freddie Slater, 53.319. Air temperature still under 30 degrees, mercifully for us all here at the circuit. I mean, I say mercifully, we're in a nice air-conditioned commentary box here at Sarno. We're the luckiest men of the whole paddock in a way. But no, that's good news for the drivers as they continue into the mid-phase of this race. But Freddie Slater, once again, he's just... It's these early stages of the race where he's able to get that second gap and then go into the time management phase. It's very impressive.
Yep, nice little change there as well. Position change, I believe that was Nicholas Roos getting the move there on Nimblon. No, it was Pescador on Roos. So the 307 moving up now into P6. And a good drive. He's now at 5 positions. So keep an eye here on Jorge Pescador. He's certainly making his feelings very well known here as Matteo Spergel setting the fastest lap of the race. And consistently, we are miles faster than what we were doing in qualifying, and that's purely that air temp doing that one. Looking down the inside there, a very close little lunge. Gerhard's trying to get the move there done on Sivko, but it's not going to work. Now Nimblo is right there on his rear bumper, and look at this train that's starting to form. And keep an eye, Jorge Pescador is right there. He's the 3rd car in this train, as you can see. He's just trying to get a move done. He's there in the Club Cali kart, and he looks to the inside and gets it done through the final corner and moves up into another position. He's going to go for 2 in one stretch. He does go for the move side by side through turn 1, and wow, thread the needle there. How close do you want to get? And unfortunately, Tim Gerhards now drops down into P6 as they go through. Certainly not what he would like, but very close through turn 1.
I was holding my breath there, Anthony. That was mega, mega close. But what driving from Jorge Pescador, making those moves on Tim Gerhards and Jean Nomblot, and this is getting going. This is more like it. This is what we want to see as neutrals in the box here in the middle stage of this race between groups A and E in KZ2. Can Pescador do something about the Spaniard ahead of him, though? Trying to kind of get up into 3rd place. This isn't going to bother Stolchamano or Slater, though. They're continuing to do their job, but Stolchamano is starting to raise his pace a bit. 53.0 last time around. New fastest lap of the race. 7/10 is the gap to Slater.
Yeah, I'll be keeping an eye on that one just in the corner. There is your race leader at the moment, Freddie Slater. There's the gap visually. He's actually now come down just that fraction more. A little wide there from Slater out of the turn 8 corner. Down the back straight they go into the hairpin of turn 9. Getting through here, very tight and twisty. They'll have some rights, lefts, backed into a right, into a left-hand hairpin. Hook it back round now. Small flowing straight through turn 13. There's a replay of that overtake and a beautiful one there from Jorge Pescador.
On Nomblot. And what we saw there was the problem of when you get offline through turn number 1. There's so much rubber that's been laid down. We're surrounded by mountains here at Sarno, and another one is forming on turn 1. It's just pure rubber, but if you get off that line, you just slide, you lose grip. And unfortunately for Nomblot, lost a number of positions in all of that after a really good move on Tim Gerhards the corner before.
Yeah, exactly. A very close eye on that one as they still rage on. Stolchamano again, fastest lap, gap coming down just that little bit more. Stolchamano wants this. He wants those 50 intermediate classification points. He currently sits 4th in the point standings. And a few more points added to his tally will certainly help him out quite substantially. But at the moment, he is just managing that gap. Same with Slater. Still 0.6 of a second, not really going up or down now. Fluctuating, I would say, is the word we're looking for between these two drivers. Back over the start-finish straight, then they go. And we go on to lap 9, 8 completed. So really only a couple of laps left of this race as we keep an eye on this gap. And still further down. And, yeah, certainly a very interesting one. Yeah, so Jean Nimblo, who was the driver who actually went wide there through turn 1, like we were saying. And yeah, he's dropped down to P9. Certainly not the result he would want.
Change for 12th place, two drivers who know each other very, very well. David Lewinsky has got past Samuele Leopardi into turn 9 now. All kinds of battles in the midfield there to the 316 of Samuel Liet in the middle of all of that, racing for Tony Kart. Good scrap this going on between Imburg and Spurgel, two French drivers, three French drivers because Jean Nomblot is just behind them as well. And
on the attack here now goes Alex Marigliano, who is going to try and look down the inside there through turn 1 as they go on to the final lap. I think he managed to get that one through. Certainly still a good try. There is Jenny Shivko, who's there in 3rd place. Again, pretty chilled race here, holding on to 3rd place. He has got Pescador right behind him, who has gained several positions, but eyes on the battle at the front as we go on to the final lap. Slater's brought it right back here, and the gap has closed down to 0.3 of a second. If I was Stokchimanis, it's only a qualifying heat. I probably wouldn't go for the move, but like you say, once a driver sees a gap, he certainly will go for it, but into the final corner they will go, and no action between the two of them. Run to the line. Freddie Slater then will be a 2nd heat win across the line. He leads the intermediate classifications with 100 points and will certainly help his championship fights. He is aiming for those 25 championship points at the end of the qualifying heats. He got them at Zuera. He wants them here in Sarno, as Slater then will take the race win from Thomas Stokchimanis. And Jenny Shivko there taking 3rd place. Well, Pescador, though, what a drive from him. P4, 7 positions gained.
Brilliant race from Jorge Pescador. Some gutsy moves in there. That's what we like to see. And he'll have another go later on this afternoon. Tim Gerhardt's good points in 5th place. 6th for Nicolas Roos, the wildcard there in the 5.96. Thomas Imburg won the battle of the French drivers there inside the top 10. 7th ahead of his teammate, Matteo Spurgel. And Jean Nomblot, I think, was quite unlucky there. That was a good drive, some good racing. It just didn't quite have the look and the fall of the cards there. Finishes P9. Samuel Liet as well inside the top 10. David Lewinsky in 11th. Samuele Leopardi in 12th place. Mark Niggert's at 13th, but I did note that he's under investigation just at the end there. The 337 receiving the warning flag, so look out for any changes there post-race from race control. 14th for Norton Andreasen. Vyacheslav Putiatin inside the top 15. Alex Marigliano, P16. Michael Paparo, 17th. Vladimir Verkalantsev, 18th. Vincent Vanek in 19th. 20th for Alessio Lamattina. Federico, 21st. Federico Diana there. Jaime Cortez, 22nd. Gabriel Cava, 23rd. And all of those drivers who started the race, finishing the race, covered by less than 20 seconds. Yeah, good race there.
Yes, indeed. And we look forward to seeing both Groups A and E out later on today. Group A will be out after the first of the breaks, but during that break we'll be having some live interviews in the studio, which will be good to see. Here's a look then at the highlights from that race, and well, like you say, probably the closest starts we've seen so far this weekend in towards the run to turn 1, and Stokchimanis certainly gave Freddie Slater something to think about going into the apex.
Yeah.
Going down in towards turn 2 later on in that race. Solid dive down the inside from Jenis Civico, who did get the move. Later on, though, we did see this beautiful move here. Jorge Pescador on the charge, gaining several positions down the inside between the two CPB Sport drivers. And then again, down to the inside there, Nimblo unfortunately just getting squeezed onto the dirty part of the track there. Checker flag will come out though, and Slater took the win, but only by 0.2 of a second from Tomas Stolchemanis, who's certainly on the charge. Both of those two sit first and fourth in the intermediate classifications going into the rest of this weekend. We move on now to the next of the races, and well, yesterday certainly was a very interesting day for your driver who starts this one on pole position. Paavo Tontieri for the CRG, the Finnish driver, put it on pole. He spoke to him over the course of the weekend.
Paavo Tontieri, second group, fastest driver in that second group. Tell me a little bit about qualifying there.
It was a very different condition regarding the free practice. The track was very hot, very heavy. Felt like really different to drive, and yeah, hard work, like you said before.
Pace has been good so far in free practice. Having a look at the lap times, they're nice and consistent. You made that breakthrough fastest in FP2 and FP3. Are you thinking that the track is a little bit slower as we approach the races later on this afternoon with this heat?
Yeah, I think the heat and the amount of new tires applied to the surface is really making a difference. Yesterday and this morning the track was really free, and now it's really hot and sticky, so it will be interesting to see how the situation evolves.
How's the rest of the kart feeling ahead of the first set of races?
It's feeling good, it's feeling really quick. Yeah, the engine powered by Khalifa is fast as well, so we're looking forward to the races.
Last question, what would you be happy with in the first heats later on this afternoon?
Well, I'll be starting on the front row, so anything behind that will be bad, I guess.
Good stuff. Well done, Paavo. Great time out there. Best of luck for the afternoon.
Thank you.
Well, great to chat to Paavo Tontieri there, who certainly had an interesting day yesterday. Here's a look then at what's coming up for the rest of the day. Qualifying Heat C and F is coming up after this one. And, of course, then we go on to the KZs. 10:30, their second heat of the weekend. Then we go back to the KZ2s to round out. We have a short break between the KZ and the KZ2 switch over later on in the day as well. We then will have a look at the highlights from Zuera at around 12:15 as we go for another break. We then come back with the live racing that should kick off at around 1:50 local time for KZ2 Group B and C, A and F, D and E. And then we go into the final heat for KZ at 2:35. That will finish their day, and we will know who will get the 25 championship points at the end of that one and who will be starting on pole position for the superheat tomorrow. The final and the end of the day. Today, KZ2 qualifying heat D and F, B and E. And that should start at around 4:05 today. Drivers then get themselves lined up, and they're starting alongside on the front row. Christian Batuca, the 301, the Italian driver for the Birol ART team, certainly showing he has got what it takes on this one, because yesterday, I think, for him was also a very interesting day for Group F. In Friday, certainly the qualifying groups, he finished the race on pole position. He won the race after gaining one position. He started second, so he shows that he can win from the front row. So let's see what he can do this time around. There is a lovely look at turn one and the start-finish line. The heat rising here at the circuit, though. This driver here, Ivan David, very quick in qualifying, very quick in the race, and a lightning start yesterday in his qualifying heat.
So much so that I thought he'd jump-started, but he hadn't. So I was completely wrong.
No, he's been on form this weekend. The Saudis are, I think they're quietly confident with their chances here this weekend. They're putting in some strong results, as we'd expect. So definitely look out for Ivan David there from the inside of row number 2. This is also another appearance of one of the Prema drivers. So we saw for Alex Powell in the first race of the morning that, yes, the issues seem to be rectified on that kart. Kiin Nakamura Berta will be hoping for likewise, starting 4th on the grid in this one. I'm interested to see how Paavo Tontieri plays this today, because I think his situation is almost a bit similar to what we saw with Maxim Rem. He's not at the front or in that top 10 group of drivers in the points, but the pace is quite clearly there. I think he goes all out this weekend. And at the end of the day, if you can't win the championship, winning one of these rounds here in the FIA Karting European Championship, that's a thing in itself. But Anthony, I'll hand over to you for the grid.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much. Paavo Tontieri then starts this one on that front row. Christian Batuka starts alongside Ivan David and Kian Nakamura-Roberto. Again, hopefully for him, he gets a good getaway off the start-finish line this time around. Tigran Butian and Alessandro Piccini go from row 3. Daniel Vasili and Robert Kindavata, the Dutch driver, going from row number 4. Jose Gomez and Alexander Gabenko round out row 5 with Juliana Hozem and Patrick Janssen rounding out row 6.
Adrian Milero and Marat Kanyasev starts there on row number 7. Christian Decline and Philip Wojcik start on row number 8. Angelo Lombardo and Albin Carlsen go from row number 9. Matteo Zanchi and Bruno Mulders complete the top 20 on row 10. Maxi Paul and Jakub Wojcik start on the 11th row of the grid. And then Ricardo Avia is expected on row number 12. Unfortunately, Mutak Joshi, another driver who has had to retire from the event. So we will have 23 drivers in this race. Sun breaking through the clouds here at Sarno. Great news if you want to top up your tan. Not good news, Anthony Jordan, for anyone trying to manage tyres, because I think it's similar to what we had yesterday. The next hour is really where the temperatures soared as we approach lunchtime, when we were going through those warm-ups, free practices, and then hitting those qualifying heats, which we saw those hot conditions in.
I think we hit a blistering 35 degrees Celsius yesterday. It certainly wasn't pleasurable for anyone outside, certainly, but thankfully just that fraction cooler right now, but the temperature will rise as the day progresses. Local time here at the moment is 10 past 10. A couple of hours until we see the hottest part of the day, but as drivers get themselves sorted out and getting ready, we saw obviously over the course of the warm-up sessions the drivers doing the practice starts and putting the rubber down on the grid, which would help them out over the course of the day there. Rosa Santulli, who is the clerk of the course here this weekend at the front of the grid, making sure the drivers are stopping at the front. I certainly wouldn't want to stand there at the front of a 24-kart grid of angry KZ2 engines ready to get going, but certainly what a sight to behold. Green flag goes up then at the back. Race director Nigel Edwards will then start the lighting procedure as the revs rise. First gear engaged, lights go out, and away they go down in towards turn 1, and it's a great start from Batuka, who sweeps into the lead of this one and strides away straight away. Powell with Nakamura-Roberto with a better start as well. He's up into 3rd place now and is holding on to that one, so he's also gained a position. Tontieri on this one, the CRG, holds on to 2nd place, but certainly he's got a bit of work ahead of him now if he wants to try and close that gap. Sweeping through now, turns 7 and 8. Onto the back straight they go. Down into the fastest part of the circuit, into the heaviest braking zone of the circuit as well of turn 9. Every opportunist looking for a move down the inside and already a retirement off the circuit.
Yeah, it's Patrick Janssen who's had a problem there, pulled on the exit of turn number 1. So that's a real shame. I think there was also a problem for Alexander Gabenko. Had such a good start that he then got held up by the cart ahead of him, so he had to cut onto the grass a little bit, and on your screen there it's now reading an investigation flag. Meanwhile, front of the order, Batuka, that is a storming first lap from Christian Batuka, nearly 6/10 clear of Paavo Tontieri, but good news once again for the Primers. There was, I think, real concerns overnight, but some great work from the team. Kian Nakamura-Roberto, like we saw with Alex Powell in the first race of the day, has got the start that he needed. He's running there strongly in P3 with the very fast Jevan David behind. As out there is Janssen, looking quite disconsolate and unhappy, which is understandable. That's not a good start to his day.
Kian Nakamura-Roberto here under pressure. David Jevan is right there, or Jevan David I should say, is right there in 4th place on that rear bumper. Certainly is a quick driver, keeping up with that pace as well. Gini and Vasili just behind as well, 5th and 6th. You can see the gaps there starting to form of the drivers. But right now we are watching this battle for P3 as Nakamura-Roberto, like you say yesterday, not having the best result, wants to capitalise on this one. He does not sit anywhere within the top 8 of the intermediate classifications. And well, for his championship fight, he currently sits 4th in the championship. He is a contender for the win this weekend. But right now, with his qualifying heats performance that he's had, unfortunately, it's not looking good for the second half of the season. Hopefully, he can bring it back. But right now, Ivan David right on that rear bumper now as they go through that top section. I've got to say here, as Tonteri has closed the gap on Patuka as well, both of them are starting to close in. We might have a four-way battle here as Ivan David down the inside squeezes, and almost contact between the two of them. Nakamura Roberta having to avoid contact there, and now Vasily all over the back of them. Daniel Vasily looking to go to the inside here through turn 1. No, stays behind, doesn't have the momentum to get it done, as now a little bit wide there, a little bit of a twitch from Nakamura Roberta as Ivan David now starts to open up that gap and is on the charge now to try and close up to the top two, as Tonteri now sets the fastest lap of the race. Nakamura Roberta struggling here under pressure. Daniel Vasily all over that rear bumper. Pacini's closed in. Butnan has also closed in as well on Holzem. And there's the move down the inside through turn 9. And Daniel Vasily not wasting any time here and getting that move done. And so far, it's certainly not looking great there for Nakamura Roberta.
Yeah, and it's always the difficulty, isn't it, in a short race, that if you're seen to be overtaken, instantly the rest of the pack behind you goes, that's a weakness. I'm going to have a go myself if I get an opportunity. And Nakamura Roberta's just got to get a couple of laps in that are back on pace, reassert himself in this pack, which we know he can do.
Yes.
There's a lot of talent behind the wheel of the 324. But it's a testing weekend so far for Keen Nakamura Roberta, what with the issues at the start. And now there you see Gabenko at the back. That's what I was talking about, where he's jutting out and onto the grass. And yeah, I think that's why we saw the under investigation symbol come up on our screens. That's going to be looking at potential jump start, and that is the retirement of Patrick Janssen that we saw on lap number 1. Here is the move, beautiful move, holding on the inside. You've got to give it to Nakamura. He tried to fight this, Nakamura Roberta. He tried to fight it around the corner.
It came from a long way back.
Did come from a long way back. Big move from Ivan David. That was good for P3.
Yeah, it looked like it just startled there at Nakamura Roberta. Action here, side by side, as we see the energy course driver of Tigran Batanian trying to fight for positions. He is currently defending from Silvio Pacini, who is trying to get a move done on him. Right now, that is not happening. Daniel Vasily, though, in P4 now, fastest lap of the race, is closing in on Ivan David. And that battle certainly will be getting interesting. There they go through. And so far, all is calm, even at the front as well, as Patuka and Tonteri still not close enough for a move. Everyone just managing the pace. And again, we are still in the early stages. This is only their second qualifying heat that these two groups will have done over the course of the weekend. They've only done qualifying and these two races, so tyres are still relatively fresh, but they have to be careful. The LeCont tyres certainly have had a update for this round going into this weekend, so the guys and girls at LeCont certainly doing their best efforts to make sure these tyres last over the course of the weekend.
Yeah, and it's so tempting when the track is in a good state as it is now to push, but you've got to think about later on when we know the temperatures are going to go up. That's a new fastest lap from Daniel Vasily, 53.295. I just wanted to raise as well, the Spaniards are having a heck of a morning. We saw Jorge Pescador with a fantastic performance earlier, and his countryman Adrian Malero has also gained 5 places so far in this race, is up to 8th spot, and is really pushing on. Good scrap going on here though. This is for 3rd place. Ivan David in the 330, ahead of Daniel Vasily. Also quite close at the front as well. Tonteri has closed up to the rear axle of Christian Patuka. Less than 2/10 between them at the last count, and only 3 laps to go, Anthony.
Yes, indeed. Lap that time around, Jose Gomez just dropped down a couple of positions. Maximilian Paul and Matteo Zanchi going up positions. Maximilian Paul, fast lap here is a replay of Vinci and not Archie Tillett. Archie Tillett not actually here this weekend. The 302 going through. Certainly a very close one. Yeah, it was an opportunity there. only a couple of laps to go in this race. We turn our attention back to the race leaders, and again, Patuka and Tontieri. 3/10 is that gap. It just looks, though, that Tontieri's got something going into the corners there.
Yeah.
You're looking at his braking style, and it certainly looks like he's more tipping it into the corner. He's really chucking it in, using those front tyres to his benefit in these early stages, and certainly looking like he's closing that gap. And he has taken a 10th out of Patuka here. Patuka, who has not looked behind him at all, and this is a common sign you will see with senior drivers and what you would see with junior drivers over the years, constantly checking over the shoulder to see what's going on. The senior driver is fully focused on what's happening ahead, and Patuka seemingly unaware of the danger that is right behind here. He'll hear the kart, but he certainly won't know where it is at the moment.
I've just been looking at some of the sector times. I think Tontieri is very strong in this part of the course where there's more corners, it's a bit more technical. The good thing for Patuka at the moment, he is immense through sector number 1, and that we have seen some overtakes in so far today, so he punches out of the corner here. I think he's just able to hold Tontieri at the moment as they go on to the last lap at that 2/10 gap as we go on to the final lap of the race, and it's looking good for Patuka, but Tontieri still there, still challenging.
Yes, indeed, as we go now into Tontieri's fastest part of the circuit. Kindervatter under investigation, the 3:08. So he'll have to keep an eye on what's happening out on circuits as we go onto the back straight right now. Slipstream effect will kick in. Wind at the moment, non-existent. It's absolutely still out there. So slipstream won't have too much of an effect for the drivers. They're still in 4th place. David Ivan, and that battle has happened as well as Vasili's moved up into that position. But final corner, and Christian Patuka here will have another heat win and another 50 intermediate classification points. He will take the win and will join Freddie Slater at the top of the intermediate classifications with 100 points to their names. However, Tontieri doing what he needs to do, currently sitting 5th. Joint on points with Tomas Stochamanis, both with 88. But Christian Patuka, certainly a dominant performance there.
That's more like it. That's what he needs. The consistency that I don't think was quite there at Swearer. 2 races, 2 race victories. Can't ask for more than that if you are Christian Patuka. So Patuka, Tontieri, Vasile, David, Nakamura, Roberta. That's your top 5. Bonachan in 6th, Pacini 7th, Malero. Great race there from Adrian Malero. In 8th place for CRG. Robert Kinvatter comes across the line in 9th place. Alexander Gabenko completing the top 10 there on circuit. Juliano Holzem went under the radar a little bit there, did the German, but a solid result there, 11th place. Angelo Lombardo also strong there, up 5 positions to 12th place, the wild card in the 591. Biggest move of the race, though, Anthony, I think was Maxi Paul. Yes, 8 positions for the German in 13th. A great effort there from Maxi Paul, just ahead of Christian de Klein. In 14th place, Matteo Zanchi completing the top 15. The Italian there in the 391. Up 4 places in that race as well. Bruno Mulders, the CRG, in 16th place. Jose Gomez finishes in 17th place in that race. Philip Wojcik, 18th. Marat Kanisev down in 19th place. Jakub Wojcik completed the top 20 in that one. Albin Carlsen in 21st. Ricardo Avia in 22nd. A single retirement in that race. Unfortunately, didn't even see the end of lap 1. Patrick Janssen will receive points for 23rd position.
Certainly a very intense race there for a lot of the drivers, and again, just managing tyres, managing the weekend, and trying to get to the end of this one. Let's then have a look at some of the highlights, and there you can see, yeah, that investigation flag, and you could tell already by the body motion going in towards turn 1, said, I went a bit soon there, I think. So yeah, immediately out of the grid, just in the back of the middle of the field there. Certainly not what you would want to see. And I believe that was Gabenko doing that there. There was the retirement, very much unfortunately for Patrick Janssen. He didn't even really get to start the race. There was the overtake from Ivan David, getting the move done on Kia Nakamura-Roberta, and it came from a long way back. Very confident under brakings, and Nakamura-Roberta, I think, just startled a little bit there and having to avoid any form of contact, and certainly at that point it would mean he would drop down a little further down in the order. There was Gini just going for the move, and LeCont getting it done through turn number 1. And then the racing would continue all the way throughout, very close all the way throughout the field. A lot of the CBP sport drivers making moves. Checker flag would go out though. Christian Batuka certainly holding on to that race win. And again, another race where he started on the front row, on the outside line, getting the jump, leading the way, and doing what he needs to do.
Yeah, he's really got that start down to a T at the moment, and I think that will, again, give him some confidence, like with other drivers, that he can do that from P2. He almost needs now a start from the inside to give that one a practice. But yeah, very interesting stuff indeed.
Yes, indeed. Well, now we turn our attention to the KZ group, the second of their qualifying heats over the course of the weekend. They're starting on pole position in this race is Victor Gustafsson, who of course means he won his race yesterday, but I don't think he won it on track. He will have won it after the race, because jump starts were the key couple of words that were being said over the course of that race.
It was a bit of a bizarre situation. We were all ready here in the comms box to call that first heat for KZ, and the top 5 on the grid all received jump start penalties in that one. There is Danilo Albanese, and we can hear from him as he was our pole sitter yesterday.
Stay with the other driver, and when you stay second and third, it's more hot when you stay behind the other one.
What's the aim for you this weekend in Settler Racing? Are you going out for the win here on home soil?
Yes, I try for the win and the European Championship is possible.
Fantastic. Well done, Danilo. Great to see you on pole position here. Best of luck for the rest of the weekend.
Thank you so much.
Great to have a quick chat there with Daniel Albanese, who, of course, did get that penalty, jump start penalty. He was the first, I think, of the reactors. And then, the rest of the field, they're getting the penalties at the end of it, all following his suit, really. And then they were just dipped all the way throughout the field, weren't they?
Yeah, the start was a bit strange, but in a way it wasn't too bad for Albanese, because he still got those points for second place. Victor Gustafsson, though, world champion, we know how good he is.
Okay. Sorry, Andrew. Yeah, no, we'll chat to our pole sitter on that one, Daniel Albanese, again, but this time from the start of the interview.
Here in Parc Fermé at the end of KZ qualifying here at Sarno, and we're with our pole sitter for the first heat of the weekend after that qualifying session. Danilo Albanese, what a time, what a great lap out there, and on home soil here in Italy as well. That's a great lap.
Yeah, it's a good quali, but it's not easy because it's more hot and more traffic, and only one lap, but it's okay. The quali is really good. I'm so happy, and we'll see for the heat.
You were third on the grid at this stage in Zuera, pole position here today. What do you think has made the difference to get the pole position here at Sarno?
The difference because it's more hot, and when you stay in front it's not more easy, but yes, it's more easy because you don't stay with the other driver, and when you stay second and third, it's more hot when you stay behind the other one.
What's the aim for you this weekend in Settler Racing? Are you going out for the win here on home soil?
Yes, I try for the win and the European Championship is possible.
Fantastic. Well done, Danilo. Great to see you on pole position here. Best of luck for the rest of the weekend.
Thank you so much.
There we go. That was a bit more like it, to hear what he actually had to say at that one. But yeah, great to hear from Daniel Albanese on that one. Certainly qualifying went his way, put it on pole. Race 2, obviously he won the race, but after that jump start, he was then demoted down to second on this one, and he does still start on that front row. The other drivers who did receive that jump start yesterday, Sarno WALSTIJN was one of them, Jeremy IGLESIAS, Travis Zanuto at the Cobanel as well, also getting one. I think there was a smattering of others Also receiving it. Whistle blows, though, and KZ2 qualifying Heat 2. Their second race of the weekend gets underway. Let's have a look, then, at the starting lineup for this one. And I've got to say, I'm looking forward to it. Hopefully, a much cleaner start. Victor Gustafsson and Daniel Albanese start on the front row. Francesco Cilenta and Sarno van WALSTIJN go from row 2. Petra Hilbrand and Jeremy Iglesias ran out the top 3 rows, with Paolo Ippolito and Lorenzo Travesanuto rounding out row 4. Riccardo Longhi and Alessandro Irlando round out row 5 and the top 10. Arthur Carbonell and Adrian Renaudin go from row 6. Matteo Vigano and Luigi Coluccio round out row 7, with Joris Pex and Marek Scrivan rounding out row number 8.
Carrying on down the order then, Stan Pex and Felix Arnold start this one from row number 9. Davide Fore and Jean Louillet start on row number 10. David Trefilov and Giuseppe Palomba go from row number 11, and on row 12 we find Christian Habulin and Tom Louillet. Matai Proust and Louis Speck start on row number 13. Roberto Profico and Quentin Vorier from Switzerland start on row 14. Matthias Torrigiani and Lorenzo Camplesi start on row 15. Emilian Denner has it all to do from the back of the field, 31st out of 31 after first lap retirement yesterday in the first heat. The driver who had a good time at Zuera, 5th in the points after Zuera, will hope this is where his weekend starts proper. But it is a thing with the change of rules this year in KZ that unlike how we've seen with KZ2, where the qualifying performances in the time qualifying indicates where the drivers start in every single one of their heats, here in KZ, where you finish your preceding heat is where you start your next one. So in some ways, it's almost like one big, long qualifying heat race in stages, and it's about keeping yourself at the front.
Well, it does fall the same way in the qualifying heats for KZ2 as well. That's why they're called qualifying heats. It's probably the longest qualifying that any driver has to deal with. But yes, in this one, you are completely correct. The finishing order from this one will determine the grid for the third heat, and then the points overall from those 3 heats determine the grid for the super heat tomorrow. And the result from that one starts the grid for the final. We get our top 3, and we get our championship winner at the end of that weekend. Karts then line themselves up, and again the final few practice starts before we get going. Tyre warming, wheel spins, getting everything up to temperature as Emilian Denner slots into position at the back of the grid. Green flag waves, and we get ready to get going for the second round and the second race of the weekend. Great start, lightning reactions from both the front 2. It will be a side-by-side charge towards turn 1, but crucially, Gustafsson will maintain the lead of the race as they go in. Down the inside, you can see there Jeremy Iglesias wanting to get some moves done as he tries to switch to the inside there, and he just quite can't hold on to it, and he slots back into position. Everyone getting a relatively decent start. As Sarno van WALSTIJN has moved up, I believe, into 3rd place. He has indeed. So Sarno van WALSTIJN holding on to that one, and 1 position gained. It's a good start for him as the front 2 now absolutely line astern, and slight defensive there goes Gustafsson as Albanese goes to the outside line here to try and get the switchback, cannot get the move done, and he stays there in 2nd place. But look how close they are, and look how compact they are as they negotiate their way round turn number 13. Now back onto the infield straight and in towards the final corner of turn 14. Who's going to get the run out of the final corner, and is there going to be an overtake down and towards turn number 1? Across the line they go.
Albanese is going to have a go here down the inside into turn 1, has the line. Beautiful stuff from the Italian, takes the lead of the race here on lap 2. They're all queuing up behind. I thought the start there, it was more steady, more normal. Everyone wanted to make the jump start like we saw yesterday, but I think what that resulted in was a much more frantic first couple of corners and first lap. But Albanese now this is interesting. Let's see if he's got that same pace that we saw less than 24 hours ago, where he did pretty much just pull off the front of the field at this stage of the race on track. We knew he wasn't going to hold on to the race victory because of the clear jump start. That's not happened today. This is a great opportunity for Albanese to record his first heats win of the weekend.
Well, let's see what he can do. Of course, 10 laps these races, 15 kilometers in total in terms of length, and right now everything looking pretty good. Pulling out of the slipstream, there goes the CRG of Jeremy Iglesias and moves into P5 at the expense of Petra Hilbrand who has to slot back, but Hildebrand instantly fights back, and now side by side through goes Ippolito, who tries to get that move down the inside as well, but just, I think, has managed to get it done. And I'm looking out the commentary box window, and I can just see, I think he may have got it done. So very interesting to see as Albanese, though, still leads the way, and that gap ever extending. And there you can see Jamie Iglesias just trying to hold on to as many positions as he can. Zanuto still there in 7th place, and it was Ippolito who did go for the move, and I think it didn't work out for him because he then dropped down to P10 now. He's on the fight, charge back, now up into P9.
Yeah, he's got a lot of work to do there as Ippolito. End of lap number 2 then. Albanese first, Gustafsson second confirmed there on your timing screen. 3rd place change. Senna van WalsTijn, the championship leader, into the top 3. 4th there as well for Chalenta. In fact, has that changed? No, it's still as it was. New fastest lap of the race from Albanese, 53.135. And again, this is what we saw him do yesterday in heat number 1. The pace that he has this weekend on the Kart Republic machine, very, very impressive indeed. But the big question now, same situation with the tyres. Is he using too much of those tyres at this stage of the weekend?
Yeah, that will be the big question. Hildebrand, you just saw going for a big look over the shoulders. There's Ricardo Longi, the number 4 Birol ART driver, making his position well known. 1 position gained. He's right there in that top section. Again, another check over the shoulder there for Petro Hildebrand. Just seeing what's going on behind him. Zanuto still there, Longi, Ippolito and Orlando, the first of the wild cards in this one, the number 96 in the top 10. A good little scrap happening here in that midfield. Italy leads the way, Albanese, and that gap extending now 0.5 of a second as the top 4 now with a decent breakaway. Here, though, you can just see on your screens the Drago course driver of Alessandro Orlando under pressure here and wanting to gain positions as everyone now. It's absolutely line astern here. And I think now, Arthur Carbonell's just got the move done. Adrian Renardin also getting the move done as well. And Orlando down into 13th place now.
I'm going to start talking about championship, Anthony. I wonder what's going through the head of Senna van WalsTijn at the moment. I think he's quite happy with this. Yes, he's not winning this race, but his closest championship contender in Jeremy Iglesias is behind. Gustafsson, whilst we know how good he is, he's the world champion. But you know, in the current points, he's down in 14th place. He's got to have a lot of things happen. So we have a look at the move here by Jeremy Iglesias down the inside of Pedro Hildebrand into turn number 1. Very good move there from the former world champion. But here came back Hildebrand on the inside into turn 2 and through into turn 3.
That's Ippolito there, who tried to get the move. And there it was. Yeah, you could just see. No fault there. Iglesias just had the position on the track and had to avoid contact, and unfortunately that manoeuvre there just caused it. Action here, though.
Change, is that the number 27? Yeah, Travis Sanuto getting past Hildebrand. That's for 6th place. But for Van WalsTijn, you know, he looks at the 2 drivers ahead, and whilst obviously he'd prefer to be ahead of them, he's a racing driver. In the grander context of the championship, this is all right. This is at the moment he's getting a good number of points and actually extending his championship lead over the rest over the nearest competitor if things stay this way. Albanese and Gustafsson both tied at the moment on 94 points. As down the inside goes Ippolito. Beautiful move there on Hildebrand. Takes himself up to 7th place.
Certainly nice little overtakes that we're seeing. All calm collected from the entirety of the field. Still all 31 karts running at the moment. Biggest mover though, Emilian Denner, who is up into 21st place. The driver who retired in the first race yesterday started this one at the back of the grid. Certainly making moves. Giuseppe Palomba though, 11 positions gained. He is there in P11. In the number 25. He is certainly making moves here as we continue to watch these 2 battle away here. Longi and Hildebrand now also swapping positions as we keep a very close eye on them. Longi there just up into P8. As there, the rest of the field slossing through the field. There, a nice look at the entire grid going through the hairpin. And cutting back to the battle here, further down the order, this is Camplese and Felix Arnold, who's down in P25 at the moment. Felix Arnold on the Maranello factory cart. And having a good race. Lorenzo Camplese, 6 places gained though into P24.
2 laps to go. Danilo Albanese leads for Kart Republic and Settler Racing. 52.955, a new fastest lap of the race for the Italian. Victor Gustafsson there in 2nd place. Quite happy at the moment in his CRG. And then Senna van Walshtein, the current championship leader. Will he be the new European champion at the end of Sunday? Well, he's doing the business at the moment. He's ahead, as I say, of his championship rivals. Jeremy Iglesias. Yes, Danilo Albanese is in 3rd place, but the points gap is fairly significant at the moment. It's 22 points at the start of today. So for Van Walshtein, it's a case of as long as he can keep covering the scores of Albanese, he's well positioned to keep ahead of him this weekend. Even, as unfortunately they're out of the race, looks to be Zagano in the number 17.
Yeah.
But we're on the last lap, Anthony, and it's been another very good performance from Danilo Albanese.
Yes, indeed it has. The Kart Republic Motorsport driver certainly showing he has got the pace this weekend and looking to change that number 8 to potentially a number 1 at the end of this weekend. Like we were saying, he sits 3rd in the championship and certainly a force to be reckoned with. He is doing everything he needs to come away with a championship win at the end of this one, but there is still one more qualifying heat to go. And of course, the superheat and the final at the end of the weekend. But out of the final corner, checker flag at the ready. And Danilo Albanese then will take the win at the end of Heat 2 for the KZ category at the final round of the 2023 FIA Karting European Championships. Gustafsson takes 2nd from Senna van Walshtein. Francesco Cialenta then taking 4th place. But after 10 laps of racing, Danilo Albanese taking the win by just under a second, 7/10 from Victor Gustafsson. Nothing Gustafsson could do. He won yesterday, not on track, but after the penalties that came out, it was still a solid drive from him yesterday. Certainly a dominant performance for him this weekend. He leads the intermediate classifications joint with Albanese, 94 apiece. Going to be a very interesting second half of the weekend for KZ.
It is indeed, as our race winner comes into pit lane. And a level of silence, relative silence, falls over the circuit here at Sarno. That completes the first rotation of heats here today. Do stay with us here on the broadcast for more. There is your provisional results for the moment from heat number 2. It'll be ratified in due course. Danilo Albanese, your race winner by 0.8 of a second over Victor Gustafsson. 3rd for Senna van Walshtein. Francesco Cialenta in 4th. Jeremy Iglesias 5th. Lorenzo Travisonotto 4th. Paolo Ippolito in 7th place. Ricardo Longhi 8th. Pedro Hildbrand in 9th. And 10th for Artur Carbonell. Palomba, Renardin, Pex, Stampex that is, Trefilov, Irlando, all in the top 15. Tom Rie in 16th. Luigi Coluccio in 17th. Marek Scrivan 18th. Emilian Denner now 19th. Here are your highlights from that race. Very competitive start at the front. Gustafsson was down the inside, held on to the lead of the race from Albanese. And a steady start as well. Much cleaner than we saw in heat number 1 yesterday from the full field of 30-plus drivers. But this was the key move. Down the inside into turn 1. Albanese took the lead of the race from Gustafsson. Because a good move from Jeremy Iglesias into turn 1 as well, but that was immediately responded by Hildbrand into the very next corner, sliding on the brakes there down the inside into turn 2. A bit of a flashpoint here between Iglesias and Ippolito. Ippolito having to pull out there, lost a couple of positions, but was able to work his way back through. Iglesias had another go into turn 1, and this time it stuck, getting himself up the order, eventually finished in 5th place. Some good battles up and down the order as well. The number 85 of Artur Carbonell going through there. Mid-phase of the race, bit of a struggle for Pedro Hildebrand being overtaken by a number of drivers, but it was Danilo Albanese who takes Heat 2 and very much showing that he is the driver to beat this weekend at Sarno. Pole position yesterday in timed qualifying. He was the winner on the road in Heats number 1, but of course had the jump start penalty to, in the end, give him P2 and a win here in Heat number 2. There is your order of events. We've got about half an hour until the next race, where we'll see the next round of the KZ2 qualifying heats begin. It'll be groups A and D facing off against one another at around 11:20, followed by groups C and E at 11:40. Groups B and F will then be the last race before the lunch break at 12 o'clock. We'll come back after the lunch break with more heats from KZ2, another repeat for all of the drivers through those, taking us up to about 2:30 here at Sarno, when the third and final heat of qualifying for the KZ class. What a race that is going to be. Do make sure you stick around for that one, and then we've got more KZ2 after that, with another 3 heats taking us from around 3:30 through to the end of the day after 4 o'clock. And there's even more, because Anthony Jordan, I'm sure, is hot-stepping his way into the paddock to catch up with some of the drivers and faces that he can find around the paddock, the FIA Karting European Championship here at Sarno. Thank you for tuning in. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast at the moment. If you're watching on YouTube and you haven't already subscribed to the FIA Karting Championship channel, do make sure that you've done that. Click the like button and all of that business. Thank you for your continued support of us all here in Italy on what continues to be a beautiful day. It was a little bit cloudy this morning, but the clouds have burnt away. Bright sunshine here at the circuit. Air temperature around 31 degrees. Very hard work for the drivers, for the mechanics, for the tyres and the like. And as we say, you can stay with us here on the YouTube channel, and thank you for watching us on other platforms as well around the world. Andrew Mather and Anthony Jordan on commentary duties for you here this weekend. Big thanks to all of our crew here behind the scenes, putting on the show for you. Big thanks to all of our marshals out on the circuit as well. A very efficient operation being run this weekend, of course, here in the FIA Karting European Championships. And you can watch all of the Saturday and Sunday action from all of the FIA Karting events here on the YouTube channel throughout the season. We will be back tomorrow, of course, for the culmination of this year's championship for KZ and KZ2 in the European Championships. 4 races for us to enjoy. 5 races for us to enjoy, because we've got the 2 super heats for KZ2 and the single super heat for KZ before we then move into the finals. Still very much all to play for here at Sarno. Big thanks to our sponsors as well, mondokarts.com, sponsoring the championship this year. Great to have them on board once again. As I say, we'll be back with Anthony Jordan in a short few moments' time, as he's prepared down in the paddock. And we will have, again, about a half an hour break before we get into the next run of heats. No KZ in this next run of heats. This is where we're going through more of the battles between the different qualifying groups in KZ2. It will be groups A and D next up, starting at around 11:20 local time. It's just coming up to 10:50 local time, so set your clocks for that one. Around 11:40 we will have groups C and E going against one another, competing as we've seen so far this morning and yesterday afternoon. 50 points is the target for each of those qualifying heats, all adding up into the intermediate classification. The job at the moment is trying to score those 25 championship points as well for finishing top of the intermediate classification after the qualifying heat stage. And yeah, it's been a very interesting picture forming out here in both the KZ and KZ2 classes. Next competitions coming up as well. As I say, we are completing the European Championship schedule for KZ and KZ2 here this weekend. Hear from some of the members of the paddock on their thoughts of this morning's.
There you go. Well, Simone, thank you very much for joining us. Championship manager for this one, correct in this one. Well, you've certainly got your hands full this weekend, the FIA finale for KZ and KZ2. Talk us, I mean, what have you had to do to prepare for this weekend?
I mean, obviously my responsibility goes beyond just the event itself. I'm the direct contact between the drivers, the teams, the race organizers, the ASNs as well, because obviously as FIA we have a very close contact with our ASNs. But yeah, when we're trackside, it's just dealing with the events, making sure that everybody's happy. Obviously that's always impossible, but I do my best. And just making sure that the event runs as good as possible.
Yes, indeed. I can imagine that's quite a challenge. But of course, over the course of these weekends, only to the 2 rounds that we've had for the KZ and KZ2 categories, does that make it a little bit more of a challenge because there is not so much time to get everything prepared for these drivers?
Correct. Well, I mean, the actual difference between Zoera and now, I think we've had. I think we used that one. Absolutely. I think we've had about a month and a half between Zoera and now, so the actual preparation was okay. I think it's more on the driver side. Obviously, the stress levels are much higher when you only have 2 events to actually perform and make sure that you actually can win the thing. So, with the OK and juniors with 4 rounds, it's a little bit more spread out, and you can have more upsets sometimes, but here you have to perform all the time. So yeah, I think I would say that the stress is a lot more on the drivers than the team side, which makes it more exciting at the end of the day.
It does make it more exciting from that point of view, but then for a spectator's point of view as well, we try to bring in many people towards these events as well as watching online. What sort of things can be done, do you reckon we can do to improve the viewing pleasure for a lot of the people who are watching and not actually racing as well?
It's a good question. I think people don't really realize how fast KZ is, actually. I think OK is already really, really fast, but KZ, I think what we can do is, online you will never really understand how fast it is. So bringing them to the track is definitely a job that we do, especially with RGMMC, in collaboration with them, our service provider and promoter, to bring as many people as possible to actually experience what karting is. Yeah, it's our duty as well, I think, to show the people what we can do and what we are about. So yeah, bringing people in, I think I would say is the most important thing for us.
100%. And of course, with the relationship with drivers that we have over these weekends, keeping a good relationship between every driver, I can imagine, is quite a challenge. And of course, for this weekend, over 100 entries. But when we have entries for some of the other FIA categories, such as OK or OKJ, we have 200 plus. I mean, how much more of a challenge would that even be itself?
I got my mic back.
You got your mic back.
Yeah, I think our threshold, obviously, by regulation, we are limited to 126 drivers per category.
Yeah.
I don't know if you saw, we are very happy, but we filled up the World Cup, the KZ2 World Cup for Wackersdorf, we're completely full. So I think the most challenging event for us was last year in Le Mans, where we had Academy, Masters, which was a huge success. Very happy that we had it on board. Full KZ2 grid, so 126 and about, I think, 42 KZs. So it can become very hectic. I think for me, in my responsibilities, I just have to oversee, my people as well as the drivers. But it's, I think, especially hard on the marshals that have to be on track the entirety of the day, starting very early, finishing very late, and we're very, very grateful for them and for what they do for the FIA globally. But especially the stewards that sometimes have to stay all the way up to 10 p.m. The teams that work tirelessly and sometimes finish really, really late as well. So I think I'm in a privileged position because I just kind of oversee everything. So I would just say that very big thank you to everybody that works in the industry to make sure that these events actually happen at the end of the day. But yeah, it can be very hectic.
It certainly takes a lot of people, doesn't it? And, we talk a lot about the future-proofing of the sport as well, going into 2024. Lots of things are coming into the world now of motorsport, electric racing, karting, and even, hydrogen-fueled. We've seen hydrogen carts going out there now as well. What sort of future-proofing have we got within the FIA that we can bring to karting?
Absolutely. So within our responsibility as international federation, obviously we have to set an example for many things, for the national markets as well. So as you know, we are racing on 100% sustainable fuel as of from this year with P1, which is our partner, for 3 years. So it was a very, very important step to safeguard our industry. to make sure that we have a future that is actually sustainable. We have within our tenders, when we select the tire suppliers, for example, we have a lot of responsibility to make sure that they also supply products that are sustainable and recyclable. We work very closely with RGMMC to make sure that the paddock actually also has sustainable practices like recycling. So yeah, it's very important for us to set the example and to make sure that everybody follows down the line.
Certainly.
Very important.
Sounds like a very important job, one that I would probably struggle to do myself. So, Simone, thank you so much for taking your time out. You're very
Thank
good
you so much, Anthony.
to chat to us.
Thank you.
Enjoy the rest of the weekend.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, enjoy the racing. We'll bring in our next guest who has just joined us into the booth, Jeremy Iglesias, who is going to be chatting to us now. And Jeremy, in the KZ category, certainly has had a very interesting weekend and currently sits second in the championship. And it's been a very challenging weekend so far. Jeremy, thank you very much for coming in and having a chat with us. Let's talk a little bit about the championship so far. Obviously sitting second in the points, and this weekend has been relatively okay for you so far.
Yeah, the new format of the championship make very, very difficult the races, to manage the races, because you score point after the heat, after the super heat and the final. So not only winning the final make you be a champion, so it's really difficult to manage. Even here with the hot condition, manage the tire, go fast, but don't use so much the tires. So let's see.
We were speaking very briefly to Simone, the championship manager, about the excitement of these weekends and what it feels for a spectator to be here. Watching on the stream, you don't get the idea of the speed these karts go. I mean, you're reaching 100 miles an hour going in towards turn one. I mean, what does that feel from your point of view as a driver?
As a driver, it's normal, you know. For me, it's not that so high speed, but yeah, for sure for the spectator, is really, really nice to see the go-kart go in that top speed. So for the spectacle, also after the second corner is one place where you can overtake even in the turn 6 and 8. So yeah, that make also how you can manage the races. You know, you can leave a little bit on the corner and take the slip on the straight. So it's good for them.
And how much work would you say you and the team have do over the course of the weekend? It's not just you go for your race, you come back and you sit down and do nothing. What are you doing in between these races?
Yeah, we try to manage everything, you know. It's not only the chassis or the driving, it's also everything about engine, carburation. The hot condition make everything more difficult. You know, maybe you make the warm-up in the morning. It's not that you can try something, because the warm-up, you know, is like the track temperature is missing 20 degrees compared to the races. Also, the water temperature of the engine is missing like 10 degrees, so it's not, you know, you have to running the engine, feel something, and you have to make the races, but even trying some different setup for the final tomorrow, you know, and you have to score point also for the championship, so it's not that easy. Even in KZ category, you see half 10 make you lose 4 or 5 positions, so it's very, very difficult.
Certainly a challenge of juggling so many things over a weekend, but the circuit itself, Sarno, is it a track that you are familiar with? Is it a favorite for you, the track?
No, I cannot say this is my favorite for me for this track, you know. For me, it's more for Albanese, you know, it's from here. His package of chassis engine is working really strong here. So that also we are trying to move something on the chassis. Even me, I'm trying to make something different in the corner to try something, because for the moment he's really, really strong, and tomorrow it will be difficult to beat him for sure.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at his style that he's doing out on circuit, is there anything that you're seeing that he's doing that potentially you could maybe replicate going into this weekend?
Replicate is not the word I can use, but because everything different. His material is completely different, so everything is different. For sure, we can find something to play with him and be with him in the front. So for the moment, he's in good condition to, let's say, win the championship. You know, if I think he win everything, he can be a champion. But even for him, it's difficult because he's fast. But if he's waiting for us, for sure we will come. So let's see what happens.
I mean, the start of these races are probably the most important, getting the car off the line. And we've seen it even in that race. The first race that we had yesterday, bit of a challenge, so many jump starts. And yeah, what can you tell us about that first heat?
You know, the light procedure is most or less the same procedure. Yesterday was a long procedure, you know, with hot condition. Even when you make the warm-up lap, you try to not getting so the engine so hot. Also the clutch, you know, you cannot try many start. And when we was waiting there, for myself, I was watching the light, and you know, in the third light, you make the procedure. You put the gear and also the clutch. But I was watching the four light, and then I focus on the light, and I start to see Albanese moving, Senna moving, Trevisanuto moving, and I go. But I know, I say, oh, we go, but the light doesn't switch off. So I don't know if it's the pressure of everyone, because it's not like a normal race. Okay, the first heat, take it easy. Let's see what we will do now. The championship start from, let's say, from quali, because even if our former races, how you quali is your grid for the heat one. How you finish the heat one is your pregi for heat two.
Yeah.
And that makes the difference. Let's see. Now I start 6, I finish 5. I manage only to overtake one driver. You know.
Yeah.
Is everything on the. You have to risk, but not risk as much, because you can start one line in the front, but 10 in the back also.
Yeah, exactly. It is certainly going to be a challenge, I think, for the rest of the weekend. You've got one more heat to go as well, heat 3, that one. The 25 championship points up for grabs. The super heats, though, it's a slightly different kettle of fish. It's a longer race as well, a lot more to manage. And how are the tyres feeling for you? Because already that you've done quite a bit.
But for me, the super heat is only 3 laps more, you know, so that is not that much different than the heat. The final will be long, because it's 20 laps or 10 more laps, hot condition, new tires. You cannot running the tires, so that will be, I think, the key of also the championship, because you can win and have problem in the final. I can finish second, third, and win the final, and let's see what other driver do. So super heat, I don't think that will be that will be one more hit, but the final will be, I think, the more when you can have more surprise, you know.
And what would it mean to you if you could end this weekend? You've got a tough fight this weekend, there's no doubt about it. But what would it mean to you, the team, any family that you've got, you know, to win the championship this year?
Yeah, from my side, I have been world champion 3 years ago. I only finished second, third on the European Championship. So for myself, I really want to win this title, because I don't have. And also for the team, we are the running world champion with Victor. I finished third myself. So yeah, for the team is, you know, CRG as a team is one of the biggest of the go-kart, or let's say the big one. And for sure, they will look only in the FIA title. That's the most important title for us.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we'll wish you the best of luck for this weekend, Jeremy. We'll see you out on track for your third heat later on today, and of course your other races tomorrow. But thank you so much for chatting to us. We'll let you get away, and we'll let you enjoy the rest of your weekend. Thank you so much. You can pop the microphone down on that one. Well, brilliant to see that. Great chat with our Simone, the championship manager, and with our KZ driver, Jeremy Iglesias, who is certainly going to have a challenge ahead of him in this weekend. We'll head back to the qualifying heats now. Andrew, we'll head back up to the commentary box. It's back over to you.
Thank you, Anthony. Great to hear from Simone and Jeremy Iglesias there in the suite. What are we calling it? The interview suite. Very lovely location for us to catch up with some of the folks around the paddock here at Sarno. Hope you're enjoying your morning, your afternoon, your evening, wherever you're watching from in the world. Hope you're having a great day. We're having a great day here at Sarno for round 2 of the FIA Karting European Championships for
the KZ and KZ2 classes. Let's have a little bit of a recap on what we've seen so far this morning. And for KZ, we've seen, or can now see, confirmed the result from heat number 2, Danilo and Albanese, ahead of Victor Gustafsson. Third for Senna van WALSTIJN, Francesco Cialenta in fourth, Jeremy Iglesias, who we just heard from there with Anthony in fifth, Lorenzo Travisanuto in sixth, Paolo Ippolito in seventh place. The reigning champion from last year, of course, is up against it. Eighth for Riccardo Longhi, ninth Pedro Hildebrand and Arthur Carbonell. We're going to cut back down to Anthony, though. He's got another guest in the interview suite. I do believe that he's with our race director, Nigel Edwards.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Yes, back down in the studio, and I have our race director here this weekend, Nigel Edwards. Nigel, great to have you out here. Sarno, fabulous circuit, tough circuit, demanding for the drivers, but how demanding is it for you as a race director?
It's a classic circuit. I think the new shape over the last couple of years, I really like that. Obviously, it's a very fast circuit. I'm sure the drivers like it, and very challenging, very challenging. Temperatures are up, of course, which makes it a little bit more difficult. And it is quite a big circuit. Thankfully, we've got the RGMC cameras, the FIA staff that work on that, which is a massive help, obviously, for the race director. So it really is about coordinating and directing the operations.
Communication really is key over the course of these weekends. You've got a lot of people out on circuit, eyes on. We hear it in the commentary box. We've got race control in our ears while we're commentating, so we know exactly what's going on throughout the races. But for you as well, having to take all that information in, it still must be a challenge.
It is a challenge, and that is the challenge about it, and that's the bit where I think myself and other race directors like is, that hands-on, the buzz of it all, and again, coordination. For one is obviously safety, and the other is fairness, which is the two key things that we're always about as the race director. So, yeah, bringing everybody on board, I think making them all feel part of it, not frightened to give a report or whatever. It may be not correct, it may be some, but it doesn't matter. As long as we get the information, we can check that. We've got plenty of cameras, plenty of people who know what they're doing on the camera system. Pretty good feedback as well, and we always try, if we can, to communicate to the track via the digiboard, with under investigation and items like that. So people, as the race progresses, do know things are going on.
And what are the importance of having a deputy race director alongside? You've got Pasquale Lopola here helping you out this weekend, of course. Both of you work very hard within the FIA to make sure the karting goes well. What is the importance of having a right-hand man along these weekends?
It's great, and I think the big difference is that you're there coordinating, whereas he's a bit more down on the ground. As an example, if I have a rolling lap, I know here we've got standing starts, but again, if there's any issues or technical stuff on the car, he's really down on the ground and can actually see it, whereas you're a little bit more away from that. So it really is very important to have that second person. And it's always good as well, if we have some kind of major incident, have somebody to just back you up with, whatever's going on, and very helpful, very helpful. Yeah,
and for the people who are watching here, who are fans of motorsport and think that they want to get involved in the world of motorsport as well, not particularly as a driver, but maybe as a marshal or as a race director or scrutineer, anything. There are so many opportunities for people to really get involved in motorsport, aren't they? What would you recommend to anyone?
I think just get along to if it's karting, get along to a kart track, have a look, start talking to a few of the people there, see how a race goes if you like that. Always looking for marshals. Marshals can be trained. It's not something you're just going to go out on the track and be asked to do things. There's good training programs in place. Most of the kart tracks, most of the kart clubs, and most of the ASNs, they're all into that. We're always happy to welcome people, and you might just find that something clicks with you. Like yourself, maybe you want to be a commentator.
Well,
right? Exactly. There are some silly people like that, but that's how it goes. But there's silly people like me and Pasquale who want to be like the race director or clerk of the course. So that takes a little bit of time. You just need, you need to grow with that a little bit. But there's absolutely wrong, whether you're young, old, even young marshals, young people who want to come along, just get involved in the whole thing. Just feel what it's like. You don't necessarily have to be on track. There are other jobs and roles that can be done, timekeeping and, like yourself, commentating or even behind the scenes. So there's lots of things that people can get involved in. And, the buzz of the whole motorsport and karting is fantastic. So, yeah, my recommendation, give it a go.
Definitely so. And, of course, this weekend, very important weekend. It's the final round of the championship for KZ and KZ2. A lot of pressure on the drivers, and I can imagine a lot of pressure on yourselves in this one. How do you firstly feel like the rest of the weekend's going to go? I mean, temperature's soaring here. It's certainly going to be difficult for everyone, isn't it?
It is. It's going to be a very difficult race. And I think, again, the guys who are a little bit more cautious, maybe with the tyres, tyre management, those sort of things, tyre temperatures, that's going to be key. So I think the driver that's smooth and calculated is probably the one that's going to end up towards the top. But definitely, you know, European Championships at stake, massive race, hard, fair. You know, we'll make it fair, they'll make it hard. You know, at the end of the day, hopefully have great champions in Europe.
And let's talk about maybe the hardest point of the weekend for the drivers and for the staff here as well. Would you say that was going into the finals, or would you say that was actually during the point that we're in now, the qualifying heats, the busiest part?
Yes, I think this is the busiest bit. This is obviously quite important as well for the build-up to that grid slot and everything that you prepare for. You know, in any motorsport, I think that's how it goes to that last pinnacle. So all the hard work is being done now, or being done in the testing and those sort of things. So yeah, I think today is a hard day for everybody. You need to get some good solid results in there, and then you can build on that. So yeah, it's important now.
Yeah, and as a race director, you're watching the race from on top of the start gantry. You've got the sort of prime viewing spot over the circuit with lots of eyes helping you out as well. And take us through just a race scenario, start of a race. You know, what can you hear in your ears? What's being said, if anything, at the start? Is it just purely like about 10 different eyes looking at the start of the grid?
Well, it is partly that, but again, it is this coordination bit. So obviously, just before the race starting, make sure that the track is clear. There are no marshals on the track. There are no pickup vehicles. You know, the track is clear and safe and ready to race. Obviously, everybody needs to be in position. Then when the grid leaves and they come here, you know, for a standing start, again, making sure, has everybody come round? You know, somebody broken down, or we've got a bit of an issue, maybe, you know, do we have to delay the start or anything like that? Here, typically, the weather's not a problem, but weather could be another issuing factor. Again, hopefully everybody makes it to the grid, check the grid slots. Again, I have a grid sheet. My guys down on the ground have grid sheets, so we make sure everybody's in the correct grid slot. Obviously waiting for the lights, race starts, key, absolutely key to the beginning of the race, make sure everybody's off the line, make sure there's no start line incidents, which is a possibility. Hopefully everybody clears the grid and we get into the first corner. Next issue, first corner, lots of karts, you know how it goes, and then it moves from there. And hopefully as the race progresses, it does spread out a little bit. Yeah, of course you've got fights going up and down the grid, but generally once you get into that, it's then just taking information from people, marshals, etc. If there's an incident, obviously dealing with that. Maybe we go slow procedure or whatever, but generally you can manage it from there. Sometimes it gets a bit hectic, but generally good.
Yeah, well, it's certainly great to have you chatting to us here, Nigel. Thank you so much for all your hard work, and for the rest of the team as well. Pass on my thanks to them as well. We couldn't go racing without you guys, the marshals, all of the stewards out there on circuit. It is absolutely fantastic.
Much appreciated. And I'm sure our guys feel the same as well. You know, we're a big family.
Yes.
So it's a karting family. So
we are indeed.
Thank you
very much, Nigel. Enjoy the rest of your day, and for the viewers at home as well, we will now head back to the racing. Andrew will head back up to the commentary box with you.
Thank you very much, Anthony. Great to hear from Nigel there. Very, very interesting part of a race meeting, and not one we often get to see. So great work by the crew there, led by Nigel Edwards. We're not too far away, ladies and gentlemen, from our next set of races. We've got 3 more qualifying heats for KZ2 coming up. Groups A and D will be heading out on circuit. I'm sure they're already preparing down in the dummy grid area for the 11:20 A versus D grouping for the next KZ2 qualifying heat. 11:40 we will see Groups C and E take to the circuit. This will all be their 3rd qualifying heat of the weekend so far, moving past the halfway stage of their qualifying program. 12 o'clock, we've got the 3rd of those KZ2 qualifying heats. Moving through the rest of the order, we'll then have the lunch break. More KZ2 immediately after the lunch break for round 4 of those qualifying heats. Round 3, the 3rd heats for KZ, that's the key one in the first half of this order that takes us through to the end of the day. 14:35 here, local time at Sarno. That is the last heat for the drivers in KZ. That's the one, combined with the results from the race we saw earlier on this morning and the first heat yesterday afternoon, that will decide who starts where for the super heats tomorrow, which again you'll be able to watch here on your broadcast platform of choice for round 2 of the FIA Karting European Championship. We've still got more racing after that point as well to go though, because we've got another 3 heats in KZ2 to round off the day. That will be their last heats here today at Sarno. Still lovely conditions, although it has clouded over a little bit in the last half an hour, which I think will be good in some ways. No rain forecast here at the circuit, but that cloud cover hopefully will just take the temperatures down a little bit for the drivers and the teams. There you see the forming grid on the dummy grid for KZ2. We'll be hearing from more of our drivers as the day goes on as well, ahead of all of the races. So Groups A and D up next. Another chance for Freddie Slater, our championship leader, to put points on the board. Can he continue his form that we've seen so far in this championship, not just here at Sarno, but in round 1 at Zweire earlier in the season, where Slater has been particularly strong in these qualifying heats. We'll have some challenges though. Maxim Orlov will be alongside him on the front row. Tim Gerhards and Artem Savukin out in this next one as well. Again, it's going to be a very, very intriguing race out there for 10 laps for Groups A and D in KZ2. There is your track layout. Changed a few years ago, of course, here at the Circuito Internazionale Napoli. Just over 1.5 kilometers in length clockwise circuit, and typical of Italian karting circuits, it's almost a track of 2 halves, where you've got the very fast flat out sections through the end of sector number 3 and into sector number 1. Then it goes into a more technical section through the second half of sector number 1. We've seen a lot of overtaking down into turn 9 through sector number 2 so far this weekend. That's a great opportunity for the drivers to get a bit of a slipstream and up alongside, and then again into another one of those technical parts where you need the vehicle dynamics to be good on the karts. Drivers getting into their karts now, and we're going to have a quick interview from yesterday with Maxim Orlov.
We've just got to the end of KZ2 timed qualifying practice here at Sarno, here with Maxim Orlov, fastest in Group 4. Maxim, hard work out there, but you must be very pleased.
Yeah, it was hard work. Just did a good lap for sure, no mistakes, that's all.
How important has the work been with the team so far this weekend? It's a very busy schedule. It's hot out there. How's the team performance?
Yeah, the team performance is good, but yeah, this weather is too hot for sure. Very hard to driving also. But we driving, and that's good.
And looking forward to the first heats, how excited are you to be at the front of the grid, at the front for these races?
Yeah, I think it will be good. Try to driving P3 for sure, it will be good.
Very good. Well done, Maxim. Great pole position. Best of luck for the races.
Thank you.
And there is Maxim Orlov. We'll start this race from second on the grid in the 3-2-3, and he's quietly been getting on with his work so far this weekend very, very well. But this, arguably, is the biggest test so far, going up against the driver in form in this KZ2 category so far this weekend. Freddie Slater, unbeaten. There he is in the Duel Art entry. A very interesting choice by Freddie Slater and his support team to come and compete in this category this year. As for some, a bit of an unexpected move. He has got a busy racing program back in the United Kingdom as well, racing in the Ginetta classes, so has taken that step into car racing as well. But a busy schedule, Anthony Jordan, doesn't seem to be putting him off or meaning the performance isn't quite there. He's been absolutely on it so far this weekend.
He has indeed, yeah, 2 race wins, pole in qualifying by some way as well. So, yeah, a driver definitely who seems to be on top form, not worried about anything. Here we go then, qualifying heat A and D is about to get underway. Let's have a look then at the starting lineup. Freddie Slater, who we've just been talking about, starts his one. Once again on pole position, Maxim Orlov, who we just saw in the interview, starts it alongside Tim Gerhards and Artem Savukin. Go from row 2. Jean Nimblo and Luca Samalisto, they round out the 3rd row. Samuel Louis and Moritz Ebner, they round out the top 8 on row 4. Mateusz Bergel and Igor Nozov go from row 5. Jorge Pescador, who had a brilliant race earlier on, several positions gained. He starts alongside the Brazilian of Mateus Mogato on row number 6.
Moving on then to row number 7. We've got Norton Andreasen and Fabio Bufulco. Row 8, Vladimir Verkalantsev and Nicola Impato. Row 9, Vyacheslav Putiatin and Giorgio Carrara. Row 10, Michael Paparo and Jesper Sjöberg, rounding out the top 20. Row 11, Alessio Lamattina and Alessandro Zucco, who hopefully will be out on circuit. Didn't make the first race earlier on today. But they're there on row 11. And then row 12, Gabriel Kauer and Fabrizio Rosati. A quick update on the weather for you. Noted as you were on your way back up to the comms box, Antti, got a little bit of cloud cover now, but no rain. This is actually quite nice racing conditions out there on the circuit.
Well, yeah, I say the sun's not beating down on the drivers. Crucially, though, it's not beating down on the track either, so it's keeping the track temperature, I don't want to say optimal. It's still probably very hot out there, but certainly it's a little bit interesting. It's keeping some things a little bit cooler out in total, but that does not take away from the fact that it is still 30 degrees out there. It's quite humid, and there is little to no breeze whatsoever, so it's just kind of stagnant air, and it's just a little bit horrible.
Something I saw this morning, I know kart drivers are very, very protective and precious about their helmets. I know back in the UK, it often happens in the UK, of course, because we're a very rainy country. You'll have a driver who has a dry helmet and a wet helmet. Wet helmets will be their one for a couple of years ago. I have seen drivers with brand new helmets this weekend dousing them in ice cold water. They're doing anything to just manage their body temperatures. And the temperatures will be rising now because we're getting ready for the next qualifying heats. KZ2 qualifying heat A and D. The grid forming up. Freddie Slater from Great Britain on pole position. Maxim Orlov second. Tim Gerhardt's another opportunity for him third on the grid. Artem Sarukin, P4. Ready to go racing here at Sarno for KZ2. Is Slater going to get another one of those amazing starts? The lights are coming on. Out they go. Good start from Slater. Very good start as well from Tim Gerhardt. Cuts through into second place as they go through turn 1. But Slater has control once again as they head to turn 2. Good fight back from Maxim Orlov down the inside. Retakes second place. And there's also been a good start as well for John Non-Blow. It's a good start, Anthony, as they come through the exit of sector number 1. Slater in control once again. Yeah, he has broken away by quite some way, and that will have been helped by the fact that Gerhardt did dive down the inside and was battling with Orlov. That has now sorted itself out as down the inside, just looking there, the Drago course driver, Moritz Ebner, has had a fabulous start. He is up several positions in this one. He's there in P4. He is right behind the Saudi driver there in the 312 of Tim Gerhardt, who is doing everything he can. The PB driver certainly leading the main train just behind him. Across the line they go then. Slater leads from Orlov, who have got a commanding lead of nearly 1 second across the line from Gerhardt, Ebner, Samalisto, Pescador, then it's Savokin, then it's Nimblo, then it's Spurgel. Mugato and round, contact between the two of them. Ebner goes round, and well, what happened there? Was it a move? And there's another one round, and that looked like a CRG. He's got to be careful he doesn't wind it up too much, and it's the 587, I think, that's gone round. That's Nicola Imparato, who has gone round. Now down the inside, there goes Savrukin on Pescador. Pescador now out of the way and into 4th place. Well, what happened there? Because I didn't see what caused it. And there's an SP car off the track. Who's that's gone round? That potentially could be Luca Samalisto. I couldn't quite see the number. And Samalisto, has tumbled down the order. So Luca Samalisto also out of this race. This is not the way these drivers wanted to start, but that has allowed now your top 2 here are Slater and Orlov. Now a 2-second advantage off the rest of the field. Yeah, I think at this stage of the race, these two drivers have got to work together. There's problems as well for the 316 with a puncture. And,
I think that's a
into
bent
the pit
axle
for Louis. Yeah, that's going to need some work over the lunch break for the Tony Kart racing team. Well, drama here in the opening of the 3rd round of qualifying heats in KZ2, and now Slater is under a lot of pressure from Maxim Orlov. This is a different situation for the Birrell Arts leader of the championship. How is he going to deal with this? A very fast Maxim Orlov, who hasn't much to lose at this stage of proceedings.
No, he hasn't. He's really just got to fight his way through on this one. Certainly a very interesting one. Here is a replay down the inside then, and yeah, just not enough room. And unfortunately there, for your driver just coming away from that one, and it's not gone well. Moritz Ebner, his race over, and then still
Samalisto in the back. There's a lot going on.
Wow!
Now that's what happened.
Samalisto! Wow! My goodness! Well, we didn't see that initially, and well, hopefully Samalisto is okay. We did see him stopped at the side of the circuit. I think he is out of the kart now, but well, there's the damaged 316 in the pit lane. Daniel Luelli. Samalisto is out of the race as well. Hopefully he is okay, because my goodness, that is certainly not what you want to see during the qualifying heats, and hopefully he is fit to continue over the course of this weekend. Slater, though, as we go on, nearly half race distance now, we go on to lap 5. Slater still leads from Orlov. The gap still 0.2 of a second.
Just wondering with that incident, I think it may have been Jesper Sjöberg who was underneath
over
in the Leclerc by Lennox Racing entry, because he's also out of this race. It's been a rotten weekend so far for the Swede. Back with our battle at the front, though, Slater and Orlov, and Slater soaking up the pressure at the moment from Orlov, doing what he needs to do. And also in mind, there's that 2.5 second gap there, Anthony, that we saw this from Slater at Zuera, where he had a first or second run all the way through. Wouldn't be a terrible thing if Orlov got through here. He's got a nice, comfortable gap to sit in ahead of Savrukhin and Pescador.
No, it wouldn't be the end of the world for Slater, but certainly he wouldn't like it still, though. I think he wants to go into it with 150 intermediate classification points, certainly as he goes in for the rest of the weekend. So, yeah, right now he's doing everything he needs to do, but again, it's just going to be down to time management. We saw how well he did earlier on with pushing away and not doing that. Did he push the tyres too hard? Has he used them a little bit too much? You know, these are all the questions that you have to ask, isn't it? Because, I mean, you can see here, Orlov's not getting away. Is Orlov pushing harder to try and keep up with Slater? Is Orlov using his tyres too much, or is Slater pushing too much and Orlov isn't using his? You just don't know. Investigation flag going out to Mateus Morgato as well now in this race in the 352. So, you know, you just have to ask those questions. You just don't know until you get to really the superheats tomorrow, because that's when you really start to see who has managed the tyres. Remember, they do get the extra 2 tyres for this weekend, and we have seen strategies that drivers deploy. They don't, they'll go for maybe both on the left-hand side, maybe both on the right-hand side, or will they interchange them, one on the front left, one on the rear right? So you don't know. The circuit itself, it's a clockwise circuit, so you would think you would want to put the tyres on the left-hand side of the kart.
Yeah, we've definitely seen some of those left-hand tyres taking a real beating through the first corner in particular. And the middle stage of the race there. There's the 307 of Pescador. Having another really good run here. We saw it this morning. First round of heats here today on the broadcast. Gained a lot of positions, and he's done so again, up 7 places so far. Behind him, it's the Frenchman Matteo Spurgel. Slightly tighter line there as they come onto the pit straight. Spurgel trying to set one up. No, it's not close enough, and you really do need to be fully alongside its turn 1 to make a move work. We saw the drivers gently lifting off through there, but we did reckon as the track continues to rubber in, Anthony, across the weekend, we could even see drivers going flat out, if not already, through turn 1.
To be honest, I think they are already at that point of the weekend. Lots of rubber down on the circuit. I mean, you can see it just with the colour of the tarmac down there. So much rubber has gone down. Here's a look then at the start, and well, going in towards turn 1, you saw a brilliant start there from Gerhard, who manages to get up into 2nd place. Orlov would get it back down the inside. Rest of the field got through turn 1 okay. Later on in the race, though, this moment here as round went Moritz Ebner. Another kart then follows suit just in the background. That was Nicola Imperito just whizzing through your shot there. And then we see Lucas Samalisto and I believe Jesper Sjöberg involved in that one, and well, certainly not what you want to see at all for those drivers. It might have been Samuel Luelli, actually, who was also the driver. He retired. There is Sam Alisto at the start of the circuit, and understandably in a bit of discomfort. There is Artem Savrukin with the fastest lap of the race now. He's still there in P3 doing what he needs to do. We're back with this battle here, though, for P4. Jorge Pescador for the Calicart team and for the CPB Sport team. Spurgel and round.
It's the 307 of Pescador. Spurgel put it down the inside into the last corner. That's a unfortunate one there. Got one opportunity to get going, and he has got it going again. Good work from Pescador.
Has that rear tyre, though, has that de-beaded itself after that contact? I did see the rim poking out just a little bit. We'll keep an eye on it. But yeah, well, there you go. It just shows temperatures are getting high on and off the track now, and certainly people are trying to get these positions done where they can, and for some of them it's just not working out.
Well, for drivers who want to get into the final, I was looking at some of the stats, doing some analytics beforehand. Let's have a look at that move again. So Spurgel down the inside, makes contact with the rear right of Pescador, and poor Jorge Pescador, after that great drive, tumbles down the order. Final lap is out, though. Checkered flag is out for Freddie Slater, who makes it 3 from 3. The Briton takes the lead in the intermediate classification outright. 150 points from a possible 150. Very good work for Birrell Arts Racing, and they will have a smile on their faces through the lunch break. This is looking ominous for the rest of the KZ2 paddock. Who can stop Freddie Slater, the championship leader at the start of the day, by some 7 points? Anthony Jordan skipping out of the comms box once again. Is going to be heading down to the paddock once more. But Freddie Slater takes the win from Maxim Orlov, who drove a very good race as well, 0.4 of a second back. Artem Savrukin in 3rd place. Matteo Spurgel in Spurgel in 4th place on the Sodi machine there, ahead of his French teammate Jean Nomblot. Igor Nosov, good drive from Igor there, at 4 places to 6th place. Tim Gerhardt had an amazing start, but in the end fell down to 7th place. Top 10 completed, as you see there on your screens, by Matthias Mogato. Norton Andreasson, good drive from the Swede, up 4 places to 9th, and Vladimir Verkalantsev also up 5 places to 10th place. Vyacheslav Putiatin in 11th place. Michael Paparo in 12th place. 13th for Giorgio Carrera. All of those drivers making up a good number of positions in that race. Fabio Bifulco finished 14th. Fabrizio Rosati was your biggest mover in 15th place, up 9. Alessandro Zucco has some points on the board for 16th. 17th for Jorge Pescador, who will not be happy at all after that one. Gabriel Cower up to 18th place for Costa Rica. Another good drive there for one of the Birrell Art Racing crew. Alessandro Zucco, we've already mentioned, so we'll move to Moritz Ebner, who had another driver who had an amazing start, but contact in turn 2 in the early stage of that race meant that the Italian fell all the way down to 19th. Alessio Lamattina in 20th, Nicola Imparato in 21st, and 3 retirements in that race. Lucas Samalisto potentially with a mechanical failure, because I didn't see any contact for the Finnish driver in everything that was going on there, the early stages through turns 2, 3 and 4. Samuel Lue, also a retirement, as well as Jesper Scherberg. Probably the most attritional, or the highest level of attrition so far. Let's have a look at some of the highlights. Here was the start. Look out for Tim Gerhardt weaving his way through there into 2nd place, but it was another brilliant start from Freddie Slater, and he had control as things ran down to turn 2. Contact with the 3-1-2 of Tim Gerhardt and Ebner. That was Ebner out of the race, and at the same time you see Samalisto breaking down in the background, and then another incident, this time involving Imparato and Scherberg. There is Scherberg pulling off the circuit, and somewhere in all of that as well, we also had problems for Samuel Lue, the Tony Kart driver, had to retire with damage to the kart. A lot going on there in the space of a couple of seconds, and it really did tell in the order. Contact as well. Jorge Pescador collided with Matteo Spurgel. That sent Pescador spinning down the order. But for Freddie Slater, it was a routine race at the front of the order. Picks up his 3rd race victory of the weekend so far here at Sarno, and has 150 points from a possible 150, top of the standings in KZ2. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast here. We're going to head down to Anthony Jordan to see who he's got in the paddock.
Well, thank you there, Andrew. And what a race that was here with our race winner for that one, Freddie Slater. Well, certainly a brilliant weekend for you. It seems to be all going your way. The start's looking like your best feature this weekend.
Yeah, you know, we worked so hard with the starts as well through my career in KZ. Like from the start in the winter, I was just kept doing starts and just practicing it and trying to master it, because in this sort of racing, the first 5 laps is the most important. Then you can manage the race after that. So that was the key then, is get on with it at the start, manage the race, get a gap, and then look after everything at the end and just manage what everyone else is doing and just see it on from there.
Conditions, obviously, they're great, but they're still not favourable, I would say, for some drivers. You know, very hot out there. What temperatures do you reckon you're getting in that helmet? I mean, it must be boiling.
Yeah, to be honest, when driving around, I don't feel it too much. I don't think anyone does, but it's still where we get into the part for me and we just stop and there's just fumes and everything. So it's obviously very hot out there. The track's just bumpy. It's a physical track and it's definitely making everyone's life hard. And yeah, but I'm loving it, and yeah, I can't wait for more.
Leading the points classifications at the moment, 150 in total. I mean, championship points are going to be vital going into this one. There's only 3 point scoring opportunities. What would it mean to get the maximum points? Do you reckon that would be enough for yourself, or do you have to fight just that little bit more in the super heats in the final?
I think I can get definitely the heats points done, but I'm not really thinking about the points. I know the job I can do, I know the job that my team can do and everything, so we're really pushing hard just to get the best possible result, and then the points come with the result.
Yeah. Well, congratulations, well done, keep it up, and we'll see you out later on today.
Thank you.
Excellent, great to chat there to Freddie Slater, who has taken his 3rd win of the weekend so far. We'll head back up to the commentary box. Andrew, back up to you with the next qualifying heats.
Thank you, Anthony. Thank you for that one. Great to hear from Freddie Slater. A couple of karts just being recovered on circuit, or getting them off the circuit, I should say, here at Sarno. So we are about 2 minutes away from the next scheduled heat start time. It will be Group C and E, Charlie and Echo, out on circuit for KZ2. And there you see Jesper Sjöberg's kart being recovered back to pit lane. Same with Luca Samalisto as well. It's a real shame for Luca Samalisto. Had a good start in the SP Motorsport entry, but it was not to be. Motorsport is a cruel game sometimes when the machinery lets you down. See the recovery vehicle pulling into its standby position, so I think we will be ready to go for the next heat. 1 minute to go before they head out on circuit. Let's have a little bit of a look through the grid then for this next one. It's another interesting one. There is your pole sitter for the next race, Paavo Tonteri, Finnish driver on the CRG. Been very strong so far this weekend. We'll be looking to move up the order and keep the pressure on the likes of Freddie Slater and Maxim Orlov, who've completed their 3rd heat. Another opportunity to see Thomas Stolscher-Manis on the grid for this one. Starts P2 again in this one. The Energy Corsa driver in 361. It's been in good form so far this weekend. Anthony rejoins me in the box. How's the temperature feeling out there, mate?
Warm. Warm, very warm. And I have to say, much more in the sort of Parc Ferme area. Under the shelter, you may think, oh, but you're not in the sun. Oh, yes, but it's an oven in there. It's not very nice. Here we go then, whistle blows, next race. KZ2 qualifying heat C and E makes its way out onto the circuit. Let's have a look at the starting lineup. 2 drivers will be missing from this one. Tom Adams, as we know, with the rib injury, but Jose Gomez, who would be starting on the 5th row, missed the gate. He did not make it onto the grid. He is not in this one. Paolo Tonteri, though, will start it on pole position. Thomas Stolchemanis alongside. Ivan David and Yenis Shivko will go from row 2. Tigran Batanyan and Nicholas Roos go from row 3. Daniel Vaselli and Samuele Leopardi on row 4. Jose Gomez would start on the 9th spot of the grid, but he is not there. There will be a gap. Thomas Imborg starts then alongside nobody. Juliano Hozem and David Levinsky then round out row number 6.
Moving on then, row number 7, Adrian Malero and Alex Maragliano start on that one. Christian de Klein and Vincent Vanek start on row number 8. Angelo Lombardo and Mark Negrutza go from row 9. Matteo Zanchi and Jaime Cortez complete the top 20 there on row 10. Maximilian Paul starts on row 11 alongside Federico Diana, and as mentioned by Anthony, we've got one driver remaining on row 12. It's Ricardo Avia. Tom Adams does not start, as he is unfortunately retired from the event.
Yes, so again, another beautiful shot there of Mount Vesuvius just in the background. And got to say, loving the scenery around this circuit. You're absolutely surrounded by mountains. It's certainly better than some of the circuits we may have in the UK. I mean, there are some where they have their characters, they have their charms indeed. Certainly, though, this one a beautiful facility to go racing at, and yeah, the Circuit Internazionale di Napoli has certainly proved to be a challenging one for a lot of drivers. Fast, twisty, demanding, bumpy, coarse tarmac. It certainly is piling the pressure down there on the track. And you can see from that shot there, look at that pile of rubber right in the middle of your screen that the drivers are going through. You certainly don't want to hit that. You want to hit that when you try to make the weight at the end of the race. Yeah, you want to collect all of that, but certainly not during the race. Front of the grid's already lined up, and there you can see the last of the cars still not even entering the final turn yet. They have got a bit of a wait to get themselves sorted out and ready to go on this one. Revs rise, and again, everyone managing those temperatures, because right now with these carts stationary with no air going into those radiators, the air temp will slowly be creeping up, so they'll have to be careful. Here we go then. Carts get themselves lined up for this one. It's certainly going to be an interesting one, but who is going to get the whole shot in towards turn number 1 this time around? Green flag goes up at the back. Red flag clears at the front. We line ourselves up ready to go as the lights go out, and away they go down towards turn 1, and a great start again from Tonteri, who sweeps into the lead of this one. Yuva David goes in towards 3rd place, and he holds on to that one as he now breaks under it side by side, though as Stolchemanis sent it down the inside through turn number 2. Absolutely dominant performance there, and just saying, I'm going to take this 1st place spot. You took it earlier, I'm having it now.
Yeah, and this is where we start to see this heats format start to really heat up. The track temperatures are going up, the air temperatures are going up, and Thomas Stolchemanis was determined there down the inside, had that in his mind. He was going to throw it in the inside through turn 2 and made it work. Brilliant move by the Latvian for Energy Course, and now can he convert it? Oh, is there a bit of action going on further down the order?
Well, it was Ivan David who just clipped onto the rear bumper there of Tonteri as they exited out of turn number 12. And I just think the concertina effect, luckily they're all okay. So, yeah, bit of a check over the shoulder there for Ivan David, as he's got Yenis Shivko just there from Nicholas Roos, who's at 1 position as well, from Daniel Vaselli. Tigran Patani, who's dropped down a position and out of the race and tumbling down the order. That is Christian de Klein, who unfortunately has been declined any opportunity of winning this race.
He's here all week, folks. Still on lap number 2 then. Stolchemanis leading by about 3.5 tenths at the moment. We know he's got the speed, we know he's got the tenacity. We've already seen that in this race. Can he pull away and do a similar job to what we saw with Freddie Slater earlier on, and Maxim Rem as well? Got a bit of battling in the middle of the order there, and I think that was Lombardi. And Lombardi was down the inside of the 332 there. He's tumbling down the order. It's Holtzem. Giuliano Holtzem. Not a good moment for him at all. And also in trouble now is the 591. So Lombardo is going to have to pull in to pit lane and then into Parc Ferme out of this race. Not good at all for the Italian.
No, certainly not what you want to see, especially in this latter stage of the weekend now. Starting to get important here, as there's only a couple of heats left for these drivers. And as we go on to lap 3 here, Ivan David in 3rd place is holding off, I would say, quite a train here. Zivko's there, Vasily Ruse, but then all there as well, as the top 2 are starting to creep away just that little bit here. There you can see Nicholas Ruse under pressure from Tigran Batanyan, and down the inside there, change for 3rd place as Yanis Zivko goes through and moves up into that top spot, demoting Ivan David down into 4th place now. And David under more pressure here, because looking to the inside, Vasily trying to get the move done as well on the Birol kart. Not able to get it down the inside. He has to stay behind as they sweep through the chicane here of turns 4, 5, and into the hairpin of 6. Back up through turn 8 now, as they now go onto the back straight. It's such a fast corner. Blink, and they're through 5 different corners.
Yeah, it's a brilliant part of the circuit. Oh, Vasily goes for one down the inside. He's going to be nearly side by side off of turn 9 as well. He's determined to find a way past Ivan David here. He's looking left and right all the time. Nicholas Ruse behind in the 5.96. The South African is going to get involved in this as well. Brilliant race so far. Oh, and David's wide. David wide out of the final corner, but has recovered well. He's got back ahead. Good speed, actually, out of with that slightly different line. Let's see if he uses that one again. Doesn't have to defend as they go into turn 2 and turn 3, which is like 2 in 1. There's an initial turn in on the approach to that hairpin. New fastest lap of the race from our race leader, Tomasz Stolczymanis, 53.542. It's only subtle. It's a 10th here, a 10th there, but we are starting to see those lap times start to drop away again, Anthony, like we saw yesterday through the warm-ups.
Yeah, that, and of course you can add to the fact that the tyre wear is probably getting there as well. Look at the side of the circuit there. The marbles accumulating at the side are quite substantial, and certainly the drivers are going to want to avoid that as this race goes on. So Shimada still leads us again. Look at the battle that there is there just in front, as Vasily's under now receiving a warning flag. He's there in 3rd place now, as he's got past, or 4th place I should say, as the concertina for everyone's bumping and barging into each other. Ruse is there as well. Ruse there in 6th place. Ivan David under pressure in 5th place. And Vasily, who did have the warning flag, has moved up now into P4. And certainly this train looking very interesting here, as everyone just tweaking to the inside there, just showing a bit of the outside, not allowing any moves potentially down the inside here, as the gap's really starting to form. We are half race distance in this one, and so far eyes are on David, or Ivan David, who is certainly giving us a good drive here.
The elbows are starting to come out, and I love it. It's brilliant here at Sarno. Let's have another look at the incident involving Giuliano Holzem pulling off the road there. How is Holzem getting on now? He's down in 17th place, but has just made his way past Jaime Cortez. Heading into the final third of this race then. Stolczymanis. This has been very impressive for me, Anthony. The challenge was laid down to get a race lead. He hasn't had a race win so far this weekend. 1.1 seconds ahead of Paavo Tonteri. The pace is there in that Energy Corsa machine. He's just gone purple through Sector 1.
Yes, indeed. Well, still action all the way throughout this field as well. Big movers in it. Maximilian Paul in the 343 is currently up into P13. 8 positions gained. Federico Diana is also up 7 positions, up into P15. And Matteo Zanchi up 5 positions, up into P14. That will have been helped, of course, by the retirements that we've had in this race. But certainly they have made more positions all the way throughout it. So very close racing in that midfield as well. And I was hearing in my ears that some drivers getting spotted by some of the track guys out there for contact. So there is word around. So race control certainly keeping a very close eye on the proceedings out on circuit. But eyes on the battle here, as Ivan David is defending furiously here, just positioning that kart in the right spot, stopping Nicholas Ruse from going for a move down the inside, and he's staying there. It's a very close-knit battle here. But Stoltemanis, though, still leads the way and actually went purple in Sector 2 on that last lap and nearly beat the fastest lap of the race so far.
It is a circuit you can defend in this scenario. There's so much group, so much grip on the racing line that if you get off it, you can't make the move completed, and you can use that as a defence mechanism out there on circuits. So into the final 2 laps of this race, Stoltemanis in control of it. There is your P2 driver, Paavo Tonteri, who similarly is in control of this spot. He's got a 1.2 second lead over Denis Civico behind. So after a frenetic early stage, this one has calmed down a bit. This was the move by Civico down the inside for P3. Nothing that Jevan David could really do about that. That was absolutely spot on from Denis Civico there.
Was indeed, yeah, just putting that cut down the inside. Looked like a little twitch there from Stoltemanis as he went on to the final lap. Like you say, lots of pressure on this one. He has opened up that gap now to Tonteri. 2 seconds is the gap. Now, I'm not sure if they got so close that all of a sudden there was a move, or Tonteri's just pulled it back and thought, right, I've got a huge advantage here from the rest of the field. I don't need to push. I don't need to ruin my tyres. I can just chill now and maintain it. And Stoltemanis, who has obviously just been focusing on what he needs to be doing, has just been constantly setting sector times, good sector times as well, across the board, and has been pushing that energy course kart to its limit. Round the final corner then, and it will be a very dominant win for Stoltemanis, who takes the win by 1.6 seconds from Paavo Tonteri across the line. Civico takes the place from Vasily, and Jevan David taking 5th place. But what can you say? I mean, all came from that overtake, didn't it? Through turn number 2, down the inside. Stoltemanis wanted that one.
Yeah, he did, and that'll relax him. As I say, there's been a lot of buoyant energy around him, but he needed a race win in these qualifying heats, and he's got that now. He goes up to equal second place now in the intermediate classification, 138 points, same as Maxim Orlov. I just keep an eye on Tomas Stoltemanis. I think he's going to be there to the very end of this competition, currently sitting 6th in points for the FIA Karting European Championship KZ2 class, and is having a stronger run of it here at Sarno compared to the results from Zuera. Rest of the field coming in then. Paavo Tonteri 2nd place, 3rd place for Denis Civico. Daniel Vasile in 4th place. Jevan David fought well there for 5th place. Got the elbows out and is rewarded with some good points there for the Sodikart CPB Sport driver in the 330. Nicolas Roos, the wildcard, not in competition for the full championship because of being a wildcard, wasn't at Zuera. 6th place for the South African. Thomas Imborg in 7th, 8th for Samuele Leopardi, 9th for David Lewinsky, the privateer. Tigran Buntian in 10th place. Maximilian Paul, what a drive from Maxi Paul there, up 10 places to 11th place, and is fighting for his spot in the top 36. We'll talk more about that in due course. Adrian Milero in 12th place. Matteo Zanchi 13th. Federico Diana also gained a good number of positions in that race on the CM Racing entry. 14th place for Federico. Vincent Vanek in 15th place. Giuliano Holtzem won't be happy with 16th. Let's have a look at some of the highlights of that qualifying heat for Group C and E in the KZ2. Good start for everybody at the front of the field. Clean start. And it was the run to turn 2 that was important in this one. Tonteri cutting across, trying to resist the charge from Stoltemanis, but you knew from this point on that Stoltemanis was going to put a move down the inside. And look at that, absolutely brilliant by the Energy Corsa driver to take the lead of this race. He never looked back. It was big battles in the top 10. Nicolas Roos coming through there in the 5.96. This was the moment for Giuliano Holtzem being forced going out onto the grass there. That really put pay to any chances that Holtzem had of a top 10 in this race. A loss of points for the German there in the Sodi machine. Moving through the course of the race, it's another good race for Denis Civico. We've seen a lot of move from the Spanish drivers here this weekend, and that was another one that was good for third place. But it was Tomas Stolchamanis from Latvia racing for Energy Corsa, taking a first victory of the qualifying heats program here at Sarno. Very good stuff indeed. More racing to come here before the lunch break here at Sarno, but we're going to head down to Anthony Jordan, who's in Parc Ferme.
Well, down here in Parc Ferme here with our race winner in this one, Tomas Stolchamanis. Thomas, that was a very challenging race, but the overtake that you got there through turn 2 certainly meant that you got away with that one.
Yeah, well, we were struggling all the other heats. That behind is not so easy to drive. Maybe the front is pushing a bit, so faster way is just to overtake and move front. And the start was quite okay, and then I got into first before a second corner, and after that just head to the front.
Solid drive from you. I will just stress to everyone watching, that's not sweat that is dripping out. You just dumped a bottle of water over your head. Tell us, the heat out there must be unbearable.
Yeah, it's crazy. I think it's the most hottest race this year. So for all of the drivers, it's hot, and yeah, it's also harder.
You move up now third in the intermediate classifications. I mean, the championship very tight at the front. You're part of that one, but you know, what would it mean for you to take the final win in this one? I mean, it's certainly a tough circuit, isn't it?
Well, it's my second race with KZ2 category, and I'm already happy that I can win the heat. It's my first win, and yeah, just let's do better than in Zuera. Top podium.
Yeah. Well, let's see. Well, thank you very much for chatting to us. Wish you the best of luck for the rest of the weekend. Enjoy a nice rest now. We'll see you back out on track soon.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there. Tomas Stolchamanis representing Latvia here. Well, certainly a very interesting race on that one, showing that the drivers are certainly turning up the thermostat on the track, and as well as the temperature here is starting to rise. We'll head back up to the commentary box. A couple more races to go before the lunch break. Andrew, back over to you.
Thank you, Anthony. Great to hear from Thomas down there. We've got one more race before the lunch break here at Sarno. And don't head away. We've got the stream and the broadcast on YouTube continuing here. We'll have highlights from round 1 at Zuera to whet the appetites for the rest of this weekend here in Italy. But as we say, one more heat to go before that lunch break, and it's KZ2 again, drivers from groups B and F, Bravo and Foxtrot, who will take to the circuit for their third qualifying heat for all of these drivers this weekend. And it's another very, very interesting grid that we've got up ahead in this one. We see the return of Maxim Rem back out onto circuit, who we saw earlier on this morning. Has been on great form so far in this competition. And the Leclerc by Lennox Racing driver there. Calm, collected, as he has been throughout the weekend so far, and he is nicely building up a bit of momentum here, I feel. But big challenges in this race coming up. This is another one, which when I was looking through the list, the order of events here this weekend, I thought this could be a good one, because Christian Batuka is out there on circuit for Biolart, and both Prema Racing entries in this one as well. There is Batuka in the 301. He's had a good season so far, has had the pace, but not necessarily the consistency that has been here this weekend so far. This is another opportunity for him to get up the order. Maybe a bit of an outside or a dark horse, shall we say, in the championship situation. He is in the top 10, but is in 9th place. Pretty much needs a perfect weekend so far, or here at Sarno, to be in contention for the title. But I'm interested to see how both of the Prema boys, Alex Powell and Keen Nakamura Berta, we saw yesterday in Heat 1, if you're just joining us, if you didn't see the second group of heats when we were talking about this earlier, both Premas had very poor starts in very similar fashions. It looked like it could be a common issue between the two of them. So that's why their Heat 1 results weren't very good. but their second results were much better, and this is another opportunity for them here in qualifying heat B and F for KZ2. The drivers heading out on circuit. Anthony Jordan rejoins me here in the commentary box. Here's your grid.
Maxim Rem and Christian Bertucca then start this one on the front row. Alex Powell and Kia Nakamura-Berta, the two Prema drivers, now joining on row 2 together. Andrea Dale and Alessio Pincini start on row 3. Brandon Nielsen and Robert Kinderwerter, who start from row 4. Kinderwerter under warning flag, and I think was under investigation in his previous race earlier on. Gavin Dueni and Alexander Gubenko go from row 5. Marcus Kayak and Patrick Janssen go from row 6.
On row 7, we've got Tim Lucati and Marat Kandisev. Andrea Basotto and Philip Wojcik go from row number 8. Jay Cool and Albin Carlson start on the 9th row of the grid. Eduardo D'Alessandro and Bruno Mullers complete the top 20 there on row 10. Karol Pasovic and Jakub Wojcik form up an all-Polish row 11. Luigi Di Lorenzo will be the single driver on row 12, as Muktak Joshi will not take the start of this race, unfortunately. It is a 23 kart field out there on circuit here at the Circuito Internazionale Napoli for the final heat in the 3rd round for KZ2. And I feel this is a big one for the intermediate classification, because there's some drivers out there who've already put on some very good results so far. Slater currently leading the intermediate classification on 150. Orlov second on 138, as is Stoltramanis. Tonteri and Sarukin completing the top 5. They're done for this portion of the agenda. More marbles being formed up there on the last corner, Anthony.
I'm looking at that shot there. Well, an eager beaver as Maxim Rem is already now stationary on the grid. No one else is there. They are. He's checked. Oh yeah. I've done bad here. Yeah. So he's going to have to wait for some time on that grid before everyone else gets lined up, which will mean cold tyres. It will mean a hot engine, and yeah.
Yeah, and I'm just having a very quick look at the state of tyres, some of them already blistering. I think we are going to get into that stage of the programme where things are going to get more difficult for the drivers. It's 32 degrees air temperature here at Sarno, and we're ready to go racing once again in KZ2 for qualifying heats B and F. Rem on pole position, Bertucca P2, away they go, very even start, nearly banging wheels are Rem and Bertucca, but Bertucca holds on. The two Premas get away as well into turn 2 and turn 3, defending down the inside there is Rem. That was an aggressive start, Anthony Jordan, but it's a good one. Rem has the lead.
Yes, he does. Yeah, gets away well, despite the fact that he had the long wait on the grid for everyone else. He seems to be nestled into the lead of this one pretty comfortably. Down the back straight they go in towards the hairpin of turn 9. They disappear out of shot. They come back into form here as now Powell and Nakamura-Berta line astern here. These two have been known to work together. They have also been known to battle fiercely against each other. We saw that quite a bit in some of the other categories in the FIA European Championships in the Czech Republic, as down the inside, under braking, Powell there straight away, and instantly says to Nakamura-Berta, right, let's go, latch onto the back of me, let's close in.
That was a statement of authority from the Mercedes Junior, putting it down the inside of his teammates, but I think they've got to work together now. You've got to remember that these two drivers did not have good days yesterday. They are behind in the points. I wouldn't say they're completely on the back foot anymore, but they can't afford any more mistakes in the remaining races. They're in good positions right now, still early stages of this one. Rem leading from Bertucca, Powell, Nakamura-Berta. But I'd say, Anthony, of the races that we've seen so far, at least at the front of the order, this is the closest that we've seen. We're not seeing, as we see the race start once again, look how close Rem and Bertucca got there. But we're not seeing a front driver or a front two drivers gallop away from the rest of the field, as we've seen in other heats so far in KZ2.
There's a driver at the back of the grid there, the 599, who started in 19th place, Eduardo D'Alessandro, who got an absolutely lightning start as well. Perfect reactions. There was the overtake again from Powell down the inside. And look at the cut. Did you see that? It hopping under the pressure of the tyres and just trying to get it to grip round the corner. Instantly on the power. And, you know, it's such a vital thing that you don't miss a gear. A common thing that you see here from KZ and KZ2 as a driver missing a gear, and it just bogs down out of the corner. And you just see everyone pile into the back or just disappear past them. But right now, no gears being missed here by Powell, who is just absolutely latched onto the back here of Batuka. And Cristian Batuka, who is certainly doing what he needs to be doing right now, holding his position. He is maintaining a decent gap here to Maxim Rem. Rem there at the front, certainly driving away with it. Further down the order, biggest movers at the moment, Bruno Mulder, who is the biggest mover in the 3-3-4 for CRG. He's up into P16 after gaining 4 positions. He started this one P20. So he's having a good little scrap. We're watching here the battle for second place. Cristian Batuka and Alex Powell. Birol ART versus Prema Racing. And right now, the two dueling away perfectly together and just dancing around this track. Over 1.5 kilometers the length. It's a long old circuit, but these drivers doing it in less than a minute, which is absolutely dizzying in terms of the average speed that they carry around a lap. And the average speed that they do carry around is around 105 kilometers an hour. So certainly very, very quick. And that will only get quicker as the weekend goes on, as they're able to carry more speed through the corners.
It's remarkable, absolutely remarkable stuff from all of these drivers. And you are seeing future champions, of course, in this race this weekend. It's been great to watch here from trackside. Alex Powell, third place at the moment, trying to find a way past Cristian Batuka. Maxim Rem is just doing what Maxim Rem does this weekend. 53.551, pulling away at the front of the order, has just gone purple. Fastest driver of anybody in this race so far through sector number 1. Here's an interesting battle. This is the one for 6th place. This is Andrea Dale and Brandon Nielsen. Andrea Dale doing a really good job here this weekend in the CRG machinery, holding off another one of the CRG drivers. The works team, Brandon Nielsen. This is a good opportunity perhaps for Nielsen if he can get alongside now. I don't think he's quite got the top end to pull up alongside into turn 1. Through the flat out corner they go. But I think Andrea Dale, another driver, I would say, Anthony, who's been going under the radar, not been doing anything too dramatic, but is there every time in that top 6. He's putting on a good score at this stage of the competition.
Consistency is key. Yeah, in qualifying heats, and that's certainly what we're seeing from Andrea Dale. You know, the outright driver racing under his own name this weekend on the bodywork of that CRG, and yeah, battling away with the factory CRG team. Yeah, certainly is a statement. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Oh, here we go. Powell has latched right onto the back of Batuka here, and Batuka here is now going defensive, switch over as they now go side by side over the start-finish line. So close, and Powell there just saying to Batuka, right, don't fight it, just let me go. Let's close in. Look how quick I am. Follow me. Let's close that 1.2 second gap to Maxim Rem, who is just dancing away in the distance here. And there you can just see him going through your shot. But Powell certainly, and coming together, the 374 and the 341 off the circuit. And that...
It's Lecati and 3-8.
Yeah.
And both of them having a bit of a discussion with one another there.
Well, not a happy discussion. Pasquale Lapole in the middle of them, keeping them separated. And I think, yeah, 2 separate marshal posts, please, for you two. Yep. I think that would be needed. And you can imagine, like I say, it's hot out there. Tensions are high. It's a championship finale. Accidents happen. And, you know, just emotions come through from the drivers. That happened at turn 9, the hairpin at the top end of the circuit, that incident. But, yeah, you can see Lecati there not happy at all. But certainly making his feelings known.
Indeed. A few laps to go in this one. Now, what's the pace of Alex Powell like at the moment? Is there any sign of that 1.2 second gap reducing? It's nip and tuck. Powell is setting personal bests. Maxim Rem this weekend is just so strong in the first sector. He nearly set identical lap times, just 1,000th of a second the difference. But I do feel like for Alex Powell, this is him stepping things up now. We know how good he is. He is a star of the future. And he's on the fight back charge here. I think irrespective of what's going to happen in the rest of these heats, that first heat is obviously going to cost him in terms of the results, but he can still get a good grid position from in the super heats with some strong performances between now and the end of the day. And that is what he's doing. 1.1 seconds now the gap. So it is coming down, but it's not coming down at such a rate that Maxime Rem needs to really worry about it with 2 laps to go.
No, he certainly is controlling this one. Quick check over the shoulder just to confirm what's going on. Howell is there. Gap is closing, but like you say, don't think fully needs to worry about it for the time being. Rem, in this meantime, then, would put himself second in the intermediate classifications with this position, 144 points from Christian Batuka. Alex Powell, who you currently see there, who is fighting for a championship win this weekend, does not sit within the top 8. So certainly a very dramatic start to this weekend. As we go on to the final lap, Maxime Rem, certainly it's a nice, chilled Saturday afternoon drive.
It's been lovely. It's simply lovely out there for Maxime Rem, and Leclerc by Lennox Racing will be very, very happy with the young German's work so far this weekend. He's got to keep it up, got to keep it going. There'll be 2 more opportunities to race in the afternoon. There is Alex Powell. I think, in all honesty, this is a solid result for Alex Powell. I think they would have taken this at the start of this race from row 2, knowing that it was Christian Batuka on the front row as well. It's been a good haul of points that gets them back into the talking discussion, the points regards standings.
Yes, indeed. Out of the final corner then they go, and taking it up the gears and taking the checker flag. Maxime Rem will take it then at the end of 10 laps of racing. Alex Powell from the second row of the grid will take second and take solid intermediate classification points to add to his tally to certainly help his championship fight at the end of this one. There is only a couple more heats to go for the day. And right now, the tension's certainly getting high. But for Germany, Maxime Rem takes the win. Declared by Lennox Racing Team from Powell, Batuka, Nakamura, Berta, Appiccini, Nilsson, Dale, Gabenko, and Kinderwerter. Kayak rounding out the top 10.
One thing I will say as well at the end of that one, as Anthony heads back down to paddock, Alex Powell did a 53.392 on the last lap there. Now, whilst that's not the quickest lap that we've seen today, in these current conditions, with the state that the tyres will be in by now after a lot of racing and qualifying, that is very impressive. Alex Powell's still in this. He's not out of contention at all. Is working hard. There is your provisional result. Maxime Rem takes another 150 points, consolidates his position in second in the intermediate classification after 3 rounds of qualifying heats for all of our drivers in KZ2. Alex Powell second, a fierce second place there for Prema Racing. Good work from the Jamaican. Christian Batuka in third place. Keen Nakamura Berta makes it 2 Prema Racing entries in the top 5. Alessio Piccini completes that top 5 with Brandon Nielsen winning out in the battle of the CRG machines ahead of Andrea Dale, 6th and 7th for them. Alexander Gabenko in 8th place. Robert Kinderwerter in 9th. Marcus Kayak completes the top 10. Bruno Mulders in 11th. Ahead of his CRG teammate Philip Wojcik in 12th. Jay Cool came home in 13th, the driver from Australia. Good performance once again from Karol Pasovic, up 7 places to 14th. 15th, up 8 places was Luigi Di Lorenzo. 16th for Andrea Bassotto. Jakub Wojcik was 17th, up 5. Now we're into the list of drivers who had problems. We'll come back to them, because here are your highlights from that final race before the lunch break. Good start at the front of the field for Rem. It was very close between Rem and Batuka. Good starts as well from the 2 Prema drivers on the second row of the grid. That moment there, that was precision driving from both Rem and Batuka to not have a fairly significant incident there at turn 1. But Rem had control of it. This was a moment and a half. Alex Powell down the inside on lap 1 on his teammate Keen Nakamura Berta. That was a big move and a big story in his race. There was contact between Tim Lecati and Gabin Louis. Lecati not too happy at all there, and the 2 drivers having to be calmly separated by the crew out there on circuit. But it was another routine victory for Leclerc by Lennox Racing and Maxime Rem. They go forward into the next round of qualifying heats with a good haul of points already in their locker. 144 points out of the possible 150. Just to run down the rest of the order that we saw there at the end. Problems for Patrick Janssen, Albin Carlsen, Marat Kanyasev, Eduardo D'Alessandro, Gabin Rie, Tim Licati. They all were retirements. For now, though, we're going to move down back to Parc Ferme, and Anthony Jordan is ready, standing by.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Yes, down in Parc Ferme here with our race winner, Maxime Rem. Maxime, well, certainly a challenge for you, but you seem to be handling it well. How was the track out there for you?
Now the track compared to this morning was a lot worse. The grip was sticking up, and yeah, the track was like half a second slower, so it was a bit more difficult to get everything right. But yeah, we knew I'm fast in this condition, so for me the main objective was just to get a good start and then to save the tires and just drive away from them.
It's still a long way to go in this weekend. You've still got 2 more qualifying heats today, and then you go into the Vesuvius tomorrow and the final, so there's still lots to do. You're second in the points now in terms of the intermediate classifications. What would it mean for you to get those 25 championship points if you could lead the points at the end of this?
Sadly, we had a bit of bad luck in Zera. That's why we're a bit back in the championship. But obviously, every point counts, and like I would be very happy with a top 10 finish in the championship. That's my objective really, and just to have a bit fun in this weekend and make a good result in the final.
You're certainly doing everything that you need to be doing. Now we've got a quick break. You can prepare yourself now, get ready for the next few races. How are you preparing for these races? I mean, what are you doing in the tent with the awnings?
I mean, when I get in the tent, I just get a wet cloth and wipe my face, and then I just do some meditation really, just to calm down a bit, and yeah, then I drink a lot of water and I drive again, yeah.
Definitely. Sounds like a good thing to have. Well, we'll let you get away now. Enjoy your break. We'll see you back out on track later on.
Thank you very much. See you later.
Excellent there. Great to chat to Maxim, who has, well, certainly done everything he needs to do to get away with some decent championship points at the end of this one. There is a few more races to go, but between now and then, we are going to take a short break. But don't go anywhere. We've got the highlights for you for round 1 at Zuera.
The FIA Karting Championships have remained in Spain, but have moved from the east to the north on the picturesque Karting Dueras circuit a few miles from the ancient city of Zaragoza. This is the fastest and longest circuit in the karting calendar, and therefore the perfect place to kick off the gearbox season, with the KZ and KZ2 drivers ready for battle. There are many new topics to discuss, more champions than ever before gracing the KZ category, new challengers stepping up from the OK class to KZ2 for the first time, and the 3rd woman ever to race in the Premier class of karting. With only freedom to develop chassis and a 5 kilogram minimum weight difference between the 2 categories, for some drivers this is the final bastion before the switch to car racing, and for others this is the pinnacle of the motorsport ladder. Overtaking is brutal, tyre management is critical, and staying focused enough to win is the difference between a contender and a champion. With driving talent and ability comparable to the top stars in Formula 1, IndyCar and Le Mans, to win here, you need to be the best of the best. It doesn't get more intense, more physical, or more demanding. This is where the warriors of the sport reside. Former world champion Pedro Hiltbrand will show us around the circuit, hitting 145 kilometers an hour over the finish line and flat on the throttle through turn 1. Keeping the kart smooth through the square right-hander and utilizing the speed through the left flick, then into a major overtaking spot. Turn 4 is tight and slippery, but perfect it and you move up rapidly. Back on the power and heading for turn 5, which careers to the left and goes on for an age before tightening on the exit and throwing you into the next tight right. which you need a truly smooth exit for, as you could be left vulnerable for the next hairpin. Another prime overtaking spot to the left for the last of the late breakers. Accelerate around the next set of right-handers, the first opens, and then the following 3 apexes combine to eat away at the tyres on the left side of the kart. So tyre management becomes a real mission in the final sector. Calm precision is needed through the double left-handers, and then a committed approach into the right-hander at turn 11 will maintain speed and then bring the power back up to storm through the final bend. At top speeds nearing 160 kilometers an hour, circuits don't come faster than DUEL. KZ has been the gearbox formula in karting since 2007, and the difference between KZ and KZ2 is very small, with KZ2 being only 5 kilograms heavier, and with KZ having more freedom to develop new components. Both karts utilise a 6-speed gearbox which can generate 46 to 50 brake horsepower, which may not sound like much until you consider that the driver is only a couple of millimetres off the ground and will regularly experience 2G in the corners. Formula 1 World Champion Max Verstappen won both the European and World KZ titles in the 2013 season, and current Formula 1 stars are occasionally seen testing these cars, as they provide the closest experience to a Grand Prix car for physicality, focus and racecraft. Held across only 2 weekends, the European Championship is very hard to win, as mistakes and bad luck are punished severely in equal measure. Indeed, in KZ2, no champion has ever successfully defended a European title, whereas only 2 men, Jorrit Peks and Bas Lammers, have ever done so in KZ. In the awning, the mechanics really earn their pay, and there are just as many components on a KZ racer as you'll find in Grand Prix, and it's the work done behind the scenes that really makes the difference. On track, the racing can be ferocious, and really depends on a good attitude and disciplined approach, as winning here makes you one of the best racing drivers on the planet. In KZ2 in 2022, France was the nation that cleaned up. Tom Loyer showed the world what he could do in the European Championship, as the Leclerc by Lennox racer dominated at both Genk and Cremona, despite the pressure from multiple opponents. His efforts have now been rewarded with both an FIA Championship title and a factory drive at Tony Kart in KZ. In the World Cup at Le Mans, Arthur Carbonell romped to victory on home soil and will now step up to the KZ category as well, giving us 2 new French stars on the premier racing grid in karting. Sodi Kart showed their incredible pace in KZ last year, as first Emilion Denner claimed an emphatic victory at Genk in Belgium. And then in Cremona in Italy, it was his teammate Senna van WALSTIJN's turn. But thanks to his dedication and consistency, the champion would actually be the Italian driver Paolo Ippolito of Kart Republic, which meant that there would be several happy faces on the podium. Sodi were back to winning ways again, and Kart Republic claimed their 2nd European gearbox crown. But then came the World Championship at Le Mans, where there could only be one winner. And fittingly, Victor Gustafsson became the new champion of the world ahead of the contest's previous 2 winners, Noah Milel and Jeremy Iglesias. And with the latter back for more in 2023, who knows what could unfold. "88 competitors entered the weekend in KZ2, but only 36 remained at the start of the final. The general consensus was clear. 2023 looked like the most competitive KZ2 lineup for many years, and with novices as quick as the veterans, it was going to be a tough call. Birolart Racing have come out of the blocks fighting fit, with Christian Bertucca now joined by Daniel Vasselay and Freddie Slater, who would share the front row. But Alex Powell and Kian Nakamura-Berta were looking very fast on their gearbox debuts, with wildcard Daniel Mathia hoping to keep Spanish hearts racing to the finish line. The battle for the European title is on. As the field launched away from the grid, it was Slater who beat the poleman Vasselay to turn 1. Mathia climbed into 3rd position, with Energy Course star Thomas Stolchamanis also having a great debut in P4. But his best would come later around the opening lap, as the Latvian would pull out the overtaking move of the weekend on the first lap of the final, round the outside of Mathia at turn 7, an audacious and sensational piece of driving. It spooked Mathia so much that Matteo Spergel, Alex Powell and Jorge Pescador could also move ahead of the baffled Spaniard. Vasilei's experience came in handy on the second lap as he made a bold manoeuvre to overtake Slater and show his young teammate who was boss, for now at least. Pescador picked up the first warning flag of the race, and Samuel Lier found he couldn't pass Michael Paparo as the two ended up on the sidelines. At 1/3 distance, Slater returned to the lead once again as the young Englishman continued his amazing performance in his first FIA weekend in gearbox. Vasilei had to work hard to keep Stolchamanis behind him. That was the only invitation Alex Powell required to seize his chance and make a stunning overtake himself, moving the Mercedes F1 Junior into 3rd. Pescador was now looking hungry in 5th, hoping he could give the Calicart squad a positive result in the opening race of the season. But he reckoned without Kian Nakamura-Berta, who was also enjoying his maiden voyage in gearbox. Could he win back-to-back European titles after his OK success last year? Powell had closed right up onto the back bumper of Vasilei's Birolat, but the Romanian wasn't going to be an easy driver to pass. However, the boy born in Miami in Florida was clearly ready to take prisoners, and when you leave a gap, Powell will definitely go for the move. Could he catch the leader now? Not everybody was enjoying the final, and for Alex Marigliano, bad luck would rob him of the finish he and the Maranello team deserved, having run all weekend in the top 5. Powell had come into the weekend with a simple objective: learn about the craft of gearbox racing. But now both he and Slater were rookie drivers in sight of victory, so who would be able to outpace the other to clinch the win? Vasilei was still 3rd, but Nakamura-Berta had now climbed to 4th, ahead of Stolchamanis and Pescador. On lap 12, Powell saw the best chance he was ever going to be given and snatched the lead of the race away from Freddie Slater. With 7 laps to go, it was now the Jamaicans to lose. Slater's tyres started to drift away, and Nakamura-Berta sensed that Birolat were vulnerable. He moved ahead of Vasilei with a clinical move at turn 2, and now it was Prema versus Birolat for the lead and for 3rd. Pescador decided a podium was possible and made reasonable work of Stolchamanis in 5th position. Spergel in the CPB Sport Sodi kart was hopeful of doing the same. With only 4 laps remaining, Slater knew that he would have to defend in order to retain 2nd position, as Pescador passed Vasilei for 4th. Whilst the Romanian was now struggling, at least he was still in the battle, as Christian Bertuca's race came to an abrupt halt on turn 5, after what had been a thrilling weekend. The podium certainly was possible for Pescador now, and Nakamura-Berta was taken completely by surprise when the Argentine nipped ahead. Slater, however, was now defending for dear life, as the following 6 karts all did what they could to take advantage of the situation. Pescador made a bold attempt to pass Slater for 2nd position, heading into turn 6. But the British driver refused to give way and held on to 2nd. Stolchamanis tried another audacious move around the outside, but this time it wouldn't gain him any positions. Heading into the final lap, and Powell had done enough to pull away, thanks to his speed, and his rivals continued dueling. Pescador had picked up a 2nd warning flag for his urgency. 1 more, and there would be real trouble. The only man who could really make a move on the final lap was Vasilei, and not only did it fail, but it also dropped him behind the Frenchman Matteo Spergel. Slater was now relatively safe in 2nd, with Pescador resigned to be content with 3rd. But as debuts go, nobody had been as impressive as Powell for quite some years. From 5th to 1st on his debut, having been fastest in group in qualifying 2. It was quite a spectacular performance from Alex Powell, and no doubt his fans back home in both Miami and Jamaica would be both stunned and ecstatic. The racing world would definitely be taking notice, as he has become a very hot property very quickly. Slater and Pescador completed a very happy podium ahead of Nakamura-Berta and Spergel. Vasile would hold off Stolchamanis to the flag, whilst the Spanish talents of Daniel Mathia and Genis Civico would be joined in the top 10 by Jean Nomblo. Jorge Pescador, the importer for Calicart in Spain, gave the Tonini Group a sensational Spanish fiesta in third. With maximum points in the qualifying heats and second in the superheat and final, Freddie Slater is now the championship leader by 6 points. But the winner of the final is Alex Powell, who has just given everybody in karting and world motorsport a massive wake-up call. So there's only one thing left for the drivers to do: get busy with the fizzy.
It was a long race. Had to keep the concentration for all 18 laps, so that was difficult as well. But I mean, I had the carts underneath me to stay consistently, do consistent times, stay consistently in the front, and it was, I mean, it was an amazing race. It was always coming forward, so the trajectory from that aspect was quite good. But I mean, it's a big thanks to all the KR team, because they've been working so hard over the winter. Last year we were European champion in KZ with Paolo Ippolito. So hopefully this year we can try and repeat that feat that he did last year. But I mean, you know, we just need to keep on working hard, doing our best, and if we can go into round 2 in Sarno with a similar result, I think we can be quite happy with that.
We put together, had a really good start, and I knew Vasile was always going to be there, right on me to the start. I knew the start wasn't always my best part, especially with the kart. It was a bit slidey, but then managed to take the lead, and it was quite hard to lead as the wind was massive, and yeah, especially hard track, and there's a lot of corners, so you always got to be on your A game every corner, and this track always bites you when you do make a mistake, and I got overtaken by Alex, and he was fast at that point, and I had a bit of aero wash, I would say, like just as the sides were hot, and it just struggled a bit, and I knew they were right behind me, so I kind of didn't have the option to keep going forward, and I knew second was the best I was kind of going to get, so it was defense mode from there.
Start P8 in the final, push in the first 5 laps is very difficult for me. The chassis is little sliding. After the 6-7 laps, the chassis is perfect and push the maximum. It's very difficult in the medium the race after the little close, Freddy, Nakamura, but for me it's very good position finish the race.
Yeah, we are very happy having 2 rookie drivers in this category. They have showed extreme good speed all through the week. Both of them with the starts and everything, managing the heats very good, also with the tire and everything. Some small mistakes here and there, which is normal. So, but overall they've done a good job, especially then Alex staying calm in the final when it was P4, P5, then keeping everything calm, managing the tires all the way to the end, and grabbing a great victory in our opinion. So we are all happy.
The Champion of Champions race. Formula One without the money. Whatever you call KZ, there's no doubt that it's high stakes, high pressure and high velocity. Across the qualifying heats, there were 3 different winners from 3 different squads. Tom Loyer from Tony Kart, Senna van Walstein from Sony Kart and Danilo Albanese from Kart Republic. But after Loyer had stormed to pole in time qualifying, van Walstein had scored pole for the final, ahead of Jeremy Iglesias, with Albanese alongside Emilion Denner in his Sodi. The key factor would be tyre degradation, and nobody knew which team and driver combination could perfect it over 18 laps and 30 kilometers of racing. Time then to find out. As Van Walstein crept off the line, Iglesias nailed the start and was joined by Denner and the fast-starting Matteo Vigano through the first bend, leaving the rest of the field to do the best they could around the opening lap. Van Walstein tried every trick in the book to move ahead of Vigano once more, but it wasn't possible for the moment, and now he had Albanese and Lorenzo Camplese in close proximity. Now the drivers needed to settle in, manage tyres, look after brakes, monitor the engine, and pray for Lady Luck to offer a helping hand. After a calm start to the weekend, Vigano had clearly saved his best work for last, as he moved ahead of Denner for second place. That wasn't in the plan for Sodikart or Emilion Denner, so he attempted to take the place back immediately, but Vigano was wise to the move. Van WALSTIJN elected to make a bold move on his teammate Denner, and with such a gamble came such a risky outcome. Fortunately, he made it, and Albanese joined him into fourth position. Denner wasn't happy and was relentlessly seeking a chance to move back into the top three, but Albanese wasn't budging. Loyer ran out of luck completely as he retired following an incident with Christian Habulin and Teresa Babichkova, who ended her admirable maiden weekend in gearbox in disappointment. It was on the whole a weekend to forget for Parolin, as Francesco Salenta wouldn't see the finish line either, as the Parolin hit trouble on only lap 5. The next man out of the race would be a living legend. Sadly, mechanical problems ended Jorrit Pex's afternoon way too early. It was fast becoming a race of high attrition, as many more would falter before the finish. Denner finally made a successful move past Albanese, and he needed to, with Riccardo Longhi bearing down on both of them. Sadly, the reigning world champion was the next retirement. Victor Gustafsson's European campaign was already virtually over. Then Longhi sent Pulses racing with a huge power slide that became an overtaking move that benefited Camplese more, as he passed both men with lightning reactions. But the two Italians weren't finished, as their battle became irresistible. Albanese made a bold attempt into the first corner, and he was lucky his race didn't end there and then. His teammate and reigning European champion Paolo Ippolito wasn't going to be kind to his teammate, and so the new Italian in KZ would have to defend valiantly. None of this caused an issue for Jeremy Iglesias in the lead, who was set for a perfect start to the 2023 season. In fact, the top 5 looked relatively secure, with Vigano ahead of Van WALSTIJN, Denner and Camplese. Adrien Renaudin was the next big name to fall, as the new DR driver would walk home after retiring at the first corner. And Felix Arnold would crash out at the end of the second sector too. A tough day for Maranello. The Sodikarts were pushing each other and trading sector times, with both men eager to reach the rostrum after a very tough race weekend. But Iglesias was uncatchable. Denner briefly moved ahead, but Camplese managed to reel in the Sodikart twins in the closing stages to give them a nasty scare on the final lap, with Denner having to do all the hard work to keep the Tony Kart factory star at bay, which he would eventually fail to accomplish. But the Frenchman in the CRG up front had been fantastic, from lights out to flag down, and Jeremy Iglesias completed a dominant race win with an immaculate and textbook display. CRG now have all the ingredients to add the European crown to their World Championship winning form at Le Mans last year. So at Sarno, expect the boys in orange and black to be hard to beat. Vigano quietly grabbed a smooth second place ahead of Van WALSTIJN, with Camplese sneaking ahead of Denner on the final lap. Longhi and Albanese were next, ahead of Stan Pex, and two legendary world champions, Lorenzo Travasanuto and Pedro Hiltbrand. It's already a very close race for the European title, and by finishing third, Van WALSTIJN is ahead by just 2 points. Vigano isn't out of the contest with a valiant second place. And Iglesias has the best chance yet to add a European trophy to his world title accolade of 3 years before. He'll have to clinch it in the same nation as last time, Italy, home territory for CRG. So, no pressure, boys.
Yeah, I was, when I saw the calendar for this year, I said, okay, Zuera is one of my favorite tracks, so I focused to arrive here really prepared and confident with the material and myself. So I was, I think, 100% with everything. Of course, with the big job of CRG and the Galifa. My plan was to start first, so that's what I did, and from the start I said, okay, now I push and I do the best I can do for every lap, and the material was so fantastic, so even it's more easy like that.
Honestly, compared to last year, this race we were not so competitive from Thursday and Friday. So this was not the result I expect, honestly. We improved a lot during the weekend from Saturday and this morning, and slowly we were able to coming from the back. And I'm starting from after the P19 of qualifying. I'm very happy of this second place, and also today Jeremy was for me like too fast, so today was uncatchable. Yeah, it's a track that I like, honestly, and the last time we were quick. It's true also we were different tires, and we will have to work for improve also with these ones that we are using in the FIA race. And for sure, I think we will be more competitive there than here.
Yeah, I mean, coming into the race when you're starting on pole, of course you expect better, especially after all the races we've done so far this week. Every time the start was good. But yeah, just made a mistake on my side, which is a shame for the team and everyone. But I think in the end, Jeremy was too fast to catch. And I tried to catch Vigano, but it was difficult to stay close behind. But yeah, I mean, the material was really good. The engines were really on fire. So yeah, really happy for that. And I'm sorry for the team that we couldn't get a better result. Every race so far this year we had the speed. So this is really confidence for coming into the next race. And I think, yeah, this week as well, we were managing all the races like really good. And yeah, I think we have a big chance to win a championship maybe this year.
Yeah, we had a good pace all weekend, but not enough to think about this result in the final. But after work, step by step, with every details of the chassis, engine, with Khalifa, we find the best way to get this result for the final. And as discussed with Jeremy, everything was perfect with our setup. Probably with the chassis setup was not so difficult to find the right way, but maybe with the carburation was not easy. Every time you need to stay focused and understand what you find after maybe half an hour when you have the heat or the final.
It's been a spectacular start to the season. Alex Powell and Prema Racing have blitzed their way to the victory on their first ever attempt in the KZ2 category. And if they can keep the ball rolling on the team's home circuit at Sarno, the young man from Miami could be one of the youngest ever KZ2 European champions in history. Can the talented teen really do it? In KZ, Jeremy Iglesias is back and faster than ever before. Winning his first race since he became world champion in 2020 is the perfect start to the season, as CRG continues to demonstrate how hard work and dedication really pays off. But karting never sleeps, and there's more work to do. Before the gearbox races even arrive at the foot of Mount Vesuvius, the Academy Trophy begins, and the OK and Junior drivers face their next mission in 5 weeks' time at the Steel Ring at Třinec in the Czech Republic. But as the Jamaican and French flags fly on top of the Zuera podium, the only question that remains is who will triumph next time?
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's round 2. It is the FIA Karting European Championships for KZ and KZ2. Myself, Anthony Jordan, and Andrew Mather in the commentary box. And here's a look at the circuit that we're racing at this weekend. Circuito Internazionale Napoli in Italy, the south of Italy, right next to the city of Naples. A fantastic facility, 1,550 meters in length, 14 turns. Clockwise direction. It is a absolutely fantastic circuit and is certainly giving us some exciting racing. Air temperature has risen. 33 degrees is the air temperature, though the sun has somewhat disappeared behind the clouds. They have started to loom over the circuit, but that does not take away to the fact that it is a very, very hot day here in Sarno. The rest of the races yet to come up. We've still got 7 more races, 6 of the KZ2 variety, 1 heat remaining for KZ. Their heat 3 later out today, due to kickstart at 10 to 3. Look there at some of the live pictures before the next race. The lunch break over. You saw the highlights from the DUEL round, and well, from here we go to the next race, qualifying B and C. And well, this man here on your screen, Alex Powell, who has had an up and down weekend. He currently doesn't sit anywhere within the top 8 of the classifications, but he's certainly second in the championship. We caught up to him before the race weekend. This is what he had to say.
You always learn every weekend. You have a learning experience, because at the end we are still learning. So I mean, both in OK and KZ2, I mean, I'm learning every weekend. So I hope all the things that I've learned up until this point can help me this weekend, and then everything that I learn from here on forward can help me hopefully in the future. But I mean, it's definitely been a learning experience, the new category, because you have very experienced drivers. You know, some of them have been racing KZ since I was in mini karts, so since the very beginning. So I mean, it's going to be difficult. I'm sure that it will be a difficult weekend. I'm sure that that we'll be strong. We just need to focus on ourselves and do the best that we can, and yeah, at the end we'll see. But I mean, yeah, we can take what we can from this weekend. We've been putting in a lot of work, lots of hours of work and lots of effort put in to get to this point, and to say that we are fighting for the championship in KZ2 is really nice to say as well, because if you would have told me that maybe in the beginning of the season, maybe I wouldn't have believed you. But yeah, I mean, we've come very far. So we're at the last hurdle now. So we just need to keep pushing and doing our best. Of course, having gears, which makes it a lot more physical, which makes it a lot more difficult, because you don't have any time to rest really. Unless you have a long back straight, you're always doing something. You're always checking the temperatures. You're always upshifting or downshifting. So it's non-stop. But for me, it's just the speed. It's the speed that's the biggest difference for me, that I love it, you know. For the first time, when I went in the KZ the first time, it was like a completely different world, and it really is, especially in the race as well. The race situation, you have to manage the race a lot differently than you do in OK. So it's lots of things to learn. But to be honest, everything about KZ I love. I mean, it's not one thing that I'm like not too sure about. I love it all, really. I think it's the same for 95% of the people in this paddock. It's to reach Formula 1, of course. But in the end, it's to be the best driver and best person that I can be in whatever category I end up racing. So of course, the end goal and the ultimate goal is to arrive to Formula 1, which I'm sure everyone else in this paddock has had the same dream at some point. But I mean, in the end, for me, it's to maximize myself and to maximize every weekend. So you know, if it's not racing in Formula 1 and it's racing in another category, I want to be the best in that. So yeah, of course the ultimate goal is to get to Formula 1, but for me a personal goal is just to extract everything that I can and be the best in whatever category I end up racing in.
Well, great to chat there to Alex Powell. He starts this one on the second row of the grid. And yes, I suspect everyone on that grid would love to make it into a spot on the current F1 grid in the future. That is what we will have to wait, though, and see if that happens in the future. Here, though, the next race, KZ2 qualifying Heat B and C, makes its way out onto the circuit. Let's take you through the starting lineup as we go to the second half of the day. Maxim Rem and Paavo Tonteri start this one on the front row. Alex Powell and Ivan David go from row 2. Andrea Dale and Tirgan Bertan go from row 3. Brandon Nilsson and Daniel Vasile go from row 4. Gavin Luelli and Jose Gomez, hopefully he's made the grid this time around. He starts on the 5th row with Marcus Kayak and Giuliano Holzem starting on the 6th row.
Continuing on row 7, Tim Lucati and Adrian Malero. Row 8 has Andrea Basotto and Christian Klein on it. Klein looking to bounce back from disappointments before the lunch break. Jay Cool and Angelo Lombardo starts on row number 9. Eduardo D'Alessandro and Matteo Zanchi complete the top 20 on row 10. Karol Pasovic and Maximilian Paul. Maxi Paul, who had a great race before the lunch break, go from row 11 in this one. Luigi Di Lorenzo and Ricardo Avia complete the 24 kart field on row 12. Well, conditions good. For probably one of the first times this weekend in terms of it's not too hot at the moment. I know that's easy for us to say in an air-conditioned box, but it doesn't look as intense out there on the drivers.
Intensity on your fair skin, yes. Sun's gone away. Temperature-wise, no. It's still too hot. It's it's probably unbearable. As soon as, like we were saying, speaking to some of the drivers in Parc Ferme, as soon as they're stationary on the grid, you know, the fumes, the heat coming up from the engines while you're stationary on the grid, unbearable to a point where you just can't wait for the lights to go out and away you go racing. But yeah, for these drivers, certainly in these sort of sections here, it's a very, very trying conditions out there. Race director Nigel Edwards on the gantry, ready to get this one going. Last few bits of communication happening before we get this one underway. Like I say, only 7 more races to negotiate for today until we head into the Sunday finals and superheats as well. So plenty of racing yet to come over the course of this weekend. As still the drivers getting, well, amazingly, despite the fact how warm it is, they're still doing their level best to get everything up to temperature and up to, ideal conditions.
They are indeed. Maxim Rem stops on the grid slot for pole position. He's not as far out ahead of the rest of the field as he was in the previous race, so that's good from a heat management point of view. There he is, kart number 355 alongside him on the front row, Paavo Tonteri. Alex Powell on the inside of row 2 for this one. And Evan David, who's had a good day so far as well. Rosa Santulli will walk to driver's right. We are ready to go for the next heat in KZ2. The lights coming on, 1 light, 2 light, 3 lights, 4 lights. Out they go. Brilliant start for Tonteri, who jumps past Maxim Rem before they get to turn number 1, takes the lead of the race in the early stages. Into turn 2 and turn 3 they go, and Maxim Rem can't respond at the moment, not close enough. Great start for the CRG driver in kart number 314. Paavo Tonteri leads as they exit sector number 1.
Yeah, nice little start as well. Also, and David's gone up into 3rd place as well. Powell back down into 4th place, didn't get the best getaway over the start-finish line. A little squirrely under braking there. Maxim Rem just getting everything in check as they dive down a couple of the gears into the heavy braking zone of turn 9. Rest of the field slotting through here. Nice and close, but clear breakaway already for the top 4. 5th place downwards, still struggling just to maintain that gap, but I suspect that will close up as the race progresses. 1 more corner to negotiate. They aim the first lap. Back over the start-finish straight they go. And Tonteri leads from Rem, David, then it's Powell, Vasily, then it's Butian, Dale, Nilsson, Kayak, Luelli, and down the order there, we lost Tim Lucati, who lost 6 positions in that one, and that's Powell. Alex Powell off the side of the track at turn number 2, and he stalls it. He gets it restarted. No, he doesn't. That was attempt 1 of getting it started. I think he's going to try and give it another go here. He's off the track at the moment, gets in it. This time it fires, and he gets it back onto the track. And under investigation, Jose Gomez. Well, now those two weren't close to each other on the track. But what happened to Powell?
That is a shocking moment in the story of these FIA Karting European Championships. One of the favourites. He's not out of it. Let's just stress that straight away. But after the problems yesterday in the first heat, is that the moment that the championship chances realistically start to slip away from Alex Powell, who at the start of the day was the closest challenger to Freddie Slater in terms of championship points. Slater, of course, we've seen have a perfect record so far. Powell is now going to have 2 not good scores on his scorecard when we get to the end of heats this afternoon.
That is certainly going to make it harder going into the Super Heats and Finals tomorrow to see if you can try and claw back any chance of potentially getting near Freddie Slater's points here. It's still mathematically doable, but certainly not what we want to see. Here it is, the replay, down the inside, and just clipping the side there of Ivan David. The gap was there. I don't think the traction was there.
No, it's just racing incidents, I'd say, from my vantage point, but we'll allow the race officials to adjudicate on that one. But Powell kicking himself so early in this race. Did he need to go for that move? There's a warning flag that you can see on your screens at home for Maxi Paul, the 3.43. There is Alex Powell, who will keep pushing on. He's a fighter. That's a long, long way back in only a 10-lap race. Fastest lap of the race for Ivan David, 53.871. But for Paavo Tonteri, he won't worry about anything that's going on behind him. He's in the lead of this race and leading well by nearly half a second from Maxime Rem.
Well, it certainly shakes it up. Maxime Rem would go to the top of the intermediate classifications then, 188 points from Tonteri. So despite the fact that Tonteri leading this one, the best he can do is second in the intermediate classifications at this moment. Of course, there are 4 more heats to go where we get the final score at the end of it. But certainly it is looking a little bit interesting here now for a lot of our drivers, certainly. So keep a very close eye on it. You can stay up to date with all the live timing as well. You can head to the FIA Karting website, the live link on there for the live timing. So you can have that on your second screen. Also, you can head to ukart.io as well for your statistics as down the inside here. And no real contest there. Kayak dives down the inside and gets that move done. Ivan David down into 8th place now.
Yeah, we kind of saw this from Ivan David in the previous appearance. Started the race very quickly, Anthony, but then just faded a bit with the ultimate pace in this middle phase of the race. Oh, I fear that that's happening again and been compounded, of course, due to the incident with Powell. Powell has just gone fastest of anybody on his own in sector number 1 and a personal best through sector 2. So the pace is there. It's just not falling for the Premier Racing driver so far this weekend. There's a new fastest lap of the race for the 3.53 Brandon Nielsen. Interesting stage there is Nielsen just passing through shots. It's about at 1.1 seconds behind Daniel Vasile, but clearly has a lot of pace. Let's see over the course of the next 5 laps. So can he close in that gap to the 3.05 and take that 3rd place?
Well, that will be the question. I mean, at the moment, the gap between the 2 of them is about 1 second. That's the moment there. Andrea Dale, absolute full commitment send through turn 9 there. Down the inside, I believe that was on Kayak and Tigran Butian as well. So just further down the order there, you can see them back on your screen coming through, and Dale's still in front. Butian right in that slipstream here, and I suspect after the lunginess of the move through turn 9, you can expect that Tigran is wanting to fight back with a little bit more vigour.
Yeah, I would expect so. New fastest lap of the race from the driver in 3rd place, responding to that pace from Brandon Nielsen. So Daniel Vasile, if he's had a quick bit of communication from the mechanics at the side of the circuit to say, come on, need to push on a bit here because Nielsen is a threat. Continuing this battle, this great battle between Dale and Benatian. Kayak not too far behind, and down the inside. He's going to be on the inside line as they exit the corner, and here comes Kayak as well. That's a great move by Benatian. Didn't attack that too hard. Confidence on the brakes, held the apex. Beautiful stuff from the driver there in the 3.62.
Crucially, Dale gave the racing room as well. As soon as the kart was down the inside, no squeezing him to the apex there. Just giving enough racing room, which is what we like to see. You know, David now at the back of this group, and Powell's brought it in. And you know what? I think that's smart from Powell.
Yep.
You know, he was 9 seconds off from the rest of the field. He had closed up 8 seconds to the back of the grid, but he was using his tyres.
Yeah.
You know, scrubbing too much tyres, really pushing them. Save it, come into the pit lane. Yes, okay, you take no points really from that one. You lose so many, but you save your tyres.
And the other thing as well, he wasn't within range that if there was a... We hope not. We don't like to see penalties as neutrals here in the box. But he wasn't in that range where if there were a series of penalties, he would receive some more positions at the end of the final classifications. I think you're absolutely right there, Anthony. The pace is there in the kart. That does tell the team something. It means they don't need to do too much in terms of repairs, etc. But save the tyres. Still 2 more races to go. Still 2 opportunities to get some big points on the board. Elevate Alex Powell's position once we get to the intermediate classification of those super heats tomorrow.
The dive down the inside there from Ivan David. Down the inside there of Marcus Kayak. And Kayak just gets out the way and concedes the spot. And again, when you see a move like this in KZ2, they do look like they come from quite far back. And we have seen those lunges there from Ivan David as well. He has been on point when it comes to sending it down the inside from quite a way back.
Back at the front of the order, though, here is your race leader on the final lap now of this qualifying heat in KZ2. Paavo Tonteri was all about the start. And I just wonder as well, that's the first time I'd say we've seen someone from Grid 2 on the racing line really get a good launch off the line in comparison to pole position. It wasn't a bad start for Maxime Rem. He didn't bog down or anything. I just wonder, is that the beginnings of a sign of sometimes on this particular course you want to be P2 on the grid as the tyres start to wear? We'll worry about that later on. This has been a superb race, and this is just what Tonteri needed. Holds him up there at the top of the standings. He's going to be second place after this one. More good points for Maxime Rem as well. Round the final corner, Paavo Tonteri takes the race victory ahead of Maxime Rem. Daniel Vasile in there in third place. Good run from Brandon Nielsen as well in fourth. Tigran Ratin there in fifth.
Solid drive, absolutely solid drive there. No dramas whatsoever for your top drivers. All gaining a position. Maxime Rem, the only driver to lose position. Daniel Vasile, they say he has done a very decent job here. He is third in the intermediate classifications. He is third in the championships. We'll have to keep a close eye on him because he is probably now the closest contender to Freddie Slater's championship fight.
I think you could argue so, and you know, stablemates as well, Birol Art Racing teammates.
Yeah,
could there be a little bit of
team
spice there?
You don't know. You don't.
They
know.
all want to win this championship. It carries so much prestige. But good race there. Very good performance from Paavo Tonteri. He needed that. Needed to take advantage of that front row start. Be very happy with those 50 points in the intermediate classification.
They make their way back then in towards Parc Ferme, and they will now get the chance to cool off. Here's a look then at the provisional classifications at the end of qualifying heat B and C. Paavo Tonteri takes the win from Maxime Rem, Daniel Vasile from Brandon Nilsson, Tigran Batan and Andrea Dale. And at the top 6, Ivan David from Marcus Kayak, Christian Decline, Kevin Rueli, Jose Gomez rounding out the top 11 from Adrian Malheiro, Angelo Lombardo and Matteo Zanchi. Liano Holzem then rounds out the top 15, separated by 11 seconds. A very close run out on circuit. Andrea Bassetto from Pasovic, Eduardo De Alessandro, Luigi De Lorenzo, Jay Cool, Tim Licati, Maximilian Paul, Ricardo Alvera, and Alex Powell retiring from the race. 24 drivers started that one, 23 finish. Powell at the back of the grid. Again, 2 bad sets of points. Certainly a weekend not to remember so far in the qualifying heats. Can he bring it back tomorrow? That is the question.
I still give him hope. Now let's have a look at the highlights then from that one. It was all about the start for Tonteri and had the jump on Rem before they even got to turn 1. You see him chopping across there, defending that inside line. Powell got a decent start as well, just behind Gerhards. They all went through the first sector. It was all very clean, but this was the key moment. Gerhards and Powell making contact. Powell losing a huge amount of time in the 322 Prema Racing effort. And apart from a couple of quick laps to take the fastest lap in the midway stage of that race, that was Alex Powell's race done pretty much. A potentially big moment in this year's FIA Karting European Championship. There's some great battles in the top 10 as well, as the drivers fought through there, with Brandon Nielsen running well and Tigran Benatin as well. Great move this down the inside of Andrea Dale into the final corner. Marcus Kayak had a look as well in his 304, and Jevan David was always on the scene. At this moment here, down the inside of Kayak, that was good for 7th place. But it was Paavo Tonteri and CRG taking this particular heat ahead of Maxime Rem and Daniel Vasselay. They will move on to their next set of races in a strong position in the intermediate classification.
Yes, they will. Well, there we go. We turn our attention now to the next qualifying heat. Qualifying heat A and F, and there on your screen, Freddie Slater starting this one on pole position. Again, he has had a dominant performance. He has had 2 heat wins. He has maximum points so far that he can take in the heats. And, well, he's certainly the one to watch for the championship. We caught up with him before the start of the weekend.
For me, I think Zuera was quite consistent. For me, I think like we had good pace just overall. Like I think we missed a 10th or 2, but we had good heats, good soup heat, good quali, and that just puts us in a good amount of points for the final. And this final was all about staying clean and just managing everything and just trying not to like try too hard, because obviously it's only 2 rounds. So when you maybe have a worse first round and you struggle the second round. So I think we lacked a little bit of pace just overall. I think certain tracks suited other drivers and other equipment stuff. So I think we've definitely built on that, and we've really pushed hard. And I think Zuera was overall a great weekend. Not obviously the top of what I wanted to win. I obviously wanted to win the race and get maximum points, but I think we definitely took a massive points haul from that. Yeah, you know, it's such a great thing to be leading the championship, going into the final round. At such a young age. KZ is always something that I've always wanted to do, so it's definitely a privilege and something that I'll always look back on, that I've always enjoyed, and I can't wait to give it my all this weekend, and I'm definitely pushing hard for this, and this is where I want to be, and the title I want to take back is the European Championship. And then also jumping from cars to karts is obviously difficult, because the dynamic of the car and the kart is completely different. There's no suspension on go-kart, so you have to really... The go-kart's a lot more, there's not like a process as much, but in cars there's a lot more like certain brake shapes, stuff like that. So it's definitely a good thing that I'm doing all this racing in different championships, just to understanding, like adapt to different cars. So I think my management team have definitely made the great choice, and obviously the people behind me, to do all this type of stuff to make me the best possible driver. I think the KZ Karting is so much more just like, I would say fair, in my words, is because the racing is so much more like clean and it's aggressive, but people understand that when there is no gap, they don't go for it. Like, they understand that. I think in the lower categories it's a little bit harder, because obviously younger people, so people are maturing at that age. So I think just the racing is obviously amazing, like it's so much more aggressive, but also hard, clean racing, and then the speed of the car is just obscene. For me, my racing career is definitely go to Formula 1 and win multiple championships. I know I've got the right people behind me. I've just got to do my job. So I'm really pushing hard for that. And also it's just to be a successful racing and just have a great racing career out of it, and just enjoy it along the way and create a lot of memories.
Well, there you go. Wise words there from Freddie Slater. He starts this one on pole position. Starting alongside him, though, Christian Bertucca, the Italian driver in the 301. Certainly a driver you need to keep an eye on as well. The championship, he's up there somewhere in the points. He's 9th in the championship. So definitely a driver you need to keep an eye on. And has himself also had a relatively decent start to this weekend, accumulating firsts and seconds across the board. He is certainly one to keep an eye on. The second row, though, just behind Tim Gerhardt and Kian Nakamura-Roberta. Also, I don't know what it is, but the drivers who are starting on that second row, one side seems to have all the luck in the world, and the other side seems to get all the bad luck.
It's almost
and it varies each race.
Yeah, it's the danger row in a way. So I rate the chances for Bertucca here, because say he's on that P2 side, he can take inspiration from the fact we've just seen Paavo Tonteri get an absolute rocket of a launch and go on to win the race. I just wonder, I know we've been talking about it a lot, of how cool and calm Freddie Slater has been
so far. I think this is actually a really big mental test because he will be aware that Alex Powell has just had a not so good result. This is a huge opportunity now for him. If he wins this race, he doesn't have one hand on the trophy yet, but he's taking a massive step towards doing so.
He is certainly putting a finger on it, isn't he? Freddie Slater then and Christian Batuka start this one from the front row. Tim Gerhardt and Kian Nakamura-Berta start from row 2. Jean Nomble and Alessio Pancini go from row 3. Samuel Louier and Robert Kinderwerter round out row 4. Matteo Sprigel and Alexander Gabenko go from row 5. Jorge Pescador and Patrick Janssen round out row number 6.
Another Swede follows on the 7th row of the grid. Norton Andreasen starts alongside Marat Kanyasev. Vladimir Verkolantsev starts alongside Filip Wojcik on row 8. Vajlev Putyatin and Albin Karlsson start on row number 9. Michael Paparo and Bruno Mulders start on row 10. Alessio starts there on the 11th row of the grid, Alessio Lamattina. Jakub Wojcik on that row as well. Gabriel Kaur and, Gabriel Kaur will be the only driver on the 12th row of the grid, as mentioned. Unfortunately, Muktak Joshi from India, the Birol Arts Racing driver, has had to withdraw from this event, so it'll be 23 karts on the grid.
Yeah, big shame for that one. Couple of rib injuries that have come through over the course of this weekend, haven't they? And you would usually, when you go to a circuit, you would put that down to drivers hitting curbs or anything like that. The curbs here are relatively flat. There are some harsh ones, but again, you don't want to be clipping those curbs in these karts because, it'd be a bad day at the office, I think, if you accidentally did one of those.
And due to the conditions as well, the drivers' bodies are already taking
a
real, test of their mettle. As Pasquale Lupoli, our assistant race director, and he had a great chat earlier, actually, with Nigel Edwards, saying just how much input and how much work Pasquale is putting in out there, out on the circuit. So big thanks to Signori Lupoli out there on track. Getting ready then for this next qualifying heat in KZ2. Groups A and F facing off here, and for Freddie Slater, my oh my, this is an opportunity and a half. 188 points is the current lead in the intermediate classification. That's Maxime Rem. Slater already has 150 even before we get this race going. There's another opportunity for another 50 points. The two Birol Art Racing teammates alongside each other on the front row know each other very, very well. There was a little thumbs up there from Slater across the Batuka. We're ready to go racing, Anthony Jordan.
We are indeed, as the last driver, Gabriel Kaur, pulls up to the back of the grid. Green flag waves at the back. Lights come on then, 4 red lights. Lights go out and away they go in towards turn number 1. And it's a great start from Kaur and Batuka on the outside row. Batuka instantly screaming into the lead. Where is Slater? Slater's dropped
P4.
down to about P4 now. It's a disastrous start, his worst start so far of the weekend. Can he recover from that one as everyone goes through? Gerhardt is up into 3rd place now as he holds on to that one, but Kian Nakamura-Berta up into 2nd. This strongest start so far of the weekend as he now tries to latch on to the back of Christian Batuka as they dive down the inside in towards turn number 9. You saw there Slater look to the inside, but he's under pressure now. He's lost another one, and I think that's Jean Lindblom who's gone down the inside. And now he's down in towards 4th place now is Freddie Slater. No, 5th place, I should say. He's under pressure from another one of the drivers now who's already trying to get through. I think that's Alessio Pancini trying to get involved in that scrap as well as they now go round the final corner, back over the start-finish line. We'll find out who exactly it is as they cross the line. It's Batuka who leads from Nakamura-Berta, Gerhardt, Lindblom, Slater, Pancini. It is Pancini from Pescador, Lewitt, Kinderwerter, and Gabenko, the top 10.
I am just looking down the list at the drivers who lost positions there. Slater, Gerhard, Louis. What's all the common denominator with those? They were all starting on the pole side of the grid. I think we are. Now let's have a look at it again. Yeah, I think in general, if you're on the even side of the grid now, 2nd, 4th, 6th, 8th, you've got a really good opportunity with the tyres the way they are. Look at the shots that Batuka got there. That was very similar to what we saw in the previous heat with Tonteri and Rem.
I think we're at that stage now, Anthony. The tyres are really hurting, and when you need them off the start there, if you've got a little bit of extra assistance with the racing line, that's going to pay dividends.
Oh, yes, I think you could be right there. Well, here we go. We're certainly going to find out later on in the day as well. You know, the temperature certainly staying at a high degree here as we keep an eye on this battle here. Gerhardt and Nimblot right alongside each other here. And just dancing through this section here, 4, 5, 6. Up through turn 7, now the kink, and then in towards turn 8. Onto the back straight they go. Up all the gears now. Getting right to the top of that one as these two completely in sync with each other. Both Sodi drivers for the CPB Sport team. Doing everything they can in their arsenal here. Tyres being used. I had a look at them when I went down. I had a brief look very closely. They looked like they had a lot of tread on it, and there's the change. Nimblot goes down the inside, switch around. Gerhardt fights back instantly, and crucially at that point now, both the teammates are now going to lose time to Kian Nakamura-Berta, and crucially, Freddie Slater behind will be liking this quite a lot, because now he will be able to close in, and there he is. He is right on their rear bumper now.
And the key thing in the intermediate classification now, thank you very much to Race Control, providing the virtual standings, is Batuka would actually be taking the lead of the event now, would have 191 points from a possible 200. Slater on 186, so this could be a real changing of the tides in this event. New fastest lap of the race from Kian Nakamura-Berta, who, do you say, is the main hope now in this event for Prema Racing?
Well, I mean, for Prema Racing, yes, in terms of the main hope of potentially someone getting close to Freddie Slater in the championship, I'm still juggling that fact because, again, he's not within the top 8 in the championship, which means the points really go down in terms of championship points. There are only so many up for grabs. This was Pescador earlier on, down the inside of Freddie Slater, and Slater there just getting squeezed just that little bit more, and then more moves coming here. Pescador certainly on a charge. And we saw this from him earlier on as well, didn't we? I think Slater got back through on him as well, so Slater's still there in P5. But yeah, certainly a very good run that he's having. Yeah, but championship, I'm going to say the closest person that's going to really have a fight here is Daniel Vasile. You know, he is third in the championships, and at the moment, if their positions stay like this, there would only be 1 position or 2 positions difference between Slater and Vasile in the intermediate classifications, meaning it would only be 3-4 points difference. So, you know, I reckon there could still be a fight there.
And at least for Slater, if he's not going to take a 25-point haul from this stage of the competition, he would much rather there be drivers ahead of him who are not realistically in that mathematical situation. That's probably the case with Batuka, definitely is the case for Maxim Rem. Midway stage of this race then, we're on lap number 6, 5 laps completed, 5 to go, including the one that they are on. This is the fight for 3rd place. Tim Gerhardt's ahead of his CPB Sports teammate Jean Nomblot.
Getting a bit tasty down here, isn't it? As down the inside there, nice little dive. Spogel getting the move done, getting past Kindervatter, and now moving up into P9. So Kindervatter there, who I think was just unawares going in towards the turn 9 hairpin. Just had to leave a little bit more racing room than I think he'd like.
Front 2, though, have galloped away in this one. Christian Batuka and Birel Art lead the race by exactly half a second ahead of Kian Nakamura-Berta, up 2 positions from 4th on the grid. This is a good run for Kian Nakamura-Berta at the moment. There's the battle for 3rd place, and Slater closing in now on Nomblot ahead there in the 3.19. Again, doesn't want to be too rash at this stage, and I've not seen anything so far that would suggest that was going to be the case.
No.
But at the same time, it's a long, long championship, this. Even though it's only 2 rounds, there's a lot of racing between now and when this thing is going to be decided.
And he's got to be careful as well, because he will have seen what happened in the last race when Powell went for a move. You know, the gap closed quickly, and then all of a sudden contact, and then he's out of the race. Slater does not need that at all. If that happens, he really does scupper any chances of holding on to the championship lead going into the second half of the weekend. But certainly, if he just stays where he is right now, I reckon he's okay, and he'll maintain a position. And that's where it comes into, you know, drivers learning that ability, learning to think, right, do I actually need to do this? But then also keeping an eye behind you, because you don't want, you know, the likes of Pescador to come up behind and then just get the overtake done. And look, he is closing in, and oh dear, retiring into the pit lane there, right at the back of the grid. Gabriel Cower, unfortunately, the driver who started this one on the back of the grid, now pulling in mechanical issues for the Birrell driver. And yeah, you can see his mechanic just chasing after him to make sure all is well. Last couple of laps then in this race, and well, eyes on this. Slater is under pressure here from Jorge Pescador. Pescador, who has certainly made positions all the way throughout this, and look at it, look at Slater. He is furious out there. He needs to focus. He needs to focus at that point. He's still in good contention. Yes, okay, he's not catching up on the drivers in front. This is the first time he will have been in this position this weekend. He has led every single race so far. He was pole in qualifying. He's led all of his heats so far. This is the first time that he's not had a good getaway. And at the moment, he is struggling out there. But Pescador is right there behind. He will want to go for this move, because that will certainly help him out in terms of Pescador in the championship. He's 7th in the point standings. So again, any positions like this will help. And
we know that the Club Calicart driver had a not so good result in the second appearance today after an incident. So he's looking to get as many points back. The other thing I'm noticing at the moment here, Anthony, is we're starting to see similar conditions. Air temperature 33 degrees Celsius out there. Track temperature even hotter. The lap times have predictably backed off. 53.6 currently the fastest. And if you have a little look here with Slater, and he's communicating with the team, saying not happy at all. Yeah. Just doesn't have the top end speed that he wants at this moment of proceedings.
Well, this brings me on to my thing that I said earlier, but, you know, about time management. You know, he was leading those races. He was doing a fabulous job, but was he pushing just that little bit too hard? That is the question. Yeah. There, though, still at your front two as we go on to the final lap. Batuka and Nakamura Berta still 1 and 2, and no pushing and shoving between these two. Just absolutely line astern. This will be a solid result for Nakamura Berta. Certainly his best result, I think, so far this weekend as well. Quick check over the shoulder there for Batuka, so make sure it is clear while he hits the apex for the final corner. Checker flag at the ready, and Christian Batuka will take another chunk of points, and he now would lead the intermediate classifications with 191 championship points. Batuka, who's currently 9th in the championship standings, I don't think it's close enough for a fight here, but certainly he's looking for a top 5 finish.
And the big thing for me is that he now has the speed has been there throughout the whole season. You know, he was pole position in Zuera. The consistency is there now. We're not seeing those off results that we saw in the heats back in Spain. This is a Christian Batuka here to win in Sarno this weekend. That is, again, a very professional job by the Italian in the 301.
Couldn't agree more. Couldn't agree more. 10 laps of racing, 15 kilometres, average speed 102 kilometres an hour. Whew, that is quick. Nakamura Berta then would take second from Tim Gerhardt. Jean Nimblot taking 4th place from Freddie Slater, finishing in P5. Jorge Pescador finishing in P6 after gaining 5 positions. Alessio Piccini, Matteo Spergel and Samuel Luyer. Robert Kinderberter round out the top 10, separated by just under 7 seconds. Alexander Gabenko, Norton Andreasen, Philip Vocek, Patrick Janssen and Mikislav Butien finishing in P15. A very close grid out there, qualifying heat E and A and F. Still, lots happening here. The championship is moving faster than really we can keep up with.
No, it's been a very, very interesting day of racing so far, and it's not done yet. We've got more racing coming up. Keep it locked here on your live broadcast of the FIA Karting European Championships here from Sarno. Next race out on circuit will be another appearance, if I'm not mistaken, from our category, our KZ2 category heat, Group D and E up next. But let's have a look at the highlights from that heat for A and F, and a big story at the start of this race. Freddie Slater not getting the start that he's had so far this weekend, and not just losing 1 position but several more. Is Christian Batuka, his teammate from P2, who got the greatest of starts. Nakamura Berta as well was down the inside to take P2. Lots of defensive driving as they went down into turn number 2. And this is where things started to slightly unravel for Freddie Slater. Another wonder show from Jorge Pescador. Lots of overtakes from the Spaniards in the club Cali Kart entry. A good scrap went on here between the 312 and the 319. The two teammates there from CPB Sport, the Sodi runners, Tim Gearhards and Jean Nomblot going at it. Frustration during the race for Freddie Slater. A slight backstep in his story, his challenge for this title. But it was Christian Batuka who took the race win and takes the lead in the intermediate classification at this stage of proceedings. It's 3 points over Maxime Rem. Eyes now divert straight to the next race, and that man there getting ready for this race.
Tomas Stolchmanis, the Latvian, who has had a relatively decent weekend so far. I reckon we will see him up in the intermediate classifications at the end of this race. Where he will position, we are yet to find out. He currently sits 6th in the championship. He is certainly focusing on this and getting himself ready for this one. We caught up with Thomas at the start of the weekend. Here is what he had to say.
It was my first race in Zuera with shifters, with KZ2 category, and we were quite strong every heat. Also the final, we were really fast actually, but the experience, we didn't have much, so we couldn't finish in top 5, but top 10 was really good to score in first race of life. What we as drivers enjoy is, I think, the gears changing. I think it's something different than just a normal go-kart, as well also the starts, and it's more similar to cars or formulas. I think the path for a lot of drivers, for actually everyone, I think would be going to Formula and achieving Formula 1. I think that would be also my vision, what I would try to dream to go. And yeah, starting with Formula 4 like everyone, and then trying to step up.
Well, great to chat to Thomas there. And again, it just shows that all of our drivers here are really striving to get to that top tier of motorsport, and rightly so. Who wouldn't fight for it? They are at that stage in their motorsport career where it's certainly the eyes of the world are looking at them. Here's a look then at what is coming up for the rest of the day. Next race, qualifying heat D and E, that's about to head out to the circuit. Then we go to the final KZ race of the weekend, or on the Saturday, I should say, their Heat 3 coming up at 2:30. Then we go into the final rounds of the qualifying heats for groups A and C, D and F, and B and E to round out the day at 5 minutes past 4. Well, it has certainly been an exciting day, and well, for another driver here who's starting this one on the front row in the Paralympic, Maxim Orlov, starting this one on a pole position. Certainly another driver who has got a chance here of getting some decent points. Remember, though, he sits all the way down in 37th in the point standings. He has not scored a single championship point yet, but could he get away with getting a few in this weekend? We'll see.
He's definitely on the kind of form that's going to give a big haul of points through this qualifying heat phase. Do hope you're enjoying the broadcast. Andrew Mather and Anthony Jordan on the microphones for you here at still a beautiful Sarno circuit. 33 degrees. There is Severkin. Starts this race 3rd on the grid. I know I'm getting all technical on the broadcast now, Anthony, but I am very interested in how this shift that seems to be occurring of which side of the grid you start on and how that translates into where you all want to get down to turn 2. It's making things even more interesting than it was this morning.
It was. The crowds gather in the grandstands around the circuit. There are several viewing places around the circuit, and it's certainly a fantastic circuit to come and view if you are a local in the area of Sarno here at the Circuit International in Napoli. We certainly recommend you come down maybe for the end of the day if you're that close, or definitely tomorrow for the racing, because the superheats and the finals are some of the most exciting, dramatic and technically demanding races you will see in the world of karting. So certainly do recommend it. But we get ourselves primed and ready for this next one, Group D and E, about to make their way onto the circuit. And like we were saying earlier, you were talking about, yes, the second row and who this time around. But certainly, one thing that we can confirm, that inside row seems to be struggling now. You know, if you're on the odd side of the grid, so first, third, fifth, seventh onwards, you might not get a good getaway here. But here it is, though, KZ2 qualifying heat D and E making its way out onto the circuit. Let's take you through the starting lineup. Maxim Orlov and Thomas Stolchemanis go from row 1. Artem Savrukin and Genis Shivko go from row number 2. Lucas Samalisto and Nicholas Ruse go from row 3, with Moritz Ebner and Samuele Leopardi on row 4. Igor Nosov and Thomas Imborg go from row 5, with Mateus Morgato and David Levinsky rounding out row 2.
Fabio Bifulco and Alex Marigliano start on the 7th row of the grid, and Nicola Imparato starts on row 8 alongside Vincent Van Egg. Giorgio Carrara, the driver from Argentina, starts on row 9 alongside Mark Legutzer, who needs a big comeback here. Jesper Sjöberg is due to start on row 10 alongside Jaime Cortez. Sjöberg, who had a big incident earlier on this morning. I hope that the Swede for Leclerc by Lennox Racing is back out there on circuit. We'll see in a few moments. Alessandro Zucco and Federico Diana start on row 11. And then the field of 23 runners is completed by Fabrizio Rosati, as mentioned this morning. Unfortunately, Tom Adams does not start this race, and P24 has withdrawn from the event.
Yes, he will be watching from the sidelines, I suspect, if he's not already made a Banzai home to watch the British Grand Prix. Yes, I'm sure he was still here. I saw him yesterday, but yeah, hopefully I've not seen him so far today. So here we go then. We got ourselves lined up ready, and again, last few checks being made by the drivers. And remember, you don't want to be too early to that grid, because you could get everything cooled down before you even get the race going. So certainly will be an interesting one there. A lovely overview of the circuit and a view of the surrounding mountains here in southern Italy. And certainly a very beautiful place in the world, surrounded by volcanoes down here as well. There are many around the city of Naples, isn't there? There's, I think, how many do you reckon there are? That's a Google search, I think, for that one.
That's a Google search for tomorrow in the research.
Yeah.
The grid forming up now for the last KZ2 heats for what is sort of round 4 of 5 for the qualifying heat program. Rosa Santulli there with the red flag, bringing the grid under order. Fabrizio Rosati forms up the final row of the grid, and we are ready to go once again here at Sarno for KZ2 racing in the FIA Karting European Championships. There are the lights, 3 lights, 4 lights, waiting for them to go out. There they go, and it's once again a very good start for the pole sitter this time. Down the inside was Orlov. Not a good start for Stolchemanis, and he's going to lose out a number of positions into turn 2. I think the Drago Corsa car piloted by Moritz Ebner was down the inside there, having another fast start, but this time not the anti-pole side of the grid having the run down to turn 1. Maxim Orlov absolutely nailed that one.
Yes, he did. So there we go. That just shows chink in the armoury there, as Savrekin trying to get the move down the inside of Moritz Ebner. Down in towards turn 9, not getting that one done, as everyone now trying to find a piece of tarmac to themselves. But it's certainly very interesting. Samalisto, you can just see there in the middle of this sort of fray, just trying to find his piece of tarmac, as again, changes here, side by side now goes the Energy Course and the Drago Course driver. Across the start-finish line they go. Orlov leads from Savico, Samalisto, Stolchemanis, Ebner. Stolchemanis and Ebner side by side. And Ebner's managed to get the move done now. Stolchemanis down another position. He's got Savrukin just behind Ruse, Imborg, Leopardi, Marigalino, and Nosov, the top 11 at the moment. Look how close they are, but crucially, look at your race leader, Maxim Orlov, just disappearing down the road.
He is indeed. He really is in form this weekend, and I'm looking forward to seeing more moves from Moritz Ebner. He's been putting in some great overtakes so far this weekend.
That was another one. There's your race leader, Maxim Orlov. He's been he's the quickest driver through sector number 2. Keeping things nice and steady at the moment, side by side there. Stoltemanis trying to get back up to position, but can't find a way past the 361 there, back past the 329 there, so they hold position.
Well, there you go. You can see there now a change moving up into 3rd place. So changes coming here thick and fast. Everyone just trying to get their positions sorted out. Stoltemanis just all over that rear bumper now as they go back onto the back straight in towards turn number 9. Orlov, though, leads the way still comfortably as looking down the inside. Here comes in Borg on Ebner, and side by side banging wheels between the two of them. How on earth they didn't come off the track there, I'll never know, but they certainly keep it going. And that is as close as you'd like to get when it comes to contact out on circuit.
I think some of the drivers in contention, because we should remember that Ebner is a wild card, not going to be competing for the championship. Oh, that looked very close down the inside into the last corner midway through the pack. But Ebner's been throwing the moves in on the other drivers. I think they're now starting to fight back against him. That was a great move from Thomas Imborg there, the Frenchman. New fastest lap of the race coming in, 53.851 from our race leader, Maxim Orlov. 2.3 seconds out in the lead, Anthony. He is storming up the road, and he's also storming up the intermediate classification order. As things stand, he would be equal second with Maxim Rem.
Concertina effect there going in towards turn 9, and you just saw there drivers just having to scramble to find a piece of tarmac that wasn't on top of another driver's rear bumper. So, yeah, that's certainly looking very interesting there. And there you can just see, Ebner down the inside. A huge lunge there for Maraglino, who just sends it down the inside of Roos. And Roos here under pressure going in towards turn number 1. And I think Roos just holds on to it there. As back down the inside. Yeah, he does hold on to it. And now Maragliano is under pressure from Nosov here. Nosov trying to get that kart down the inside and just not able to complete the move, but taking full advantage of the situation, of the fact that Maragliano did go for the move and certainly wanted to see if we can get that position done. Now, this was the dive down the inside earlier on. This was Thomas Imborg on Moritz Ebner. There's the contact. Wow, and that was actually quite a big smack of the wheels. That was rim on rim. That was. If it was tyre on tyre, that would have been a lot worse.
Yep. So the race continued here. There was a little bit of a nibble.
That was what you spotted earlier. Yeah.
That was Fabrizio Rosati, who's starting all of these races from the back of the field in the Bill Art Racing KSWN entry. So into the second half of the race then. I should say as well, good to see, although he has just lost 2 positions, Luca Samalisto, the SP Motorsport entry from Finland, retired from the previous race that Luca was participating in. This is more like it, up in the top 5, running well there. As I'm saying that, well, there we go. Is that the first commentary curse of the weekend for me? Because he's just got a warning flag for something out there on circuit. Just a warning.
Yes. Half race distance. There's your race leader, Maxim Orlov, again doing exactly what he needs to do here. Looking controlled and calm and just driving around the track. No dramas there whatsoever. That was Savukin down the inside through the final corner, turn 14. That was the position to get up into, I believe, third place.
Ooh,
yes.
Now that might be what the warning is for, because that was contact between Stoltemanis and Samalisto down the main straight. Stoltemanis has now responded with the fastest lap of the race so far, 53.754.
And I think setting the fastest lap of the race is a better way to, make a statement out on the circuit than, anything like that. But, still, the driver's certainly doing what they need to do here. Stoltemanis, you can see him right there on that rear bumper, making moves.
The situation as we get through these qualifying heats in KZ2, 3 and a bit laps of this one to go. There is Thomas Stoltemanis in 4th place. As things stand, Christian Batuka would lead the event on 191 points from possible 200. It'd be equal second for Maxim Rem and Maxim Orlov, who leads this race, 188. Freddie Slater then 4th on 186. Paavo Tonteri
5th on 182, and we'll just pop Thomas Stoltemanis in that list as well as into the pits. That's Samuele Leopardi heading into pit lane, so not good news for the Italian in the 3.26, but just finished Stoltemanis on 1.76, so it's really closing up the tally of points this particular round, and that's good for us in the box. Keeps it nice and competitive as we go into the final set of heats later this afternoon.
There's nothing more exciting than going into a final round of a championship with drivers separated by like 3 points, is there?
Yeah.
You know, there's nothing more exciting. And remember, in the final, there is an extra point for the fastest lap of the race as well. So certainly something for drivers to latch onto if they do want to. Stoltemanis here all over the rear bumper, though, of Savrukhin. And Savrukhin just here now, taking a slightly wider line. Stoltemanis going through. There's someone that's just dived into the pit lane. Now, was that Samuele Leopardi? No, I think that was Federico Diana who's coming to the pit lane in the 3.79. It was, and that is a shame. End of the race, and not what you want to see.
That's both CM Racing entries out 1 lap after one another.
Yeah,
so
it is. They've closed up on Zavico here. Zavico in 2nd place, now starting to struggle. There is still a couple of laps left in this one. We could start seeing here double moves happening if we are not careful. In fact, we're going to see a move here as Savrukhin goes defensive going in towards turn 1, but Stoltemanis keeps it in play and sends it down the inside through turn 1 and gets that move done. But certainly, Savrukhin did not make that easy for Stoltemanis as we go on to the final lap. That's released now. Jenis Sivako, who now breaks away. And, well, Maxim Orlov as well, who's just sitting at the front of this grid, unaware of what's going on behind, because, well, he's 3.5 seconds further up the road. So he's got no drama whatsoever to deal with this one, as he's only got 2 more corners to negotiate. There he is on your screens now, the 3-2-3. 1 more corner to go. He would certainly help out his championship fight by gaining some points this weekend, but he's certainly not in a position to take the championship. But he is in a position to take a heat win across the line. He takes it and moves 3rd into the intermediate classifications going into the Subiets tomorrow. But of course, 1 more round of heats to go today before we get the final number. But certainly, Maxim Orlov, a dominant drive in that one, leading by over 3 seconds from Jenis Sivako. Thomas Stoltemanis finishing in 3rd from Savrukhin, Samalisto from Imborg, Ebner, Ruse, Marigliano, and Nosov finishing in the top 10.
Perfect job by Maxim Orlov. You can see there his reaction. He liked that one. That was a very, very professional performance from Maxim Orlov on the form this weekend. And his teammate Jenis Sivako there in 2nd place. That's not a bad score for the Spaniard as well. We'll move him up to 7th place in the intermediates classification. Drivers head into Parc Ferme here at Circuito Napoli, Circuito International de Napoli. There is your provisional result. Orlov from Civico. Thomas Stoltemanis with that gutsy move on to the last lap, gets 3rd place and gets a few more points for his work past Artem Savrukhin. Lucas Arlisto was up in 3rd place, but at least comes home in 5th place, gets his weekend back on track. 6th place for Thomas Imborg, 7th for Moritz Evner. 2 of the wildcards following each other home. Evner ahead of Nicholas Roos. Alex Marigliano finishes in 9th place, up 5 places. 10th place for Igor Nosov, 11th for Mateusz Mogato. David Lewinsky finishes 12th. Vincent Vanegg, good result for Vanegg, up 3 spots, finishes 13th and is ahead of Mark Negruzza in 14th. Fabio Bifulco completes the top 15. Into the lower 3rd, Nicola Imparato finishes in 16th place. Fabrizio Rosati gained 6 places, was up to 17th in that one. Giorgio Carrara in 18th place. Jesper Scherberg in 19th, Jaime Cortez 20th. Here's the race start. Brilliant race start from Maxim Orlov, breaking the trend of drivers on pole position not getting the best of starts. It wasn't a good start for Stoltemanis, who fell down a number of positions, forced out wide there, getting off the Rubberden Racing line. and had to put a shift in for the rest of the race. We saw some overtaking involving Moritz Evner again on the inside there of Stoltemanis as they came round to complete the first lap of the race. And the wildcard driver putting on a show here in Sarno. Down the inside went Stoltemanis to recover a position, and this was a great move from Thomas Imborg. Bit of wheel-to-wheel contact, but they got away with it, and Imborg in the end finished in 6th place. There was contact further down the order involving Fabrizio Rosati there. The DUEL art driver trying to come through the field. 318 of Arix Magliano was also getting in on the action, having a scrap there through the final couple of corners with Nicolas Roos. And the racing, the last corner definitely was the place to be in this race. Here was a bit of a moment between Samalisto and Stoltemanis. That was Stoltemanis going up to P4, and then on the last lap, don't know yet, but this could be a quite important move for 3rd place. A crucial couple more points for Stoltemanis, who was on a bit of a damage limitation job, but did it well and gets back into the top 3. But Maxim Orlov takes another victory here this weekend, rolls on to the final round of qualifying heats later on this afternoon. We're going to head down to Anthony Jordan, who is down in Parc Ferme.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Yes, down here with our race winner from that race, Maxim Orlov. Maxim, well, certainly a dominant race performance, winning that one by over 3 seconds. And you move yourself up 3rd in the intermediate classifications. How are you feeling?
Yeah, feeling good. Good hit. Yep. Good start. To finish. Just drive.
I mean, Zuera didn't go all your way. No championship points from that one, but certainly you are putting some championship points on the board this weekend. What sort of position would you hope to finish in at the end of this weekend?
P1. Of course P1, but probably maybe podium, just podium. 1st, 2nd, 3rd, it's no problem.
Well, that's certainly going to be the case of this one. You've still got another day tomorrow, superheats and final, lots to go through. What's the plan tonight? Is it lots to happen, or is just focus and relax?
Just focus, relax, and good sleep.
Yeah, good sleep. That's what you need. Well, congratulations on the race win. We'll see you out there a little bit later on today.
Thank you.
Excellent chat with Maxim Orlov, who we'll be seeing later on in the weekend. Couple more races to go. Andrew, we'll head back up to you.
Thank you, Anthony. Great to hear from Maxim Orlov there. We're going to get ready for the next race out on circuit, and this one I've personally been looking forward to for well, the last couple of hours since we last saw the KZ category out on circuit. Is the 3rd and final heat for the KZ class. It's not the end of racing here today, because we've still got another round, the 5th round of qualifying heats for all the different groups in KZ2 coming up after it. We will be having a little bit of a break between this race to come and the KZ2s, but do stick around with us here on the broadcast. We're going to have some more interviews with some of the drivers down in the interview suite between or after this next race in KZ and those KZ2 qualifying heats. And as I say, the KZ race coming up in just under 2 minutes' time. There's a beautiful shot of Mount Vesuvius in the background here at the circuit. Fantastic to be here. Big thanks to our sponsors of this year's championship, mondokart.com, sponsoring here the FIA Karting European Championship. Could not do it without their support. But this race, the grid for it being set by the finishing order of heat number 2, and there is the man in form this weekend for Kart Republic. Danilo Albanese took pole position around 24 hours ago in the sweltering heat of timed qualifying. Followed that up with a great performance in heat number 1 to take P2 in the final classification, and then followed that up with a win earlier on this morning in heat number 2. Pretty much the only blot on his copybook so far this weekend. Anthony Jordan was the jump start, but it wasn't the only one in heat number 1, of course. We had quite a few drivers getting jump start penalties. But it really does feel for me like it's Albanese out front, challenge to the rest of the KZ order to to chase the home favourite down.
Yes, to clarify, 1 of 7 jump starts in that first KZ heat that we saw on Friday. But certainly it is going to be an interesting one, this one. This is the last time these KZ drivers will have to sort themselves out on the grid. Of course, the starting order from this one was the finishing order from Heat 2 earlier on in today. This time around, at the end of this, we will find out who will get the 25 championship points. It's KZ, it's qualifying Heat 3, and it's making its way out onto the circuit. Let's take you through then the starting lineup for this one. 31 drivers. Daniele Albanese is leading them going into this one, with Victor Gustafsson starting alongside. Senna van WalsTijn and Francisco Salenta go from row 2. Jeremy Iglesias, who we spoke to in one of the lunch breaks, he starts this one on the 3rd row with Lorenzo Travisanuto alongside Paolo Ippolito and Riccardo Longhi on row 4, Petre Hilbrand and Artur Kopalen on row 5, Giuseppe Palomba and Adrian Renaldin go from row 6, Stan Pex and Davide Trefilov on row 7, Alessandro Ilando and Tom Luelli go from row 8.
Continuing on with row number 9, Luigi Coluccio and Marek Skrivan will start on that one. Milian Denner had a bad first heat, is fighting back there from row number 10 and gained a lot of positions in heat number 2 and is joined by Jorit Pex on that one. The Swiss driver, Jean Louis, starts on row 11 alongside Davide Fore. Lorenzo Complesi and Felix Arnold start on row 12. Maciej Prus and Louis Speck starts on row number 13. Quentin Voria and Roberto Profico start on row 14. Matthias Torrigiani and Matteo Vigano start from the 15th row of the grid, and the 31 kart field is then completed by Christian Habelin starting there on row 14. And this is where it really starts to get serious, folks, because as Anthony's already mentioned, this is the first point in the weekend in this FIA Karting European Championship where we're going to award some championship points. Quick reminder of the scores. Senna van WalsTijn currently leading the championship with 72 points, but only a 2-point advantage over Jeremy Iglesias. Danilo Albanese, the pole sitter, 3rd in the championship on 50 points. Sounds like a big gap, but it's a big reward for winning one of these stages of the competition. We could be about to see big changes in that order. There is Albanese, starting on pole position, kart number 8. The reigning world champion, Victor Gustafsson, alongside Nigel Edwards, has the field under his control. He will have the job of starting this race, just waiting for the last couple of karts to come into their positions on the grid. Then we will be ready to go racing. Green flag about to be in the air. There it is. Eyes on those lights. They're coming on 1 light, 2 lights, 3 lights, 4 lights. The KZ 3rd heat is go. Good start for Albanese. He's going to hold the lead into turn 1 ahead of Gustafsson. The rest of the field filing through. Good start down into turn 2 and turn 3. That is just the start that Danilo Albanese needed, and he leads as they come out of sector 1.
Yeah, nice start there. Certainly timed that one well, and this will be exactly what he needs. Remember, he is joint first place in the intermediate classifications with Victor Gustafsson, and Gustafsson here needs to beat Albanese, and off the track there, the 44, Felix Arnold, who started this one in the 12th row of the grid, P24, the German driver, out of this race, and certainly out of the point-scoring opportunities. He will tumble down to the bottom, and that will be an absolute disaster for him. Our eyes back on the action, though, here at the front of the grid. There, the train sweeping through the flat-out turn 13 into the braking zone. Now a 14 dives down the inside, left, right, and centre, and look at that nose cone. In fact, has that nose cone dropped there?
I was just having the same thought, because there was a definite vibration on the front of Danilo Albanese's car. The trouble is,
he's not hit anything.
He's not hit anything. He's been at the front. He's not had any karts in front of him. What? We'll keep an eye on that one, as there's trouble now for the number 95. That's Quentin Voria. There was quite a bit of contact in the second half of the field. And I did see a Birol Art having a bit of a hop in the air, and I wonder if that was Quentin Voria. Either way, the Swiss driver into retire probably from this race. That's a real shame for Quentin. But meanwhile, front of the field, it's still Danilo Albanese.
Another one. Another one off the circuit. I can't see the number. And, well, it's going down the order now. And who is it? It's the number 4 that's gone off.
It's Longhi.
That is Riccardo Longhi, who started this one P8. Oh, what a shame for Riccardo Longhi. He gets it going again, but all the way at the back of the grid now. And again, you'll just say to yourself, is it worth carrying on? Do I save the tyres and fight back through the pre-finals?
The key thing for these drivers, though, they haven't done as much racing as the KZ2s. They've got 2 less heats across the course of their schedule. So I think that's why, at least at the start, we saw a more typical start to what we were seeing from the KZ2s before the lunch break. But you can tell it's the last heat out there, Anthony, because everywhere you look on circuit, it's looking a bit frenetic.
It is indeed. Well, Albanese at the moment in this position would be leading the intermediate classifications with 144 points. Gustafsson's 138. Travis Zanuto has just dropped down into P8 now. Further down there, Senna van WALSTIJN currently sitting in P4. Remember, Senna leading the championship. As the race start, you can see how quickly drivers have to dart out from behind. You saw there Quinton Verora just diving out to the outside, and we saw him go up there, so that may have been the cause of the issue, the sudden jolt of having to pull out of the grid slot there. And yeah, instantly, there you go, it started dying as soon as he came around the second corner. Here's further back. There was the cut that you spotted going high, wide and handsome. That also, we believe, was possibly Felix Arnold that went off there, so that suddenly wouldn't have been good for him. But yes, not a great start to the race for the majority of the drivers. Riccardo Longhi also going off the track. Not what you want to see. Albanese then leads the way as we go into the half race point of this race. Well, the halfway point of this race. Gustafsson still there in second from Jalenta, Van WALSTIJN from Iglesias, from Hiltbrand, from Ippolito. Albanese with the fastest lap of the race now, 53.435, is extending that gap to now nearly 0.8 of a second. And like you say, this is exactly what he needs. Albanese, who is third in the point standings, only separated by a little bit, and that's a lot of damage there, and a very injured driver. And, well, this is not looking good here for Adrian Reddin.
There's a wheel off in the background there. Now, I wonder if those two are related. I hope Adrian Reddin is okay.
Has that lost a wheel?
I think it has. I think the rear left may have departed from the chassis there.
Now, what has caused that to happen, though, because where was Reddin out on circuit, he lost 16 positions, which suggests he was probably around the 14th place mark. So I'm not too sure who he was racing with at that point. Possibly Luigi Coluccio, Villatene, Camplese. Not too sure. And again,
I was having a closer look. I think it's okay.
I think that's okay as well. I think it's just very low to the ground, and the air's getting to it, and it
shows how much aero load these carts are undergoing. But so we'll monitor that one. I'm sure race control will have that under control. I just wanted to talk championship, if that's okay.
Yeah, go for it. Go for it.
Situation at the moment, by my mental mathematics, and I hopefully get this one right the first time. There's a little gesture there from Senna van WALSTIJN. That's the very driver I want to talk about. At the moment, what this result is doing is it's putting Van WALSTIJN in 4th place in the intermediate classification. That would give Senna another 17 points in the championship and take him on to 89. But crucially, and I think this is the important bit, Jeremy Iglesias is behind him, so it's another 2 points advantage. It would go out to a 4-point lead. Danilo Albanese is taking a big heap of points from this race, but I don't think he's doing quite enough at the moment to overhaul Iglesias out of 2nd place. The good news for Van WALSTIJN at the moment is at the moment he's going to have a larger championship lead than he did this morning, and that's going to be very, very good news for him.
Certainly will be, but like you say, he will be starting down the order a little bit there. Riccardo Longhi, here's what happened to him. He is out of this race, and clip of the curb, and just a rotation.
Yeah.
completely self-inflicted, I think, on that one. And, yeah, not what you want to see. And that just shows, we were talking about curbs earlier on and how you don't want to hit them. Prime example of why you don't want to hit them right there, folks. Albanese, once again, fastest lap of the race, 53.393, is extending that lead. And it looked like Gustafsson at one point had closed in, but that gap has now reopened up once again. Celenta still there in third from Senna van WALSTIJN. So there is Senna right behind Francesco Celenta. Is just, again, doing what he needs to do here. Everyone just line astern, maintaining those gaps, maintaining the tyres as well. Here, though, backwards, this is a nice little battle. Stan Pex from Petra Hilbrand, Travazanuto, Cabanel, then we've got Palomba and Louis in this group. And Stan Pex leading it. This is 7th place downwards.
It's been a very good race from Stan Pex, up 6 positions from where he started on this grid. The fastest lap of the race once again from Albanese. He's doing what he can do at the moment as, oh dear, into the pits there. I think that might have been Maciej Prus, the Praga run by Samako IPK. As, oh, who's that in trouble as well? Was that one of the Saudis going slowly through sector number 2? Yeah, and, oh, is it Paul WALSTIJN? Is Senna van WALSTIJN? I think I can see him out of my window. In trouble.
It's a puncture.
Leader.
It's a puncture.
The championship leader is in a big spot of bother here. And this could very much and will change things in the European Championship.
Well, that has just blown the doors wide open here in the championship. Senna van WALSTIJN in the pit lane, and it looks like it's just debeaded itself from the rim. Was that due to contact, or was that just a puncture out in circuit? We do not know, but what we do know is that that has certainly shaken up the championship at the end of these heats.
It's going to mean that Jeremy Iglesias, for my early maths, apologies if I've got it wrong, is going to take the lead of the championship here, but is going to be being chased down by this driver here, Danilo Albanese. What a day, what a weekend he's having at Sarno. He takes another race victory and takes 25 championship points in the 2023 FIA Karting European Championship KZ class standings. Job done for this phase of the race of the weekend for the Italian. Very, very impressive job.
Solid performance. You cannot doubt that. The Kart Republic motorsport driver. What a performance in these early stages of the weekend. Heats are done. Maximum points, 144. And he will take those 25 championship points. And like you were saying there, certainly helping out his championship fight. Potentially might even put him second in the point standings. We have to do the maths, though, ladies and gentlemen. Do not take our word for it. Everything that comes out of this commentary box is provisional, and take it with a pinch of salt, please. Albanese, then Gustafsson, Celenta from Iglesias, Ippolito and Pex. Hiltbrand, the top 7 from Travazanuto, Carbonell and Palomba, the top 10. The field makes its way back into Parc Ferme. But certainly an exciting way to end the qualifying heats for KZ.
Just shows you what this sport's all about. You never know what is round the corner. There is your provisional result for qualifying heat 3. That's all the qualifying heats done for KZ. The next time we'll see them out on circuit in a racing capacity will be tomorrow in the super heat. But Danilo Albanese, if but for one jump start yesterday afternoon, it would have been 3 from 3, but 2 from 3 in a second place will do just nicely for the Italian on home soil. Takes the win ahead of Victor Gustafsson. 1 win and 2 second places for the reigning world champion. Francesco Celenta 3rd, Jeremy Iglesias 4th. But my oh my, what an opportunity for the former world champion now, who's never won the European Championship. Finishes P4, and by our calculations, very provisionally here in the box, has just taken the lead off the championship. Paolo Ippolito, the reigning champion here in the European Champs, finishes in 5th. Stan Peck, superb, up 7, finishes in 6th place. Pedro Hiltbrand finishes in 7th place. Lorenzo Travazanuto finishes 8th. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from that very, very dramatic 3rd heat in KZ. Great start for Albanese at the front of the order. Crucially, got ahead of Gustafsson
as they went towards turn number 1. Everybody else filing through, sorting themselves out. You can see one of the SP Motorsport carts coming through the middle there. And like we've seen in the previous heats, it was this phase of the race where Albanese really asserted himself. There was contact at the start of the race as they came through turn number 6. That saw the end of Felix Arnold's efforts. Quintavoya out as well. This was a strange one. Riccardo Longhi losing it in the infield and falling outside of the top 10. That's a huge opportunity, but this was the big moment. Championship leader before this weekend, Senna van WalsTijn, has been brilliant so far this weekend, has a puncture and retires from heat number 3. Not that that was a problem though for Danilo Albanese. Takes the race win, is top of the intermediate classification. The history books will show that he scored 144 points from a possible 150. The more important bit in those history books, though, will be 25 points for the FIA Karting European Championship. Moves him up to 75. And that is a very good piece of news indeed. We're going to head down to Anthony Jordan. He's down in Parc Fermé.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Yes, down in Parc Fermé with our race winner and the leader of the intermediate classifications at the end of the 3 heats, Daniele Albanese. Well, maximum points to come away 144, 25 championship points as well. A solid performance from yourself. I'm sure you can be pleased with this.
Yeah, it's good. 3-heat win. Only the first one, I have 5-second penalty for the jump start, but the other 2 is really good. I win. And yes, really important for tomorrow, for starting first position, and it's really important 25 points for the championship.
Now, it certainly makes it interesting going into tomorrow. We saw there we lost Senna van WalsTijn due to a puncture out on circuit, so your championship leader has dropped down a couple of places there. So that certainly spices things up. What would it mean for you to come away with the championship at the end of this weekend?
Yeah, for me it's better for the championship, and I don't know. We'll see tomorrow, and me try for the win the race, and after we'll see for the championship.
Well, have a good night's sleep, well rest yourself and get yourself primed and ready for tomorrow. It's going to be a very busy day, but congratulations with another race win.
Thank you so much.
Excellent stuff there, Daniele Albanese, who will lead the group going into the superheats and finals tomorrow. We will be back in just a moment's time. We'll head back up to the commentary box with Andrew and then join us in the studio in a few moments' time with some of our drivers.
Thank you very much, Anthony. Welcome back to live pictures of the Circuito Internazionale Napoli. Mount Vesuvius in the background. And wow, what an explosive, to use that pun. Heat 3 we saw there in KZ. Should stress again, these are provisional because we're waiting on that confirmed result. But at least the top 8 of the intermediate classification looks like this in KZ. Danilo Albanese, as mentioned, 144 points, and that will convert into 25 championship points once these results are confirmed. Second place, Victor Gustafsson. I think the reigning world champion will be pretty happy with that after qualifying, put him on the 4th row of the very first heats, comes away with 138 points and shows that in race conditions, the CRG is performing very, very well for the Swedish driver this weekend. Great work by Francesco Cilento as well. He takes 3rd in the intermediate classification, 120 points from a possible 200. This is the important one. 4th place for Jeremy Iglesias, the 2020 world champion, 108 points. But crucially, as I say, that's 4th place in this stage of the competition. That will convert, if you're counting at home, to 17 championship points. And you'll see why it's important in a moment, because in 5th place, last year's champion, Paolo Ippolito. 6th place for Pedro Hildbrand. 7th place for Lorenzo Travisanotto. And then in 8th place, we find Senna van WalsTijn. That will be converted into a 9-point tally. So do the quick maths. Jeremy Iglesias, if that result stands, will take the lead of the championship and will have a 6-point advantage
over Senna van WALSTIJN going into the super heats tomorrow. Still got more racing to come here at Sarno. We've got 3 more races in KZ2 for you to enjoy. Groups A and C will take to the circuit first at around 15:25, so just over half an hour's time. We'll then see Groups D and F 20 minutes later, and then 20 minutes after that it'll be Groups B and E. That will conclude the qualifying heats programme for KZ2. Big thanks to our sponsors once again, mondokart.com, and all of their support of the FIA Karting European Championship. If you have missed any of the action either here today at Sarno or the previous round and previous races at Zuera, do not worry, you can watch all of the coverage here from the weekend racing of the FIA Karting European Championship back on the FIA Karting Championship YouTube channel. And do make sure that if you haven't done so already, give the channel a subscribe. We'll have more driver interviews coming up here at Sarno. I'm sure that Anthony Jordan is probably not sprinting, it's still far too hot for that, but making his way down to the interview suite to catch up with some more of the personalities around this paddock. As I say, we've got more KZ2 racing coming on later on this afternoon. Results coming in. Head across to the FIA Karting Championship website for all the details on that. I can see that from the racing that we've had earlier on this afternoon after the lunch break, no changes in the order. It was Paavo Tonteri taking the win in qualifying heats B and C, Christian Bertucca in qualifying heats A and F, and confirmed result as well that Maxim Orlov took the win in qualifying heat for groups D and E. Other winners that we've had so far today, just to go over those as well. Maxim Rem took the win in B versus F, Tomas Stolchamanis in C versus E, Freddie Slater in A versus D, Christian Bertucca in C versus F, Freddie Slater again in A versus E, and Maxim Rem once more in the very first race of the day that we saw here at Sarno. As I say, all of those results available over on the website. Also, ucarts.io as a resource as well for all the statistics coming in there. And, do share the stream amongst with your family and friends. Absolutely fantastic to be here at Sarno for the conclusion of this year's FIA Karting European Championship for the KZ and KZ2 classes. And as I say for the KZ and KZ2 classes, because we are not done yet this year for the European Championships. We will be at Cremona for the culmination of the OK Junior and the FIA Karting Academy categories. That'll be the 27th through to the 30th of July, once again here in Italy. Very much looking forward to watching that one once more, like we've been seeing here at Sarno. If you're just joining us, we are in the short mid-afternoon break after the completion of the KZ third heats and the fourth round of qualifying heats for KZ2. Coming up in about 25 minutes time, we'll be having the final round of FIA Karting European Championships for the KZ2 class. And still, well, after that last set of heats, a very wide open KZ2 category now. We will be hearing from some of the drivers shortly. But for the moment, it's advantage Christian Bertucca, who took the lead of the standings in the intermediate classification away from Freddie Slater with that last round of the heats. And we'll see whether Bertucca can hold on to that across the course of the rest of this afternoon. Right, I think we are ready now to head down to the interview suite and see who Anthony Jordan has found to have a chat with. Anthony, over to you.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Yes, down here in the interview room. And I've got Victor Gustafsson with us, the driver who finished second in the KZ race that we've just seen in Heat 3 and second overall in the intermediate classifications. That's certainly a nice chunk of championship points that you've got. And so far in this season, it certainly seems to be helping out. I mean, it's going to be very close going into the final round, isn't it?
Yeah, obviously it's always close, especially in KZ. Everyone is so tightly packed. A small change in the track, you're not driving perfect, you miss out. So far so good. I think we need to find a bit more for tomorrow to get some more points, but for the moment it's looking good. Hopefully we can be a bit more clever than the other guys and hopefully get a win tomorrow.
Well, yeah, certainly that last heat that we just saw, very dramatic, lots of things happening, and of course I think the biggest thing that we saw there was Senna van WALSTIJN with the puncture and coming into the pit lane, and that certainly will have shaken up the championship standings. You know, if as a driver, what would be going through your mind right now? If you were Senna right now, you were leading the championship going into this, and then all of a sudden that's happened, you know, what would be going through your mind?
Well, I mean, it's all different person to person, isn't it? But I think the only thing you can do is do the best you can. You know, you can get the points you can. Stuff like that happen. There's nothing you can do about it. You know, and if you get stressed, it will affect you badly. So, you know, if I was him, I would just go in tomorrow, full send, nothing to lose, and try to win the championship.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, lots of happening on this one. You can see that you're sweating quite a bit. It's very hot here today. I mean, the conditions out there, the clouds came over, so there's no real direct sunlight, but the temperature is so warm out there as well. I mean, how are you guys dealing with this heat?
Well, luckily, at the moment it's only 10 laps, so you can deal with it, but for tomorrow it will be difficult. Obviously, sweating a lot, your mind goes after a couple laps because of the heat, so it's going to be tough, but it's the same for everyone. And I think I prepared well for the race, so physically and mentally, so hopefully I can have an edge there.
You'll be starting on that front row then for the super heats tomorrow. The plan for tonight, preparation-wise, lots needs to happen. Are you still working on the setup of the kart? Is there still things that you do need to work on with it, or is it still looking okay?
No, I mean, we have a good base. Really, like, the team has done a good job so far, so we have a good base. Then, obviously, we need to find a little bit more, which I think we can do. So, see how the track arrives. It changes all the time with temperature and tires and so on. So yeah, I think it's small stuff that might make the difference for tomorrow.
And how are the tyres doing themselves? Because we were talking about the KZ2s, and they've got many more qualifying heats than what yourselves have got. You've only got the 3. How are they feeling? Are they still okay, or are they starting to lose a little bit of grip out there?
Oh, for me personally, it's been all right. I think there's some people having problems. Some people putting only a front tire on, some only a rear. So there's definitely some problem, but for us it's all good. Chassis has been working well, so then you can also control the tires better. So for the moment, I'm happy with the tires. We'll see tomorrow, see if it's going to be warmer or not. The final is 20 laps. It's double the length, so it will be difficult for sure.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, it's only going to get hotter as the weekend goes on as well. I think we're due 35, maybe even plus degrees tomorrow. So that's certainly going to make it interesting. And again, for a lot of the drivers here and for a lot of the spectators, we speak about it a lot where they're watching at home. They don't really get a full understanding of the speed that these karts go. And I mean, talk us through, I mean, from your point of view, drivers, you're used to the speed that you have, but what do you think it would feel for, you know, a spectator to be right here at the circuit next to the track and seeing these karts flying across the start-finish line at well over 100 miles an hour?
But yeah, I mean, it's like you say, no one can really imagine how fast we're actually going, especially on this track, really fast track. I think over 100k average per lap, and also because we're sitting so low to the ground. It's small, the track is quite narrow. You know, the feeling of speed is like nothing else, you know. So I think if everyone got the chance, for sure should go and see a race in karting, because also the racing is phenomenal, also as a driver. So yeah.
It is fantastic to see, and like you say, you hit the nail on the head there. It's fast when you're low down to the ground. It's a tight, twisty circuit as well. And around this track, is there much rest time that you've got? I mean, you've got the start-finish line, you've got the back straight as well, but other than that, you're fully on it all the time around this lap.
Yeah, I mean, I think the most physical motorsport I've done is karting. I mean, this track is quite nice because you got quite a long straight, which helps. But then there is some tracks where you're fully on it all the time. A final is maybe 20 minutes, 18 minutes, and that's full on 20 minutes. So it's difficult for sure.
So you can imagine, as a driver such as yourself, you know, the fitness regime is very important. It takes a lot to prepare yourself for a weekend like this. And, you know, we hear a lot about neck muscles in karting, especially in the KZ side of things, where if you don't fully prepare for it, your neck can go with after 20 laps or something like that, couldn't it?
Yeah, I mean, also the neck. If you're not 100% with the neck and you start feeling a little bit, you lose the concentration so quickly. Yeah. The problem is if as soon as you get just a little bit tired, your concentration goes, you start making mistakes, then you're not competitive, and it goes on. So you need to be 100% all the time, especially in the KZ category, because the gears, everything is happening so fast. So yeah, it's not easy for sure.
No, definitely not. Well, Victor, thank you so much for taking time out. We'll let you enjoy the rest of your evening. Rest up well tonight. It's a busy day tomorrow, starting on that front row for the Superheat. We wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there. Pop the microphone back on there for me. We'll bring in our next guest, who is joining us in the room, Chris Lambrev from Race Control, who is certainly a person with much experience in the world of motorsport, 26 years in the world of motorsport. And Chris is a lot taller than me, so I'm going to do my level best to make sure I don't look too small on this one. Well, Chris, it's been a very dramatic first half of the weekend, especially in the KZs. We had several jump starts in the first heat. Heat 2 was okay. Heat 3, we've just had there several karts going off and some issues. But from a race control point of view, how has the weekend been?
Well, for us, it's not so bad because the grids are not so big. And yeah, if you see like the starts of KZ, it's the first heat. They are a little bit stressed. And mistakes happened. But for the rest, it's going quite good.
Yes, yeah. I mean, you've got help in there as well. You've got Joanna, and you've got Sarah in there as well, helping out with the cameras. How vital is it to have so many eyes looking at the cameras? It's not just a one-person job, is it?
No, you can't do it alone. It's not possible. So how it works, it's very simple. We get a request from the race director or from Nigel or for Pasquale. And he called race control to say, okay, Marshal Post 2, there was something happened. Can you please check? So we check, we recheck to be sure if there's something or if there's nothing. And then we come back to the race director and say, no further action off. We send a report to the stewards.
And it's not just the one angle that you've got around some parts of the circuit. You sometimes have 2 or 3 different angles of the same part of the circuit. How vital is that for judicial purposes as well?
Yeah, it's important to see what happened before the accident, what happened behind, after the accident, after the contact, let's say like that. And then we have to make a decision. It's on us to make a decision. It's quite, we have about, now on track, 36 cameras.
Yeah.
So almost on each corner, we have at least 2 cameras, so to see different angles.
Yeah, and certainly I can imagine when it comes to the end of a weekend, you can tally up all the reports that you've had, and you know, without sounding like lots happen on this one, but what's the highest number of reports that you've come away with at an end of a weekend, any weekend? Can you remember?
I'm not sure. I think it was in Euro Series and Marienburg. I think I had about 900-ish.
Over the course of one weekend.
Yeah.
Wow, that's so many. So, thinking for yourself, you've got to go through that many results. You've got to go through all those videos as well. So much happens, and like you say, the importance of having the cameras as well as the race directors and the views, the eyes out on circuit as well, is really important, isn't it? And I mean, how important are we talking? Because a race director, as good as they are, they can always miss something. Cameras can pick something up as well. So essentially, you are another essentially race director out on track, but miles away from the circuit.
Yes, the advantage we have as a race director on track or a deputy race director on track, it happens, it's gone. We can review it and find out what happened. Even if there's an accident on track, we can see maybe the turn before there was something between those two. we check both things to be sure if our decision is correct.
Yeah, exactly. And it's not just a case of just rewind and watch it back. You've got slow motion, you can slow things down, you can really see a full understanding. And they're high quality cameras as well, so you can get every single detail of the kart, anything like that. So really, a driver can't really get away with anything compared to back in the day in karting. I remember in the UK, at least, I remember drivers saying, oh, I would always go down into this corner. There was no stewards there were no cameras, and I could do what I wanted there. They're gone are those days now, aren't they?
Yeah, in the past we had to deal with the reports of track marshals, definitely the reports with the race director. Now we have complete proof and evidence to say, okay, you say you've been pushed, no, you're not. This is the proof.
Yeah, and with these, the clips that happen, they get stored and they get saved, and do we keep them for a while, or are they gone at the end of the weekend?
No, so every decision we make, every report we send to the stewards, even some things we don't send to the steward, we bookmark them and we keep them.
Yes. Yeah. So save them for another day if anything has to come through again.
Say someone wants to appeal the result.
Yeah.
We have the proof.
Yeah.
We still have it.
Then you come back to it. So essentially, your work is never done. Even if it's the end of the day, you could still be working until late into the night.
Yeah. Like, say at the last report we send, there's an appeal, and we have to stay in race control to review it, maybe to show to the stewards. So we have bigger screens. Stewards have the same system in stewards' room. Knowing on little screens and on laptops we have the big screens. If they want to see it, they come to us, and it's much clearer. We have HD camera, HD televisions.
Yeah.
And I think the last version of the cameras.
Yeah. So essentially, you are one of the major cogs in the system that make a race weekend. It starts with the marshals, it goes to the race directors, it goes to you, and then off to the stewards as well. And it's a whole system that works in the field of motorsport. And again, it just shows how much goes on behind the scenes as well, doesn't it?
Yeah. Let's say on proposal side, we are the last chain to send reports to the stewards. Yes.
Yeah, yeah. Correct. So a lot can happen, and can certainly make or break a driver's weekend, couldn't it?
Yes, yeah, that's true.
I mean, we always have those moments where you have to make a decision. It is the right decision, but it doesn't favour everyone. And, you know, we were speaking to Simone earlier, who is, you know, the championship manager, who is responsible for a lot of the, you know, talking to the drivers and teams and everything like that, keeping the good relations up. And certainly someone's got to make sure everyone just behaves themselves out in circuit. Unfortunately, that falls on your hands as well, doesn't it?
Yes, and sometimes it looks worse on track if you see it live. Yeah. Even we also have a live streaming who we record also, so can rewind also the live streaming. And someone you say, oh, what happened there? That's naughty. And then if you review it on our cameras, it's nothing. So sometimes it looks worse on live streaming than it really happened.
Yes, and of course, in the live streaming, we only have the one angle, don't we? We have the production crew cameras. That's all me as a commentator and the viewers at home would see. But yourself, like you're saying, you've got different angles. You can see, oh, so that actually happened on that one. From, like you say, certain angles, it can look completely different, can't it?
Yeah, if you look like on the starts on live streaming, you don't see a movement before the lights go because it's tenths of a second.
Yeah.
And our cameras, we can definitely see everything quite clear and correct.
Yeah. Well, I've got to say, it's certainly the most important job probably out there as well, of making sure everyone stays nice and safe, everyone is doing the rules as they should be, and as well with the jump starts, with those 7 jump starts we saw in the KZ category on their first heat. Again, it just shows, doesn't it, how many drivers cannot get away with anything.
Yeah. I think if there's something happening on the track, we let's say we see it about 90.9%. We can miss also something. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, but like you say, they happen. But certainly a very important job. And Chris, we'll let you crack on with the rest of your day, because I'm sure you've got lots of work to do. We've still got a couple more qualifying heats to go.
Yeah, we have.
Tomorrow's a lot busier day. Super heats and finals. So make sure you're well rested, ready for tomorrow.
We will do. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Chris Lambret there, who was joining us. 26 years of experience, so certainly we are in safe hands out on the circuit. And we do thank him very much. We have got another driver just joining us now. now into the studio. Lorenzo Travazanuto, who is going to join us. Lorenzo, pick up that microphone there. Well, Lorenzo, welcome into the studio. Your racing is done now for today. You're back out on track tomorrow, superheats and finals. Firstly, how's the day been today?
Quite calm, except now that I came running from the heat. But no, overall, it's been actually a pretty chill day. We had just 2 heats, so that made it quite easy. And no, it was okay. I mean, we had to recover a bit. It was a bit harder to start in the middle because of the penalty of the jump start yesterday. So that put us a little bit further back. But for tomorrow, we should be starting in a pretty fine place. The grid is close. We have a lot of competitive drivers, so it's actually not really easy to come forward when you start a little further back. But let's see tomorrow. We need a good start, and we'll race from there.
Yeah, we were talking about this during the races, and we were saying that in the KZ categories, the racing is very much more mature than we would see from some of the junior classes out there. Understandably, very experienced drivers out on circuit. They know exactly what they need to do. And that certainly does make it more of a challenge to get those positions done. And around this circuit here at Sarno, it's not the widest of circuits that we visited on the calendar. Like say, Zuero, the first round, a very wide circuit. Here, a bit more of a challenge, isn't there?
Yeah, also I would say here it's more of really a one racing line, especially with all the rubber that we have on track. So the drivers are very experienced and they know how to defend, so it's really difficult. When someone knows how to defend and defend right to pass them, you need a lot of advantage on the speed and probably wait even for a mistake.
Yeah, and we were seeing that on the cameras as well, the live shots of the circuit and all that rubber going down, like you were saying. And I mean, if you go off that line, how slippery are we talking out there? Is it just like you're driving on ice, or is it actually okay and you can bring it back onto the racing line?
Well, you can bring it back, sure, but for sure you lose a lot of time, and then you tend to, if you start losing the line more and more corners, then you start to slide and overheat. So it's actually the main challenge is to try to be as consistent as possible and to always keep it on the line. And if it happens that you go slightly off, to try to come back as quickly as possible, because otherwise if you keep compounding mistakes, then it gets really bad.
Now this track is a fairly long one, 14 turns as well, if I'm right in saying that. I counted them this morning and I'm guessing it's 14. It's around 14. What is your favourite part of the circuit? And I'm thinking it's got to be out of, well, personally my favourite is out of 2 and 3, and you've got those chicanes and the infield sort of section as it comes down. What's your favourite?
I would agree, mostly because I'm fast through there. So also in quali, I think I was the quickest through that session. Yeah, I enjoy it because you can also change the way you drive it with the curbs. We've started to use some curves also through that section. You can help managing the tires also according to the balance of the car. It's cool because it allows you. Also, turn 2, it actually allows you a bit of different lines, so you can adapt a little bit to what you feel is best at the moment. Whereas I would say second part of the track, so second sector, it's really just about holding the line perfectly. Of course, you got to make the speed, but there is literally just one line.
Yeah. At the end of this one, you finished 7th overall in the intermediate classifications. Solid job. I mean, you're in the top 10 on that one, so that's a good performance. Tomorrow, another busy day. You've got the superheats and you've got the finals. What is the plan going into that one? Because again, starting 7th in that one, it's still a tough job.
Yeah, well, I think I'm very close until the 5th. The first 4 have a bigger gap on points, so it would be ideal on the superheat to try to make up a couple of spots and to start at least in the 3rd row for the final. And then, sure, you need everything perfect. You need a good start. You need to try to be in the first 4 or 5 spots. Otherwise, it starts to get hard unless, something crazy happens. But normally, these races are so close, and the lap times at the front are really close. So we try to make up as much as possible for tomorrow.
Exactly. And we can talk a little bit more about the karts. And I've asked this to a lot of drivers of how it feels to be, in the kart at the speeds that you're doing around this track. And, for spectators who are watching on the live stream, the difference of being here at the circuit. The one bit I want you to answer now is the actual acceleration off the line. These are certainly, they kick you in the head, really, acceleration, don't they, when you leave?
Yeah. I must say also this track is very, very physical. It's bumpy and it's very grippy right now. The tires also make part of it because the tires are incredibly grippy, I must say. And in my opinion, they did a really fine job with them.
Yeah.
And so the G-forces are really, really high on this track. So it is challenging. Like for us as drivers, we're quite used to the longitudinal forces. The laterals are actually the toughest around here.
Yeah. And I mean, with that, is there such a thing as too much grip out there? Are you like wanting a little bit of a slide from the back of the kart, or are you happy that it is just on rails and you just drive around and there's no real drama?
I think that's okay. Sometimes according also to the driver likes, but I would say that in this case, in this kind of condition, you can get too much grip, which normally in KZ is fairly difficult to have. Since we have a lot of power to put on the ground, generally, you would like to have as much grip as possible available to deploy all the power, whereas here you have it and at times even more. So it's one of the few occasions where you can actually get too much grip.
Yeah. Well, one more question before we let you go. You know, the championship, it's very, very close. There's lots still to happen. You're playing this one. Where are you hoping to finish at the end of this weekend? I mean, what is your dream for this one?
Well, of course, the target is always to be in the first place. Yeah. That's the target of any driver, I would say. But I mean, we did already some good step forwards through the season, and I would say top 5 is a pretty achievable target. And from there, honestly, it depends how well you nail everything in the final. As we're so close, I think it's just about details, getting it right.
Yeah, it all falls down to that final race of the weekend, doesn't it? It's certainly going to be an exciting one. Well, Lorenzo, thank you so much for taking your time out to chat with us.
Been a pleasure.
Enjoy the rest of your evening, relax, and get rested up for tomorrow.
We'll try to figure out a few things, and then we can rest. Thank you.
Awesome. Well, Lorenzo Tarvaruto, you enjoy your evening. Thank you so much. Andrew, the next few races are coming up. 3 more to go. The last of the qualifying heats. We'll head back up to the commentary box with yourself.
Thank you very much, Anthony. Great to hear from Lorenzo Travisanuto there and Chris Lambrecht. There is Pasquale Lupoli heading back out onto circuit, our deputy race director here at Sarno. We've got 3 more races for you here this afternoon in Italy, and these will be the races that will decide the intermediate classification for KZ2. So if the races before were pretty important, these ones, it's just getting more and more critical now for the drivers to put those performances in this race in particular, because you even can still be at the front of the order, but if it goes wrong in this one, you are going to see your ranking start to drop, and you lose not just championship points, but also points and grid standings for the super heats tomorrow. The super heats, which you will be able to watch here. Of course, the full broadcast will be live for the 2 super heats, almost like semi-finals for 2 groups of the KZ2s and the single super heat for KZ, and then of course the 2 finals in each of the categories as well. You just saw the 3-minute board go up there for the drivers before they head out onto circuit. It will be groups A and C heading out on circuit. This, as I say, is the last opportunity for these drivers to score points in the qualifying heat phase of the competition. And once these 3 races are completed, we will be able to tell you provisionally who has scored the 25 points available through all of these heats to add to their championship tally. Thank you for your continued support of the championship, watching from home, and keep support for the drivers coming in. Thank you to ModderCarts.com once again for all their support of the championship, sponsoring the championship, and also all of the staff here at the Circuito Internazionale Napoli, all the stewards, all the marshals out there on circuit, as we're getting ready, a couple of minutes away from this next qualifying heat, which will be another opportunity for Freddie Slater, who for the first time this weekend, we say is not leading the competition. If you were with us, what was it, about an hour and a half ago, you will have seen that the 4th round of the qualifying heats in KZ2 did not go the way of the British driver. finished a little bit lower down the order. Still has a very good chance of taking the 25 championship points and extending his championship lead. But will have a bit of a task here. Starts from pole position again, because he got the fastest lap time of any of the KZ2 drivers yesterday. But go back to the technical situation that's happening out on track. If I look just down from my right here in the comments box, you can see the long strips of rubber now laid down on the circuit. But I think there's a bit more grip on the racing line, which is better for those starting on the left-hand side of the grid, drivers left. So 2nd, 4th, 6th, if you're on the anti-pole, the even side of the grid. And tyres are, well, I've had a lot more wear on them now. Everybody's tyres will have had numerous heats. 4 of them complete so far by KZ2s and the qualifying heat yesterday as well. We were talking to some of the drivers yesterday. They were saying how the tyres, in terms of peak performance, were going off even after 1 or 2 fast laps in that qualifying session. Credit to the LeCont spec tyre, though, has been holding on very well. The performance is still there to an extent, but combined with the heat as well, as Anthony Jordan rejoins me here in the commentary box. It is dropping off, and it is something that the drivers need to manage.
Yes, active intelligence for you. Your front 2 of this grid,
yes,
brand new slicks on the left-hand side only. They've not interlocked them or anything like that. Front 2, left-hand side, brand new LeCont tyres on board.
Nice.
Let's see what happens then with them.
Intel.
Oh yeah, I do a lot.
You've done this before.
I've done this before. Here we go then, as they make their way out onto the track. The front row, Freddie Slater and Pavo Tontieri started on the front row. Tim Gerhards and even David go from row 2. John Nimblom and Tigran Buratan on row 3. Samuel Louier and Daniel Vasile on row 4. Mateo Spurgel and Jose Gomez on row 5. Jorge Pescador and Julio Holzem round out the 6 rows. 7 more to go.
Indeed, and on row 7, it's Norton Andreasen and Adrian Malero. Vladimir Verkalantsev and Christian Decline start on row number 8. Vaishlev Putyatin and Angelo Lombardo go from row 9. Michael Paparo and Matteo Zanchi start inside the top 20 on row 10. Alessio Lamattina and Maximilian Paul go from row 11. Gabriel Cower and Ricardo Avia completes the 24 karts field here in this very, very important race for all of them. It's a reduced field this weekend, but in theory, this could be the last race for a couple of our drivers. So I'm going to question myself straight away, because our 2 did not start, may take up those spots. Now, what happened here with Paparo? See them just rolling out of the order. Anything dramatic happening here? No, I don't think so.
I think
just a bit of tyre warming, aggressive tyre warming.
I'd say you've got an entire lap of a massive circuit to go and do that. You don't need to do it in that tiny little runoff area on the exit of the pit lane. But certainly each to their own, each to their own. This will be the last time we see Groups A and C out on circuit. The last time these drivers will have an opportunity to score any intermediate classification points. So certainly any opportunity they've got here to gain as many places as possible. This is where it starts to get a little bit tense and a little bit important now for the drivers. The last chance they can score these points. So certainly for any drivers who have had that moment where they're having a little bit of trouble, this is the time they gain it back.
This might be me talking complete rubbish. It wouldn't be the first time. This formation lap feels a bit slower. It's both of the front runners just taking their time a bit with getting the heat management right into those new tyres.
Yeah, well, it will be because of the new tyres. You know, they will have to scrub them. You don't want
to hit them hard.
You don't want to have absolutely brand new slicks right off the word go. They'll be slippery. They'll be a little bit, anything like that. You've got to get them at least scrubbed in and temperature up in them so they've got a little bit more traction. Well, here we go then. The back of the grid has lined themselves up, and the red flag disappears at the front. The green flag waves at the back as the 4 red lights go on. Lights out, and down in towards turn 1 they go, and it's a great start. from Slater this time around. He does not get swamped by the pack, and I think one cart's gone off at the edge of the circuit. Yes, they have, and they rejoined right at the back of the field. Not sure who that was. It looked like an orange car, possibly one of the CPB drivers who has gone off the track, but the rest of the field gets away relatively well, and crucially, Slater leads the way of the field. And Tonteri slots into second place and holds on to it. He's not dropped any positions here. Down the back straight they go then into the first of the major braking zones here. And everyone just trying to find a piece of track as Michael Paparo gets a warning flag at the start of that one, the 309. Something race controller spotted that they're clearly not happy with. There's all that rubble that we were talking about in the interview with Torafa Zanuto earlier on, you know, saying that's the too much grip you're talking about around this circuit. It is like rails out there.
End of lap number 1 then. Freddie Slater leads for Birrell Arts Racing. Paavo Tonteri there in second place for CRG. Then it's the first of 3 Sodi machine drivers. Tim Gerhardt ahead of Jevan David and Jean Nomblo. So the CPB Sport team running in a nice position at the moment. But as we've seen quite a few times so far this weekend, Anthony, it's the top 2 who have run away with it at the moment, working together, and it's down to the chase back to bring this breakaway back in.
Yeah, it's always one of those, it's a tricky situation. If you're there in third place, you're kind of a bit of a, well, what do I do now? I don't want to lose third place, but we're not catching. What do I do? Do I let someone pass who's potentially quicker and then try and latch onto the back of them? Because right now, despite Tim Gerhardt's best efforts, that gap is just increasing at the moment. It's now 8/10 of a second, nearly 9/10 of a second now, and they're off the circuit, the 365 that's tumbling down the order. It's Adrian Malheiro for CRG who's gone off the track, and he gets it re-going now, so he's all good, he gets going, but certainly not the result he will want in this race. He tumbles down the order.
Intermediate classification points as they stand up. Oh, no, I'm going to cut across myself there because it looks like there's a battle. Oh, there's a contact there between the teammates as Jevan David goes through past Tim Gerhardt's. That was a very interesting moment. Gerhardt's tries to fight back there and down the inside. Brilliant move by Daniel Vasile in the Birrell Arts Racing machine, up to 5th place. Took the opportunity there. Not a conventional overtaking spot, that at all. But Vasile's through and into 5th.
Vasile is really impressing me so far this weekend. He is one of the drivers at the front of this field who has made several overtakes. I would suspect, actually, he's probably our best performing driver over the course of this weekend with these overtakes. You can find that information out, actually, if you head to ucut.io. It has the statistics of that, of the best performing driver, so I am going to check that out in just a moment.
Paavo Tonteri sets the new fastest lap of the race of 54.177, which, to be honest, in the grand scheme of things here this weekend, that's not fast. That's pretty slow. Well, let's see with these 2 front runners and their new tyres whether they can get a bit more pace, or will they just be, again, race managing at the moment. Once again, Vasile looking down the inside there on Gerhardt's for 4th place. Let's not come back to the intermediate classification because Vasile's down the inside, takes a brilliant overtake, completes it through into 4th place, now sets about Jevan David, who's absolutely galloped down the road once again. Great lap from Jevan David last time around, and has 7/10 over the chasing pack behind. Now I'll hopefully get a moment just to mention the intermediate classification. Do bear in mind, this is with some drivers having done 5 races, others with 4, but Freddie Slater is back to the top of it again. 236 points out of a possible 250 would be the score if he finished like this. Tonteri second on 226, Vasile up to 3rd on 192. And crucially though, the next driver is Christian Batuka on 191. Would mean, I would think, he'd need to win his last heat to beat Slater's score as things stand. Here's that move again. There might be the littlest bit of contact between Gerhardt's and David there. This was a great move from Vasile, once again from so far back into turn 14. Beautiful placement by the Romanian through and into 4th.
Yeah, it looked honestly under braking a little bit there, but like you say, forceful, but like you say, he wants to get in front and he wants to try and close that gap.
And it could be one of those things, as you discussed with Chris Lambrecht, looks worse from our angle,
from our angle
than what it actually is.
was.
So
Yes.
we'll play devil's advocate on that one. Oh, now was that Vasile deep and wide into the hairpin? I see the end of that one. Yeah, he has gathered it back up together, but he's furiously trying to find a way past Gerhard's here. In fact, he's fallen back behind Gerhard's.
Yeah, Vasile now under pressure here from Nimblo, who's just behind. Back here at the front, though. Slater has not dropped Tontieri. Tontieri is right on that rear bumper and right now not going for a race lead. But if Tontieri wants to go for that move, I guarantee he's going to go for that move.
And this would be the difference in the intermediate classification between finishing ahead of Slater or finishing behind. It would be a 12-point swing between these two if Tontieri would get by. And at the moment, the gap is 10 points. So
Slater started going defensive.
Yeah.
He took a much tighter line through turn 9 there, and Tontieri saw that and instantly switched to the outside, took a late apex, got the drive out of the corner through 9 and then into 10, and is certainly trying to close that gap up. It's opened up a little bit, actually, on that lap, so he's managed to get away with it this time around, has Slater, and I think Slater now is starting to open the pressure. Yeah, that last lap is actually 2/10 faster than Tontieri, despite that slightly defensive line going in towards turn 9.
The biggest enemy to Freddie Slater at the moment is probably his own mind, trying to second-guess himself. He must not tighten up at the wheel of the kart. He's got to stay loose and calm. This is a move by Matteo Spurgel down the inside there, moving up to 8th place. I think that was past Jose Gomez. No, it's actually past Tigran Benatin in the 3.62, apologies. But in fact, that means that Spurgel has made another position past Gomez, is up to 8th place. Brilliant work there from the Frenchman. But for Slater, and I see now that he is now pulling away, this is good from the Beerlart Racing driver. As a far worse driver than Freddie Slater, I know from when you're in a battle, the worst thing you can do is tighten up and start hacking at the wheel and not letting your driving style do the business. But he is doing that now, Slater. This is back into the rhythm that we've seen from Freddie Slater earlier today. 3/4 of a second out ahead of Tontieri. Relaxed at the wheel, he looks calm, and he knows how important this race is, because this could be the difference once all the points are tallied up between winning the European Championship and not. He didn't win the round at Suera, but a big part of, big reason why he's at the top of the standings at the moment was his performance in the qualifying heats and the 25 points he got there at this stage of the competition last time out in round 1.
Exactly, so there you go. Just shows that it is starting to heat up in this one, and we cut back now to Vasile, who is all over this rear bumper of Gerhard's as we go on to the final lap, and Gerhard starts to go defensive here in towards turn 1. And gives Vasile the chance to dive it down the inside here in towards turn 2. Gets it done. Does he outbrake himself? No, he doesn't. He makes that apex beautifully. And now, well, Gerhardt is under pressure here. Nimblom, Spurgel go through as well. So it's all gone wrong. And big slide there. Wow, how on earth? Well, that will be why he lost a couple of those positions earlier on. Daniel Vasile there, absolutely sideways under braking. But your man here on screen, Freddie Slater, who is leading this way. Those new tyres certainly did the job for him on the left-hand side of the kart, and he's just dominated this one. Gap's now opened up to 1 second from Tontieri. It would mean that Freddie Slater would, at the moment, retake the lead of the intermediate classifications. Freddie Slater wins then after 10 laps of racing from Tontieri, from Ivan David, from Daniel Vasile on the 4th place spot from Nimblor. Then Gerhard, Spurgel, Louis Gomez finishes in 9th, from Putian finishing in the top 10. But 2 more qualifying heats to go. Has Freddie Slater done enough to retake that lead overall?
Well, he's put a marker down. He's done as much as he can across these 5 qualifying heats in KZ2. Just to reiterate, provisionally, that puts Slater into the lead of the competition at this stage. 236 points from a possible 250 is the score for the Birrell Art Racing driver. Tontieri 226, that should still be a useful haul of championship points once we've gone through the 2 remaining races. So expect to see the Finnish driver moving up from 19th in the championship this evening. Vasile in third, 192. I love watching that guy drive. Another great performance there in 4th place and puts him in 3rd place. But to be honest, he's likely to slip down a little bit once the likes of Christian Batuka, Rem, Orlov all take to the circuit in a short moment's time. There's your provisional results for the qualifying heat face-off between groups A and C. Freddie Slater takes his 4th qualifying heat victory of the weekend ahead of Paavo Tonteri, and it really was that period in the middle of the race where Slater got that one done. Jevan David finishes in 3rd, 4th for Daniel Vasile, 5th for Jean Nomblot, ahead of his teammates Tim Gerhards and Matteo Spurgel. Samuel Luye in 8th place, Jose Gomez 9th, Tigran Mnatin in another strong P10. Angelo Lombardo, the top wildcard runner, the Italian home, in 11th place. Maxi Paul once again in 12th place, up 10 positions. Great race from the German. Christian Decline in 13th. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from that race. This was a key start of all the starts that Freddie Slater has had so far this weekend. This was the most important of them all. Had to defend on the way into turn 1, but crucially had the run on the inside to force Paavo Tonteri to sit into 2nd place. This was a change of positions in amongst the Sodi ranks between Jevan David and Tim Gerhards. A star of the show probably in that race was Daniel Vasile in the Birel Art entry. Several overtakes involving him. Through there went the 328 of Matteo Spurgel. Once again, turn 14 being the hotbed of activity. A mistake, though, from Vasile midway through the race meant he had to do all the work all over again. In the end, though, a win for Slater, number 4 of the weekend. Tonteri in the top 3 again. Jevan David completing it. Good work by all of those drivers, and they'll now breathe. Their work for today is done. We'll see all of those drivers again in the super heats tomorrow, but in what order, that remains to be seen. Let's head down to Parc Ferme. Anthony Jordan is there, and let's see who he's got and who's going to give us some thoughts ahead of that one.
Thank you, Andrew. Yes, I'm down here in Parc Ferme with our driver who finished in 3rd place, Jevan David there. Jevan, well, certainly you've been a driver who's been on our radar across the course of this weekend. Fantastic starts. Tell us, how's the weekend been for you?
Yeah, it's been a solid weekend. We've had some pretty top 5 finishes. We're working on the pace a bit. We had a few blisters on the tires, so we're just trying to manage that. But overall, the pace is looking good, and now we're done for today. So we just have to keep the tires good for the superheat tomorrow, and we should be fast.
Now, strategy-wise on tyres, you've got the 1.5 sets over the course of the weekend until the final. What have you done with those? Have you saved the new tyres, or have you used them already?
So we've used them in the heat second to last. So we saw a few blisters on our qualifying tires, and we thought we needed to change it. And that's why I was just now managing the tires a bit, so we can be good for the superheat tomorrow. And then we have the 4 new in the final, so we should be good.
Yes, this is what we've been seeing across the. You have the lightning starts, you get away well, you hold on to the position, drop back a little bit, but that is purely tyre management, where you're literally just trying to make sure that you can get these tyres to last, so you can get a good position later on in the weekend. Solid strategy. Not many drivers would do such a thing. They would push super hard all the way throughout, but you know, certainly a strategy you can do now. So what's the plan tonight then? Fully relax, get ready, or have you still got a lot of work to do?
So I think we're looking pretty good. We're about a 10th or 2 off. So we just need to look at the data, see where we can find time. But for tonight, we just relax. So we're looking good for tomorrow. We're in the top 5, so I think we start around the top 10 for the superheat. And yeah, we just stay relaxed tonight and keep optimistic for tomorrow.
Well, wish you all the best, Jevan, and we'll see you out there tomorrow.
All right, thank you very much.
Excellent stuff there. Then we'll enjoy a nice, hopefully relaxing evening. 2 more qualifying heats to go, and we'll find out who gets those 25 championship points. Andrew, back up to you.
Thank you, Anthony. Great to hear there from Jevan David. Some very good performances from the driver representing Sri Lanka here this weekend. Weather report. A bit of a breeze across the circuit. Not in that particular region of the circuit. The air still very still, but still very warm here. 34 degrees air temperature at Sarno. 2 more races remaining this afternoon. Groups D and F heading out on circuit for their final KZ2 qualifying heat in a short moment's time here for round 2 of the FIA Karting European Championships for KZ and KZ2. If you're enjoying the show, do be back with us tomorrow, where we will have the culmination of this year's championship, and also be with us at the end of the month at Cremona, where we will see the same flurry of activity for the OK Junior and FIA Karting Academy competitions. No rain, 0% probability, humidity down to 48%, which is still pretty warm, but not too bad for the drivers. Better than it was yesterday. Feels like 37 degrees at the moment, according to our weather information. There's some of the beautiful views here at Sarno as the whistle goes. I can just hear in the background for 1 minute to go before the drivers head out on circuit. There is Max Orlov. Big job for Maxim Orlov in this race. Starts from pole position, has had brilliant form this weekend, is one of those drivers going all out for victory here this weekend in the race of Italy. Christian Batuka, though, starts P2, and as Anthony Jordan rejoins me in the box, Batuka had a brilliant start in the previous race for him. Can he do the same thing again here?
Well, there again, yet to be seen, yet to be seen. A lot of drivers in this one, brand new sets of slicks on the left-hand side. I could count at least 10 karts out there in this grid that have gone for that, so certainly is going to be a very interesting one. Everyone getting them scrubbed in, ready for tomorrow for their super heats. Karts fire up then, penultimate race of the day. KZ2 qualifying heat D and F gets itself going. Here is how they will line up then for the next 10-lap race. Maxim Orlov and Christian Batuka go from row 1. Artem Zavrukin and Kian Nakamura-Berta on row 2. Lucas Amalisto and Alicia Pacini go from row 3. Moritz Ebner and Robert Kinderwerter round out row number 4. Igor Nozov and Alexander Gubenko on row 5. Mateusz Morgato and Patrick Janssen round out row number 6.
On row 7, it's Fabio Bifulco and Marat Kanitsev. Nicolo Impato and Philip Wojcik start on row number 8. Giorgio Carrara and Albin Carlsen start on row 9. Jesper Scherberg and Bruno Mulder start on row 10. Alessandro Zucco and Jakub Wojcik go from row number 11. And then Fabrizio Rosati once again has a start from the back of the order after a not-so-good qualifying, but we have seen the Birrell Arts Racing KSW driver come through the field and will start 23rd out of 23.
A very interesting one here in the intermediate classifications. We are going to get a full understanding now of where the drivers from the A group are going to be sitting in the intermediate classifications, because certainly it will be a shake-up. Remember, Batuka, who has only... Well, he's only about
45 points.
45 points behind. If he takes the race win, he will do very well. Even if he comes second, I think he will do well in this
second
one.
would give him 44, so he'd be 1
would
point
he?
short.
Right,
So
okay.
win.
Yeah, close.
Yeah.
Okay. Still needs to win it.
Still needs to win it. If he wants to beat Slater, needs to win this race and take the full complement of 50 points.
And do you reckon he's done that mathematics with the team before the start of this?
Yes.
Yes. So he knows exactly what he needs to do on this one. So expect lightning starts. But crucially, I suspect Maxim Orlov will also know that that's all he needs to do. And that's where it becomes very fun.
Very interesting.
Very interesting and very fun.
And the bit more important one is the difference between first and second in championship points is 3 points. I think that's the key one.
Yes.
But Freddie Slater, how must Freddie Slater be feeling at the moment? Because
chewing on the nails.
But he's watching his own teammates.
Yes. It's like, I really want you to do well.
But not too well.
But not too well. There we go. Karts get themselves lined up then on the starting grid. And we are about to get the penultimate race of the day underway. Everyone primed, ready to go. Red flag goes down at the back. Green flag goes up at the back. Lights come on then. Here we go. It's KZ2, it's DNF, and it's lights out and down in towards turn 1 they go. Great start then from Batuka, and done exactly what he needed to do. A little bit 3 wide in the mid-pack there as they go through turn 1. Very brave there as sideways there as they try to negotiate their way round the corner. But crucially, Batuka gets the lead he needs. Nakamura Berta's got up into 2nd place. He had a lightning start from the outside row as well. Remember, he had a 2nd place finish earlier on. He would love another 2nd place finish here because it would certainly help him out after that disaster he had at the beginning of the weekend on Friday. There he is in 2nd place, looking to the inside, can't do anything. And there you can see Sevrukin, who's there in 3rd place as well. The top 3 have broken away from the rest of the field now. You've got 2 groups of 3 who have broken away from the rest of the pack. But crucially, look at Christian Batuka there. He has already gained a couple of kart lengths.
Has indeed. It was a great start as well for Lucas Samalisto. Had to weave his way through, but has been rewarded with 4th place in the early stages of this one. End of lap number 1, then Batuka leads. Nakamura Berta 2nd. Orlov in 3rd, Samalisto 4th. If the race was to finish like this, Batuka would take the lead in the intermediate classification by 5 clear points ahead of Slater. Orlov would be 3rd on 229, Tonteri 4th.
Certainly shake up the field there. You can see that a little wide there from Nakamura Berta. You see those tyres just clip that big patch of rubber on the circuit. That's now going to slow him down into this corner here and is going to allow Maxim Orlov to get up into 2nd place. It was Orlov, sorry, who had moved up into 3rd earlier on. Sevrukin's still there in P6. Samalisto's leading the next group of 3. He's there in the SP kart. You can see just in P4. He has got Sevrukin now up into P5. Pacini there in 6th place. Hindavata, Ebner, Nosov and Gobenko rounding out the top 10 as well. Biggest movers so far in this race. You look down to Filip Wojcik, who is up 4 places into P12. One of the wild cards, the best wild card at the moment out on circuit. Moritz Ebner in the 597 is currently in P8.
So just looking at the points again, either way at the moment for Slater, for taking the win and the 25 points from this element of the competition, it's not looking the best, because even if Batuka and Orlov were to switch positions, that would promote Orlov back above Slater, so whilst Batuka would fall back. So at the moment, what I think you're looking at here, ladies and gentlemen, around the world, is the win for the qualifying heats segment between Batuka and Orlov, unless, of course, Maxim Rem can step in and do something about that in the 1 remaining race after this one. But steady pace at the moment from the top 3, looking good.
It is looking good indeed. Roberta still all over that rear end. Remember, it was only the fact that he clipped that piece of rubber that he had to go a little bit slower into one of the hairpins that he lost that position. Now he's cleared that rubber. Fastest laps come back out, 53.852. He is back on the charge now towards Maxim Orlov for that 2nd place spot. Big check over the shoulder there for Batuka. Concede that is relatively clear. There are 2 cars behind him. You've got a nice bit of breathing space between yourself and the 2 of them. The breathing space here, though, couldn't be any closer, as Sevrukin, Samalisto, Pacin and Kindavata are still line astern, as Bruno Mulders now in the 334 is under investigation. Not sure what that is for, but certainly race control keeping a very close eye there. Just down the inside, having a look down the inside was Moritz Ebner on Robert Kindavata. You could see there the Drago Corsa Racing Team kart just looking down the inside there.
Problems, I think, out there, Anthony, for Imperato and Scherberg. Another not so good result for Scherberg. It's been a pretty rotten weekend for the Leclerc by Lennox Racing driver. They're both tumbling down the order and look to be out of this race. Yeah,
you can see them parked up in the middle of the track there. They are walking back, giving each other a bit of space there. So maybe they've had a bit of a chat with each other. But certainly both of them out of this race. They were next to each other as well. So something tells me 2 into 1 didn't go.
Indeed. Orlov still holding 2nd place at the moment, ahead of Nakamura Berta. But Christian Batuka has been incredible today. And I think what's impressed me most with Batuka is I think overnight the performance from the likes of Maxim Rem and Freddie Slater, as I've mentioned, it kind of put something down to Christian Batuka of like, could he step it up a level across the course of these heats? And the answer so far has been a resounding yes. And I think he fully warrants this spot at the front of the order at the moment. And if he keeps doing this for another few laps, as Nakamura Berta has a look down the inside of Orlov and remains in third place.
Testing the waters there.
Yes.
Testing the waters to see what Orlov would do. And Nakamura Berta there, quick glance over the shoulder. You're all good. You've got about 9/10 between yourself and Savrukhin. You're still there in P4. So you've got quite a bit of real estate between yourself now and Maxim Orlov to really try and close that gap back up again. Keeping an eye a little further down the order. Filip Vucek has just moved up into P12 as well. He's just got past Matias Morgato, the world champion in the OK category last year. Brazilian here in KZ2 has been somewhere in the mid-pack section. Not really been fighting at the top. He's always been just in that middle pack, hasn't he?
Yeah, it's not been a terrible day, but it's been difficult. He's not been able to make as much progress. I do wonder, was he maybe thrown a little bit off focus? I know there were some delays early on at the start of the day with him being very, very close to being late for missing one of the earlier heats, which is unlike a professional outfit such as Leclerc by Lennox Racing. I'm sure we'll hear if there's been any dramas as it comes out in the paddock across the course of the evening. But 3 more laps to go here for groups D and F in KZ2. And there has been a change for 7th place to report. Igor Nosov passed Robert Kinvata. New fastest lap of the race for Savrukhin. 53.718. Well, they negotiate their way through turn 9 once again, and there you're seeing the gap starting to form. Here's a little further back in the order. That looked to me like Kinyev, who is battling with Vucek, who are further down the order, I think 11th and 12th at the moment. Here's a little further up. Oh, yeah, that confirmed. They are still battling out on circuit as well. So certainly making their feelings very well known. And yeah, Foucault there and Morgato, who are battling away. Morgato there you can see with the Lennox kart. You can forgive him maybe a little bit for this one for Morgato. Formerly with the Birol ART team in the other categories. It's a different chassis, it's a different team. You can forgive him a little bit on this one as he is battling his way here, trying to hold on to those positions as we move further up the field now. It's the 349 of Gabenko battling away with Kindervata, who has dropped down now into P10. Kindervata, who was up several positions earlier on, and now has lost 2 positions here. So certainly is struggling. But right now, Gabenko making moves here. He wants to latch onto the back of Ebner as quickly as he can, gaining more positions. Here though, across the line as we go on to the final lap. The top 3, no change whatsoever. You can say that Nakamura Berta has definitely closed up a little bit here on Maxim Orlov. But other than that, the 3 here have just done exactly what they've needed to do and just drive away. Orlov sitting in 2nd place is the only driver to lose a position in the top 3. Nakamura Berta and Batuka both up a position, again showing that that outside line has been working a little bit better now. It has indeed. Well, this is going to be a big result no matter what for Christian Batuka. As out there is Giorgio Carrara, the 315 is out of this race. The leaders coming round the final couple of corners now. And this could be enough and probably will be enough for Christian Batuka to take P1 in KZ2 in the qualifying heats segment. And 25 points onto his tally and relief.
He knows it.
He knows he's done the job. A brilliant piece of work by Birol Arts Racing. What a set of results. The question mark was out there after great speed at Zuera. Could the consistency be there for Christian Batuka? The answer is yes, and he takes race victory in the qualifying heat for groups D and F. Maxim Orlov in 2nd place, Keen Nakamura Berta in 3rd, Artem Savrukhin in 4th place, ahead of Luca Samalisto in 5th. Great race for Igor Nosov, up 3 spots to 6th place in that one. Alessio Piccini finishes in 7th. And another entertaining drive from Moritz Ebner, the wild card there for Drago Corsa Racing, finishing in 8th place. Alexander Gubenko finishes in 9th. Robert Kindervatter completes the top 10 provisional running here in this one. Marat Kanyasev finishes in 11th, improved by 3 places in that one. Mateus Mogato finishes 12th. Probably the only driver who don't... Actually, no, because Sam Alisto didn't move any positions either, but well, it's worth 13th place for Fabio Bifulco in that one. Patrick Janssen, 14th place, recovering. He's had a difficult day today, but top 15 there for the Swede Bruno Mulders. Completes that top 15 for CRG. And is just ahead of his CRG teammate in 16th place, the number 5, 8, 9 of Jakub Wojcik. There, Albin Carlsen finished in 17th place for Leclerc by Lennox Racing, and Alessandro Zucco up 3 spots in that one to 18th. Philip Wojcik finishes in 19th. Fabrizio Rosati didn't see the checkered flag, pulled in with 1 lap to go and is classified in 20th. There were also retirements out there for Giorgio Carrara, Nicola Imparato and Jesper Scherberg, whose torrid weekend unfortunately continues here at Sarno, classified 23rd. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from that key qualifying heat in KZ2. And like we saw in the previous round of heats, it was all about the starts for Christian Batuka from 2nd on the grid, shot into the lead and didn't really look back from there. Down the inside for 2nd place, Maxim Orlov recovering past Keen Nakamura Berta. There were the 2 stricken carts of Imperato and Scherberg. They both did not see the checkered flag. Nakamura Berta had a think about going down the inside of Orlov for 2nd place. There were plenty of battles up and down the order, including here with the 3-5-2 and the 5-8-8. That was down towards the bottom end of the order with Filip Wojcik involved in all of that. There were more retirements. Unfortunately, Giorgio Carrara and the Novelux team had a retirement in that one. The 3-3-4 and 3-7-3 had a little bit of a dance there. Patrick Janssen and Bruno Mulders. But in the end, it was Christian Batuka who took not just a race win, but shot to the top of the intermediate classification at the end of this stage of things in KZ2. It is provisional, but we think that might already be enough. We'll see how the points start to shake out when the final heat for the remaining groups comes out. But we know that Batuka is done. Slater is done on 236. Orlov is also done on 232. Takes 3rd place. Don Terry in 4th. Savrukin in 5th. Vasilei 6th. You have to go all the way down to Maxim Rem in 7th place as the first driver yet to complete the full set of heats. He's on 188. So as I say, unless there's any post-race changes, we think that's good enough for Batuka, because the maximum that the Rem can score would be 238. He'd be 3 points short even if he won the race. Anyway, we'll get to that in a moment, because Anthony Jordan is down in Parc Ferme.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Yes, I'm here with our race winner of that one and current leader of the intermediate classifications. Well, Christian Batuka, what a weekend you've had. Certainly, it's been a challenge, but you've come away with some solid results this weekend, haven't you?
Yeah, we tried to fix everything that we had to fix, and for sure our pace is really fast now, and we try our best for tomorrow for sure. And as always, I want to thank my team, my engineer, my family, and all the fans that follows me and support me through all the weekend.
It's been certainly a good one. There is one more qualifying heat to go. We saw your reaction when the checker flag had gone out. It looked like a reaction of relief out on circuit. Have you done the maths? Do you feel like you've done enough now to take those 25 championship points for the qualifying heats?
Yeah, I think I've done really my best, because even if we had maybe some problems in one heat with the setup, I tried to keep my best place that I could have done. P3 is a good place. And now in this heat I started, and I had problems with my spark plug, but I didn't give up for sure. I tried to fix everything and start my heat as always, and it went really good.
Plan for tonight and tomorrow. What are you going to be doing from now until your first superheat then?
Yeah, for sure, relax, have a shower because it's really hot here, and I will not think about it till I have to think tomorrow.
Paddleboard again?
Maybe yes.
There you go. Get better at that, and then we'll talk about some racing. Mate, well done, and we'll see you out there tomorrow.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff. Well, great to see Christian Batuka there, who will now enjoy a nice, relaxing evening. One more qualifying heat to go, and we will find out who, for definite, takes home those 25 championship points. But from me here, Andrew, it's back up to the commentary box.
Thank you, Anthony. That is one happy driver. Christian Batuka can be very proud of the work that he's done so far here today. Well, for the whole thing today, he is done. He can put his feet up and relax and enjoy this next race, the final race of the day, and it will be the last heat for KZ2 as well. It's the qualifying groups of B and E, Bravo and Echo, who have got one more race to go. And this is another one that, okay, whilst we think with the way that the points are working that Batuka's score can't be beaten, there are still a number of drivers who will be thinking championship right now, will be thinking, how high can I get up that order? How many points in a championship can I receive? Maxim Rem will be on pole position for it. Thomas Stoltermanis alongside on the front row. We've seen great starts from both of those drivers so far today. Just heard the 1 minute whistle outside, indicating that we're not too far away from this next one. Alex Powell, third on the grid. There is your pole sitter, Maxim Rem for Leclerc by Lennox Racing, who once again goes into that steely mode that we've seen so many times so far this weekend. And the German looking for another race victory here. Just nodding to himself ever so slightly there, psyching himself up for what is sure to be quite a battle in the next 10 laps, because Thomas Stoltermanis still has a very good opportunity to gain some good championship points. But the one I'm curious about in this race of how does a driver play their current situation, Anthony, is Alex Powell has had 2 results that he would not have wanted at the start of the weekend. He's got another opportunity here from third on the grid. Mixed emotions, can you imagine, for Powell right now?
Yeah, I think mixed emotions is going to be an interesting one on there. A lot of drivers again in this one going for the fresh set of boots on the one side. I actually saw Nicholas Roos, though, who's starting on the 6th row. He's done the alternative. He's gone front left, rear right.
So cross kart.
Cross kart, he's done. Let's have a look at the starting lineup then. Maxim Rem and Thomas Stoltermanis go from the front row. Alex Powell, again, question mark, what is he going to do in this one? He starts on the 2nd row with Yanis Shefeko alongside. Andrea Dale and Nicholas Roos go from row 3. Brandon Nielsen and Samuele Leopardi go from row 4. Gavin Louier and Thomas Imborg go from row 5. Marcus Kayak and David Levinsky round out row number 6.
Sim Lucati and Alex Marigliano start on the 7th row of the grid. Andrea Bassetto and Vincent Vanek start on row number 8. Jay Cool and Mark Negruzza go from row number 9. Eduardo D'Alessandro and Jaime Cortez start on row number 10. Karol Pasovic and Federico Diana start on row 11. And then Luigi Di Lorenzo will complete the 23 runners in the final heat of the day. The final heat for KZ2, which will bring this long qualifying heat program for the KZ2s to a conclusion.
The longest qualifying any of these drivers will probably do in their racing careers. It all boils down really to the last 2 races that we have at the end of the weekend. The super heats and the finals, they will be up tomorrow. Last race of the day about to get going. This is an important one. We find out those points. Like you say, with the maths that we've done in here, don't take our word for it, because, again,
things could change.
Things could change. And, yeah, at the moment, it's still looking like Batuka's done everything he has needed.
But Rem still has an opportunity for 2nd place, because let's not forget that Freddie Slater's completed score is 236. Maxim Rem currently has 188. If he nails this start and wins this race, he would finish 2 points higher in the intermediate classification than Slater. That would be 22 championship points to, well, 22 points to whoever finishes in 2nd place. It's another one of those 3 championship points differences because third place gets 19.
And that would mean the difference to Freddie Slater starting on pole position tomorrow in the B
Yes, correct,
superheat,
yeah.
and then versus starting on the outside
side.
row.
But that's not necessarily
That's
a bad
not
thing.
a bad thing, though. It might go Slater's way if he does drop another point. Here we go, though. We're about to find this one out as the last of the drivers get themselves lined up, ready to go for this one. As you can see there, the clerk of the course just clearing the red flag at the front of the grid. The green flag waves at the back, and the light sequence starts. 4 red lights, lights go out, and down into turn 1 they go, and it's a lightning start for Maxim Rem, doing exactly what he needs to do, and takes the lead of this race. Powell there in third place is being swamped by the pack. He's gone to the outside line there. He's going to get swamped by the rest of the field as he holds on to it. No, sorry, Powell's there in third place. It was someone else with a yellow lid who's just gone through. So yes, so Powell's good. He's in third place. He's absolutely fine. Rest of the field slots through then, side by side. Little squabbling there for position as everyone now slots into this single file chicane now onto the back straight. Big look over the shoulder there for Maxim Rem to find out that he is all covered. He does not need to take a defensive line going in towards turn number 9. But there you can see in the... who's that in second place? It's an energy course I'm seeing in second place. It is Stoltemanis, isn't it? He's had an absolutely fabulous start. He's come up from several positions down.
So coming round to complete lap number 1, Maxim Rem. Got a feel that this is a big lap number 2. He's not got that much of a lead over Stoltemanis. It's only going to be 3/10.
I will correct myself. My timing screen froze. That's why I was getting a bit confussed there. Stoltemanis started on the front row, didn't he? Yes, so Stoltemanis at exactly where he needs to be.
Indeed. So who gained on that first one? I think Jake Hall was our biggest mover, up 3 places for the Australian. Is in 14th place. Alex Powell in 3rd place. I think he wants to put a bit of a marker down in this one, get as many points as he can. It could make the difference. You never know. He's not out of this championship yet. He's going to lose a bit of a points gap to Freddie Slater. That we can say for sure. A lot can happen between now and the end of things tomorrow. You'll be able to watch it all here across your broadcast networks of choice. End of lap number 2 then. Rem leads. Very even at the moment. 53.989 for Rem, 54.060 for Stoltemanis. So 3.5 tenths is the gap. A further 3.5 tenths back to Powell. I think I'm just seeing, yes, on the big digiboard in front of us. There's a warning flag, but a warning flag only to the 304. That's Marcus Kayak for KH Racing Team. There it is on your screens as well. Currently running in 9th place.
Samuele Leopardi's just dropped down several positions on that lap. He's dropped down now to quite some way down. I'm just trying to see. 18th place, yeah, he's just dropped down to. And I think he's in this scrap here. This is a little further up. This is Imborg and Marigliano. We spoke to Lorenzo Marigliano earlier on in the weekend. And so far in this one, certainly having a good run here as he makes his way out and pulling out of the slipstream. There goes Imberg, gets the move done and moves up just in front. So these drivers still just dropping away. This is the battle for P10 out on circuit as Maxim Rem now sets the fastest lap of the race, 53.774. And right now, everyone, like you say, is just eking. One position here, one position there. It helps. It helps exactly what they need to do to just gain those couple of positions in that midfield, which helps them out in the starting spot for the pre-finals.
And taking from Sawyer as an example, as we were going down and reading through the results, there were 2 times drivers, 3 times drivers on the same points when it got to the end of the... was out there. Is that Leopardi in the 3-2-6?
It is. Samuele Leopardi out of the race. He's going to try and get it started up. He's a heavy kart. Kick it into gear. Get it going.
Well done.
Got it going. Nice job there. Oh, and another one off. That's the 3-3-7.
That's the Grutzer.
It is. Well, what a disaster. Mark de Gruster off the circuit, and he cannot get that re-go. It's hot out there. You don't want to put too much effort into it, and he's had to give up on that one. And, well, what a disaster for him. That is in the final corner as well. And before they go on to the start-finish straight. So not what you want to see, especially going into the last race of the day. Well, Rem will continue to lead this race. Not by much, though. Thomas Stoltemanis has closed in here, folks. He's in the slipstream now as they go through turn number 1, and he has latched right onto that rear bumper now as they go in towards turn 2. This is fantastic.
And as you were saying, Anthony, about the difference in how this starts to play out at this stage with the intermediate classification, if Stoltemanis can find a way through, he will jump past Tonteri. It'll be more championship points for a driver who's in the mix. I think he's on the outside at the moment. He's the very definition of a dark horse, and he's going to have a look down the inside for the lead of the race. Has he got it done? Yes, brilliant stuff by Thomas Stoltemanis. The Latvian takes the lead of this race on lap 6, but Rem's surely going to fight back, and Alex Powell is there as well.
Yeah, Powell's jumped straight in on this. He's right there in P3 and will want to go for the move. But if Maxim Rem, he won't like this. He'll want to get back because this will mean he will be starting on that front row. What happens now? Yeah, he drops to 3rd in the points classification. He will want that position back. He is not going to allow Stoltemanis to break away. And there you can see absolutely locked in on that rear bumper. But crucially now, he does not want Powell to start thinking that he can go for the move. If Powell starts thinking that he's going to go for the move, Maxim Rem will be devastated. He needs to really think about this now, where he's going to position the car. What is he going to do? Is he going to attack or is he going to defend? Right now, it looks to me like he's just trying to stay to that normal racing line.
So a key bit of information as well for those watching on the intermediate classification. Yes, the points are now equal between Rem and Orlov. The tiebreaker is determined by their ranking within the overall qualifying classification. So that would be advantage Rem because he was 2nd to Orlov's 4th. At the moment, he's still holding that position in 2nd place. But yet, if he loses that 2nd place to Powell, he's going to drop further down the intermediate classification as in the standings of this race.
Wow. It's all starting to get a little bit interesting here now in KZ2 in the intermediate classifications. And right now, Stoltemanis has done everything he can do here. He's up into 5th overall in the intermediate classifications. That would certainly mean a nice chunk of points for him. But, it would certainly help his championship fight out. Powell, however, is going to have to do whatever he needs, and he's done the move. Powell's got past. Powell has got past Maxim Rem and is moved up into 2nd place. What does that mean now for Maxim?
Well, we'll see in a moment's time. It's going to drop him behind Orlov, and I think it will keep him ahead of Stoltemanis on countback. Yes, it will. So it puts both Rem and Stoltemanis on 229. But again, Rem would have the advantage, virtue of having been higher up the timed qualification rankings, which were finalised yesterday. Stoltemanis 53.521. Fastest lap of the race. Can do no more, Anthony, there at the front of the field. But I think he is going to have a little bit of a think about this man here, Alex Powell, Jamaican driver in the 322. He's got the bit between his teeth. This has been a great response from Alex Powell after disappointment earlier. But the work's not done yet. That gap at about 8/10.
Crucially understandable for Powell, of course. He will have tyres that are 1 race less used as well. So he will have that advantage. Last lap board now comes out to Thomas Stoltemanis, who leads the way. Lovely little shot there. The karts in the background just showing the pure speed as they whiz past a stationary object on the start-finish line. It is absolutely fantastic. But Stoltemanis, who leads the way here, honestly, solid little drive. And I was looking at ukart.io and the statistics as well, and Thomas Stoltemanis is actually the best performing driver so far this weekend, statistically, at 85% efficiency.
Very good. I'd expect no less from Thomas. Always enjoy watching him race. And this has been another one to go in the record books of things to write home about for the Latvian driver. Racing for Energy Corsa once again this year. He's going to come round the final corner to take victory in the last race of the day and take a helpful haul of points in the intermediate classification and the championship as well. Takes the checkered flag, looks behind him and is, I think, almost surprised that the gap was that big to Alex Powell in the end.
Quotation marks.
Where are you?
That was all right, wasn't it?
But very good from Thomas Stoltemanis. Takes the race victory. Alex Powell classified in second place. Got to give it to the Mercedes-AMG junior driver. That is a very, very mature response after disappointment earlier on in the day. Maxim Rem finishes third. In all, a very good day for the German, and at least provisionally at the moment, the intermediate classification is showing Rem in fourth. We'll get to the rest of the intermediate classification on the top part of it in a few moments' time. Another strong result for Denis Civicko, finishes in fourth place. Fifth for Nicholas Roos, the wild card there from South Africa, representing South Africa in the top 5. Great drive as well for Marcus Kayak, up 5. The Estonian finishing in 6th place ahead of Andrea Dale in 7th. Thomas Imborg in 8th place. And then 2 drivers representing Italy to complete your provisional top 10. There it is on your screens, Brandon Nielsen and Alex Maragliano. Good race as well for Gabin Louier in 11th place. Jay Cool was up 5 to 12th. 13th for Tim Lucati. Vincent Vaneg finishes in 14th place ahead of David Lewinsky, who completes the top 15. 16th place, we find Andrea Besotto ahead of another one of the wildcards. Eduardo D'Alessandro in the 599 came home in 17th place. Jaime Cortez finishes in 18th place ahead of Federico Diana in 19th. We're into the retirements now because Di Lorenzo was 5 laps off the overall lead. Karol Pasovic ends a difficult day in 21st, and we saw as well on the same lap Mark Negurza and Samuele Leopardi both retired from that race as well. Provisionally, I know we're saying that word a lot at the moment, but it's high stakes here at Sarno for the culmination of the FIA Karting European Championships KZ and KZ2. We'll actually go back to the intermediate classification after these highlights. There was the start, and it was a good one for Maxim Rem from pole position. And fighting up and down the order, that was the 303 of Thomas Imborg going through. It's disappointment for Samuele Leopardi here on home soil. Had to retire from that race in his 326 machine run by CM Racing and Zanki Motorsport. Also disappointment for Mark Negurza. Similarly had to retire from the race 7 laps from the end, as Leopardi also retiring back to pit lane, so at least he was able to get it going again. This was the key move though. Thomas Stolchamanis down the inside, took the lead of the race away from Maxim Rem, and didn't really look back from there on. Managed the race very, very well. Alex Powell got in on the act as well, down the inside, took 2nd place away from Rem with a couple of laps to go. Very interesting to see, very interested I should say, to see where he forms up in the intermediate classification, which very quickly looks like this in KZ2 after that win for Thomas Stolchamanis in the 361 Energy Corsa machine. Christian Batuka is on top, 241 points from a possible 250. Freddie Slater, championship leader before today, and still championship leader here at Sarno, 236. So that's 25 championship points to Batuka, 22 to Slater. Maxim Orlov comes home in 3rd place on 232 intermediate points. That'll be converted into 19 championship points if I'm not mistaken. Then the rest of the order. Rem in 4th, Stolchamanis in 5th. That is a tiebreaker decided by timed qualifying. 6th for Tom Terry, 7th for Civicko, 8th for Sevrukin. All the results you'll be able to analyse in due course over on the FIA Karting Championship website. There is Alex Powell after his 2nd placed finish in that one. And whilst it's been a disappointing couple of days for Alex Powell, he can take some solace in that he's not out of this yet. Still got the super heats tomorrow. That will allocate some more championship points, another 25 championship points available in those with results from the super heat combined with what we've seen today. That's all to come though. Let's head down to Parc Fermé for one last time. Anthony Jordan is down there and ready for us.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Yes, down here with our driver who finished in 2nd place by just a 2nd place, because a scary moment there on the scales exactly 175 kilos on the dot. So a bit of a scary moment there. You had to go back on the scales. But beyond that, the racing today, it's been up and down. You had the bit of a disaster earlier on. Tell us, how are you feeling going into tomorrow?
To be honest, yeah, today, well, this weekend so far hasn't been ideal. I think our speed is really good. We just needed to pull it all together. And yeah, that last one, it went quite well. It was a good recovery considering the heat before I had another accident. So not bad. We saved the 2 new tires as well for tomorrow, and all the others used it. So that's good. But I mean, for me now, it's all or nothing. I have nothing to lose. So, you know, I'm going in with that mentality that, you know, as soon as I see a hole, I'll go for it, because at this point in time, I think we'll be well outside the top 10, top 15. So from here on out, it's just going to be trying to do the best that we can on the first 2 laps. And then, yeah, we have the speed to come forward. I know I'm confident in the team. I'm confident in the material that we have, that we're capable of being at the front. We've just, yeah, had a few misfortunes this weekend. So, yeah, going into tomorrow, it's all or nothing to lose for me. So there's no pressure. I just need to go out there and do the best that I possibly can. And if that's good enough, then great. If it's not, then I'll just know that I gave it the best shot. So.
I want to just quickly brush up on what happened on Friday, the first qualifying heat. The start didn't go your way, didn't get off the line. It was the same for your teammate Neko Roberta as well. What happened with the team there? Was it a problem with the kart? Because it happened to both.
Yeah, no, we had 2 separate issues. Fortunately for him, he was able to keep going, but unfortunately something broke in my engine, so I wasn't able to finish the race. So I'd already started on the back foot. We sorted it out. We sorted out the problem. So hopefully we won't have another one of those for the remainder of this weekend. But yeah, I mean, already from that point, we knew it was going to be difficult. So yeah, I mean, we sorted out everything that we had to. The carts feels quite good, so the engine feels ready to go. So for tomorrow, it's just going to be, yeah, as I said before, all or nothing.
Well, best of luck tomorrow. We'll let you have a nice rest now. Enjoy your evening, and we'll see you out there.
Thank you. Thank you.
Stuff there. Alex Powell, who certainly has had a up and down weekend, and a very close call there when he came in at the end of his final heat of the day. Bang on 175 kilos. He had to go back onto the scales. It had to be 0 just to make sure he was on the dot. Luckily, he got away with that one. That brings us to the end, though, of the Saturday qualifying heats. There are the super heats and finals tomorrow. We crown our champions in both KZ and KZ2. As you just heard there from Alex Powell, it's all or nothing from him. What is going to happen tomorrow? Join us tomorrow live in the morning here at Sarno for the final round. We'll head back up to Andrew, but for me here in Parc Fermé, it's going to be a very interesting day.
Thank you very much, Anthony. Thanks for all of your work today. And as Anthony says, that brings us to a conclusion here today for your Saturday element of the second round of the FIA Karting European Championship for KZ and KZ2. Here is your schedule for tomorrow. 5 races to enjoy here at Sarno. Things kick off at 10 o'clock local time for Super Heat A, the first of 2 races for KZ2, the second of them being 20 minutes later. The Super Heat for KZ goes off from 10:45. And then the 2 finals, where we will decide our champions in 2023 for the KZ and KZ2 classes. KZ2 go off from 11:10 local time here in Italy, 11:35 for KZ. It's been an absolutely superb day here at Sarno. I'd just like to take the opportunity to thank all of our team here. This production put on by RGMMC. Fantastic work by them as always. And as I say, you can rejoin us tomorrow. 17.5 hours to wait before we kick things off here at Sarno for what should be a very, very good day's racing here in Italy. My name's been Andrew Mather. He's been Anthony Jordan. Thank you very much for joining us here at Sarno. We'll see you again bright and early tomorrow, where we will crown our champions for the 2023 FIA Karting European Championship in KZ and KZ2. Cannot wait. It's all going to kick off from 10 o'clock local time here in Italy. For now, though, thank you very much for joining us. Have a good evening, and bye-bye.